In the vast and perilous world of the great wilderness, it also serves as a paradise for evolution. The mythical phoenix undergoes its fiery rebirth. The majestic beaming dapeng spreads its wings across the skies. The vermilion bird incinerates the universe, and the white tiger lies in wait to guard the realms. Elin, having traversed into the form of a serpent, utilizes a system to unlock divine skills, devouring all to replenish himself, carving a bloody path amidst the lurking beasts. He is not content merely to transform into a dragon. He aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of sacred beasts. Ultimately, he seeks the title of the Azure Dragon King, standing shoulder to shoulder with the phoenix, dapeng, and other supreme divine beasts, commanding the laws of the great wilderness, devouring heaven and earth, instilling awe throughout the 8 wildernesses and 6 realms. Chapter 1. Have I become a snake? Within a dense and primordial forest. Where am I? In a state of confusion, Elin awakens. He senses a cord-like substance attached to his abdomen, tethering him to the inner wall of an eggshell. Nutrient-rich materials flow through the cord to him. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, he slips back into unconsciousness. Crack. After an indeterminate period, the eggshell shatters. In a daze, Elin extends his azure serpent head. I have become a snake? Gazing down at the remnants of the eggshell, feeling sticky all over, Elin is momentarily dumbfounded. After an unknown duration, he gradually regains his senses. Raising his head, he surveys his surroundings. He quickly realizes he is in a narrow and dim cave. A faint glimmer of light beckons from the direction of the cave entrance. With vacant eyes, he instinctively follows the light, aimlessly slithering towards the cave's mouth. Before long, blinding rays of light flood into his ink-black vertical pupils. His eyes sting, and Elin involuntarily shuts them. Splashing. Faintly, he hears the sound of trickling water nearby. He lifts his gaze to discover a small stream, about half a zhang wide, flowing gently. The bank is lush with verdant grass, vibrant flowers, and delightful fragrances, a scene of exquisite beauty. However, at this moment, Elin lacks the inclination to admire such splendor. He maneuvers his body and slowly approaches the water's edge. The crystal-clear stream reflects his current visage with startling clarity. I can hardly believe I have truly transformed into a snake. Elin is momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself. He cannot help but look down. The reflection in the water mirrors his own astonishment. It is as if 2 azure serpents greet each other, creating a rather peculiar sight. A long form, adorned with soft scales of a pale azure tinged with pink, 2 ink-black vertical pupils, and sharp, menacing fangs. Is this not the snake he remembers so vividly? Once human, he was a master of serpents. Whether in reality or in games. Elin is engulfed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the transformation. Chirp. At that moment, a piercing eagle cry reverberates from above. What is this? Elin's body instinctively shivers, and he quickly raises his serpent head to gaze skyward. Good heavens, what a massive eagle! His heart leaps, and he stiffens in fear. Before him is a gray and white feathered eagle, soaring high in the sky, its sharp gaze fixed upon Elin by the stream, tinged with a hint of ferocity. A sudden surge of danger envelopes him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Although this eagle is not yet an adult, Elin is newly hatched. Before it, he feels as insignificant as an ant, utterly powerless. Run. Without hesitation, Elin turns and scampers away. However, after a short distance, he looks back to find he has barely moved. Having just hatched, his body remains too frail. In his slithering, he resembles a child taking its first steps, sluggish and unsteady. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind rushes from above as the eagle descends closer. Its sharp talons glint menacingly, poised to seize Elin's slender form. Should the eagle catch him, injury is one thing. He could very well be torn in two. Feeling the commotion behind him, the eagle's shadow has completely enveloped him under the sunlight. My life is over. Elin's heart plunges into despair, feeling as if all hope has vanished. Just as he has barely begun to live again, must he now face death? In this critical moment, a melodious voice unexpectedly echoes in his mind. Ding. Host despair level is off the charts. Conditions met. Ding. Commencing recognition of the host. Progress. Ding. The infinite evolution system has been bound for the first time, granting the host 1 point of innate skill value. All functions have been activated for the host. What is this? Elin is taken aback. In the next moment, a panel materializes in his mind. Name, Elin. Cultivation, unremarkable. Species, ordinary, azure serpent. Innate skill value, 1. Evolution points, 0 out of 10. Based on the current state of his body, the host can now learn the skills: godly movement, sharp fangs, iron skin, white eyes. Just then, ding, alert, alert. Host is in a dangerous situation. Danger level, 3. It is recommended that the host flee immediately. Skill, godly movement. Having been momentarily stunned, Elin quickly regains his composure. What to do? What to do? The shadow beneath him grows larger, and Elin's anxiety intensifies. Yes, godly movement. After a frantic breath, Elin promptly issues the command. Ding. Host has mastered the skill godly movement, consuming 1 point of innate skill value. As the system's sweet voice fades, Elin feels a mysterious warmth surge from his mind, swiftly coursing through his entire being. This warmth rapidly converges in his abdominal muscles, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Hiss! Elin winces in pain, twisting his body with effort. In that instant, the serpent accelerates dramatically, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he darts more than a zhang away, escaping the shadow of the eagle and plunging into the dense underbrush ahead. Chirp! The frustrated eagle, having missed its target, slides a zhang along the ground, leaving behind deep claw marks. It steadies itself, gazing at the thicket Elin vanished into, a large question mark hovering above its head. It cannot fathom how this seemingly weak little snake suddenly accelerated with such speed. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented, leaving the eagle to question its very existence. Chapter 2. Devour to Evolve. Not far away, Elin races through the grass. Haha, this is the feeling of flying. As he perceives the scenery racing past him, the intense sense of danger that once surrounded him dissipates rapidly. The system's alarm also falls silent. With a hearty laugh, he revels in the sensation. At this moment, he feels as if his abdomen has sprouted 100 legs. A gentle twist allows him to glide effortlessly. In just a few breaths, the eagle is nowhere to be seen behind him. Just wait, you foul bird. Halting his movement, Elin glances back towards the previous direction, panting, with a triumphant expression. He inwardly curses, vowing that if he encounters that bird again, he will teach it a lesson it won't soon forget. However, this godly movement skill consumes quite a bit. It has worn me out. He lay powerless amidst the grass, his mouth agape, gasping for breath. Ding! The host has successfully utilized the Xinqing technique to escape danger, earning 1 evolution point. Evolution points. Elin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly accessed the panel to scrutinize the data displayed. One line had changed to evolution points, 1/10. It appeared that once he reached 10 points, he could successfully evolve. How do I acquire more evolution points? Elin pondered this in his heart, uncertain if the system would respond. In the next instant, the sweet voice of a young girl echoed. Eating, fighting, and taming other creatures can all yield evolution points. So that was it. Elin nodded inwardly. This resembled Darwin's theory of evolution, did it not? Long-term adaptation could indeed alter one's genes. My current form is still too weak. With the system's assistance, I must strive for continual evolution. I am eager to see what I will ultimately evolve into. Elin rose to his feet, gazing up at the sky, a surge of ambition and curiosity swelling within him. Since the system suggested that eating would yield evolution points, he decided to embark on a quest to hunt for food. He had no idea where he had run off to. Elin lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, greeted by a lush expanse of verdant grass. Among them, some blades towered nearly half a zhang high. A rich aroma of fragrant grass and earth filled his nostrils. With such rampant growth, it must surely be home to creatures like rabbits and field mice. However, Elin glanced at his own slender waist, no thicker than an infant's finger, and sighed in resignation. I am still far too weak. I doubt I can target them. Otherwise, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, likely to return empty-handed. Gazing at the blazing sun suspended in the sky, Elin, feeling somewhat overheated, decided to find a shaded spot. After only a few steps, he suddenly spotted a peculiar green shape resting on a blade of grass a zhang ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discerned it was a grasshopper, slightly swaying. A grasshopper? Elin was first taken aback, then elated. While he was not yet capable of tackling rabbits or field mice, dealing with a grasshopper would pose no challenge. Although grasshoppers are cold-blooded creatures, and ordinary snakes cannot sense them clearly, perhaps due to the system, Elin was able to detect it. He stealthily approached. The grasshopper was blissfully enjoying its meal, oblivious to the impending danger behind it. When he was merely a few inches away, Elin unleashed a sudden strike. Crack! Two tiny fangs instantly pierced through its flesh. Yilin opened his mouth wide, suppressing his nausea, and swallowed it whole. Ding. Consumed 1 grasshopper, earning 0.5 evolution points. Huh. As the system's voice sounded, Yilin smacked his lips, displeased, and spat out some saliva. The grasshopper's flesh was meager, dry, and akin to chewing wax. Nonetheless, it still grants 0.5 evolution points. With that thought, Yilin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the surroundings for his next prey. Ding. Consumed 1 grasshopper, earning 0.5 evolution points. Ding. Consumed 1 grasshopper, earning 0.5 evolution points. Ding. Consumed 1 earthworm, earning 0.6 evolution points. Chapter 3. Innate skills. Half an hour later, Yilin had surveyed the surrounding thickets. At this moment, his status panel read, Name, Yilin, Cultivation, Unremarkable, Race, Mundane Species. Qingshi, Innate Skill Points, 0, Evolution Points, 9610. Based on his physical condition, the host could currently learn the skills, Sharp Fangs, Iron Skin, and Wide Eyes. Mastered Skill, Godspeed Level 1. Strength Evaluation, Weakling, only 0. 4 points to go. Suppressing his excitement, Yilin continued his search for prey. Beep. Consumed a grasshopper, gained 0. 4 evolution points. Beep. Evolution points are now full. The host begins to evolve. With the system's notification sounding, Yilin felt the mysterious warmth surge through him once more, circulating throughout his entire being. In a short while, his body began to expand, as if growing at an astonishing rate. And only after a few breaths did it come to a halt. At this moment, compared to before, he had become thicker and longer. Simultaneously, the scales covering him had turned a deeper shade of green, while much of his previous youthful pink hue had faded. I feel invincible. Yilin instantly sensed a surge of power coursing through him, making the use of his Godspeed skill more enduring. This overwhelming sensation prompted him to emit a comfortable moan. Beep. Host successfully evolved. Cultivation increased, gained 1 innate skill point. Beep. Host has shed its juvenile form. The body begins to secrete paralyzing venom. Mastered skill, Venom. He quickly glanced at his status panel. Name, Yilin, Cultivation, Beast Level 1, Race, Mundane Species, Qingshi, Innate Skill Points, 1, Evolution Points, 0. Based on his physical condition, the host could currently learn the skills, Sharp Fangs, Iron Skin, Wide Eyes, Mastered Skills, Godspeed Level 1, Venom Level 1. Strength Evaluation, Weakling. Hiss. Why is my strength evaluation still a weakling? Yilin felt somewhat speechless. Right. I have gained an additional innate skill point. What is its purpose? Yilin inquired curiously. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with fleeing to contemplate such matters. It can be used to learn skills or to enhance existing skills. The beautiful girl system promptly replied. Indeed. Upon hearing the sweet voice of the girl, Yilin affectionately referred to it as the beautiful girl system. Learning skills? Yilin's eyes suddenly sparkled. The previous might of Godspeed had already made him aware of the system's prowess, and he couldn't help but feel immense anticipation for the remaining skills. Sharp Fangs, Iron Skin, Wide Eyes. Currently, I can still learn these 3 skills. He immediately turned his gaze to the skill descriptions. Sharp Fangs enhances the strength and sharpness of the host's 2 fangs, making them as unyielding as steel needles. Iron Skin reinforces the host's scales, making them extraordinarily tough, impervious to knives and guns. Wide Eyes augments the host's vision, granting a broad perspective akin to that of an eagle, along with enhanced visual perception. Which one should I choose? Understanding the situation, Yilin found himself in a predicament. Unfortunately, at present, all these skills appeared exceptionally practical. While he pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the skills he had already mastered. Godspeed Level 1 greatly enhances the host's abdominal muscle activity. Active ability temporarily bursts forth at 5 times speed, afterwards entering a brief state of weakness. Passive ability increases the host's agility by 10. Venom Level 1. The host's body produces innate toxins. Active ability, Venom Injection, possessing a strong paralyzing effect. Venom serves as an offensive tactic, while Godspeed aids in escape. Thus, a defensive skill is still lacking. After careful consideration, Yilin ultimately decided to learn the skill Iron Skin. Beep. Host learns the skill Iron Skin, consuming 1 innate skill point. The previous warmth surged once more, but this time, its focus was on his scales. After the mysterious warmth's baptism, Yilin's scales appeared a deep blackish green, smooth and delicate, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Iron Skin Level 1 greatly enhances the host's outer scales. Passive ability. The host's scales are as hard as iron, seamless, and immune to all attacks from low-level beasts. Haha, excellent. With the acquisition of the iron skin skill, a wave of security washed over him, prompting Elin to smile contentedly. Chapter 4. Directly attacking the prey splendid. With this iron-like skin, how could ordinary beasts harm me? Elin laughed heartily, feeling elated. To test the hardness of his scales, he attempted to bite down with his fangs, only to find his gums sore from the effort. Even though my strength remains feeble, I can still hunt rabbits, field mice, and other small creatures using my venom. Elin extended his forked tongue, scanning his surroundings as he commenced his search for prey. In such a lush thicket, small animals were undoubtedly abundant. He navigated through patches of vibrant flowers and grass. Before long, Elin spotted a large, gray-white rabbit munching on a field of dandelions. He chuckled to himself, slowly slithering closer. Fortunately, a gentle breeze rustled through the area, causing the flowers and grass to sway and create a soft rustling sound. Even if Elin stirred the grass slightly, the surrounding environment would conceal the noise. The large gray-white rabbit remained blissfully unaware of Elin's approach, savoring the fragrant foliage. Or perhaps, even if it did notice, it paid him no mind. Compared to it, Elin's size was minuscule, barely a third of the rabbit's stature. Whoosh! As he neared within half a meter, Elin's body suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a sharp arrow that struck fiercely at the rabbit's rear. With a plop, his two sharp fangs pierced into the rabbit's flesh in an instant. Venom level 1 activated. As soon as he bit down, Elin unleashed his skill. The venom stored within his venom sac surged rapidly, converging within his fangs in an instant. Then, propelled by all his might, he injected it into the rabbit's bloodstream. Gulp! The rabbit, feeling the sting, leapt away, startled, landing half a meter away. It was both painful and frightening. Its gaze darted around in confusion, and it turned to discover a small tail dangling from its rear. Gulp! Upon seeing the snake, the rabbit instinctively reacted. It began to thrash wildly, using all four limbs to run in frantic circles, attempting to shake Elin off. However, Elin was not so easily dismissed. His fangs clung tightly, akin to a piece of toffee, firmly affixed to its rear. No matter how the rabbit struggled, it could not dislodge him. The scene was rather peculiar. A large gray-white rabbit dashed through the dense underbrush, with a small green snake tightly attached to its rear. As the rabbit hopped and ran, Elin's body swayed in tandem, resembling a blade of grass flailing in the wind. After a while, realizing that this was futile, the rabbit became enraged. How dare such a small snake attempt to prey on it? This was one thing, but to attack there? It halted abruptly, raising its large front teeth, and bit down fiercely at Elin. How is it that this plump rabbit shows no signs of being poisoned? Elin mused, still clinging tightly. Could it be that my venom is too weak since I've only just been born? He speculated. As for the rabbit's counterattack, judging by its biting force, this rabbit's bite was indeed stronger than his. However, its teeth had become dull and flat from years of gnawing on grass, yielding a pressure per unit area far inferior to Elin's fangs. Even he could not penetrate its flesh, let alone the rabbit itself. Thus, he dismissed the attack entirely. As anticipated, gulp, the large gray-white rabbit bit down, only to immediately release its grip, as if it had seen a ghost, emitting frantic cries. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite a snake. It had encountered similar situations before, but its opponents had always been deterred by its formidable teeth. However, today, that tactic was ineffective against Elin. It could not comprehend why the skin of this little green snake was so remarkably tough. The gray-white rabbit struggled desperately for a moment, ultimately hastening the onset of the toxin, rendering its body paralyzed as it lay still on the ground. At last, the poison had taken effect. Upon witnessing this, Elin released his grip, panting heavily, and found himself speechless. The toxin's efficacy was rather disappointing, wasn't it? It had taken at least a quarter of an hour for it to manifest. Had the rabbit not fought with all its might to accelerate its blood flow, this process would have taken significantly longer. Chapter 5. Devouring. He wondered how many evolution points this rabbit could provide him, gazing at the motionless large rabbit before him. Elin's earlier frustration vanished, replaced by joy and anticipation, causing him to salivate. This rabbit was undeniably dead, yet Elin was not entirely unscathed. At this moment, a faint bite mark appeared on his tail scales, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. This was the result of the rabbit's full-force bite, which had indeed caused him a slight sting, akin to a mosquito bite. That was all there was to it. He hurriedly crawled forward, opening his mouth wide at the rabbit, but suddenly paused. How could he possibly swallow such a large rabbit? Elin was momentarily taken aback. Snakes do not possess the habit or ability to chew their food. They consumed their prey whole, in a straightforward and brutal manner. However, should he attempt to do so now, he would certainly risk bursting. What should he do now? Give up entirely? Elin shook his head vigorously. After pondering for a while, he finally devised a plan. He swiftly undulated his body, coiling around the rabbit, then opened his mouth wide to reveal his menacing fangs. With a hiss, he began to tear into the rabbit's flesh. The rabbit was at least 3 times his size, and he did not possess the remarkable extensibility of a python. Unable to swallow it whole, he relied on his immense strength to tightly wrap around the carcass, using his fangs to secure it as he gradually tore off pieces of meat. With each rip, Elin seemed to inflict a slow and torturous execution upon the rabbit, methodically shredding its flesh and consuming the bloody morsels as they came, transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle. Thankfully, this large gray-white rabbit was already deceased. Otherwise, Elin might have felt a twinge of remorse. As he feasted, he was suddenly reminded of his favorite dish from his previous life, hand-torn rabbit. With the first piece of flesh swallowed, aided by the system, Elin quickly digested it. Simultaneously, the sweet chime of the system rang out. Ding! Host has consumed a strand of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.08 evolution points. Only a small bite yielded 0.08. Elin was momentarily stunned, almost doubting his hearing, and quickly accessed his attribute panel. He looked at the evolution section. Evolution points, 0.0820. This was indeed true. Such a small bite had such an effect. If he were to consume the whole thing, would he not soar to new heights? Elin was instantly elated, his gaze toward the rabbit becoming fervently intense. He began to indulge himself in the feast. Ding! Host has consumed a strand of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.07 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a strand of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.06 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a strand of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.07 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a strand of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.1 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a strand of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.05 evolution points. It was not until dusk that Elin had consumed the entire rabbit. Before him lay a blood-soaked skeleton, with some grotesque internal organs scattered about. He could not help but let out a satisfied burp, shaking his body contentedly as he rubbed his belly. This rabbit had granted him a total of 15 evolution points. Although it did not directly enable him to evolve again, he was nonetheless quite satisfied. Feeling a bit parched, he decided to seek out some water. Noticing the dryness in his throat, Elin prepared to return to the location of his previous cave. He recalled that there was a small stream nearby. Chapter 6, The Granary Thicket. Shortly thereafter, Elin arrived at the stream, beginning to drink eagerly. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, night fell. The night brought forth an abundance of owls and other creatures. Although he possessed the skill of swift movement, the prospect of encountering danger while weakened was daunting. Gazing at the twinkling stars above, Elin murmured to himself. The strength of owls and similar creatures far surpassed that of rabbits. He held little confidence in whether his level 1 iron skin could withstand their sharp claws. Perhaps it was best not to be overly ambitious. The thicket was abundant with food, but he was still weak and had no need to take unnecessary risks. He resolved to remain in the safety of his cave for the night. After careful contemplation, Elin resolutely returned to his original cave. After a long day of exertion, he felt a bit tired. It was a dirt cave nestled among lush grass. The cave was dark, but fortunately, as a snake, he could sense his surroundings without light. At this moment, the eggshell he had emerged from lay quietly nearby, its mucus still not dried. This would be my home from now on. Elin gazed at this scene, a hint of melancholy welling up within him, before curling up and gradually closing his eyes, slipping into slumber. The next day, in the morning, a beam of hazy sunlight streamed through the entrance of the cave. Had a night passed already? A night of rest left him feeling revitalized. As the sunlight poured in, he was instantly awakened. Elin shook his body and swiftly slithered forth. Upon exiting the cave, he immediately turned, setting his sights on the granary thicket. Indeed, the granary thicket. At this moment, he viewed the lush thicket as his very own granary. Through the morning mist, Elin traversed a small grove and climbed over a few small hills. Granary, here I come. From atop a hill, Elin raised his front body, gazing at the boundless thicket before him, and let out a hissing laugh. Of course, he could not truly laugh, but could only emit hissing sounds. Thus began his journey of evolution for the day. Elin plunged into the thicket like a fish returning to water. Ding! Host has consumed an ordinary grasshopper, gaining 0.06 evolution points. His first prey was a grasshopper. Why was it only 0.06 06? Could it be due to my increased size after evolving? Elin immediately entertained this thought and found it increasingly plausible. Just like how an apple might satisfy a child's hunger but may not suffice for an adult. Having come to this realization, he shook his head and did not dwell on it, redoubling his efforts to search for prey. Ding. Host has consumed an ordinary dragonfly, gaining 0.05 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed an ordinary cockroach, gaining 0.05 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed an ordinary earthworm, gaining 0.07 evolution points. He spared not a single creature he encountered along the way, regardless of the meager rewards. He adhered to the principle that even the smallest morsel adds up. Thus, all small animals and insects he came across met unfortunate fates, ending up in his belly. Ding. Host has consumed an ordinary toad, gaining 1.85 evolution points. After an hour, following the consumption of a palm-sized toad, his evolution points finally reached 20. Chapter 7, Wide Eyes. Ding. Evolution points are full. Host begins evolution. As the system's prompt sounded, Elin felt that mysterious warmth surging through him once more, coursing through every part of his being. Before long, his body began to swell, as if he were growing rapidly, expanding for a moment before coming to a halt. I've grown stronger again. The sensation of his enhanced physique enveloped Elin in a delightful comfort. In this very moment, his body radiated a vivid azure hue, entirely devoid of any trace of rosy color. Beep. The host has successfully evolved. Acquired 1 point of innate skill value. Beep. The host's physique has advanced further, and the level of the innate skill, venom, has increased by 1. Upon hearing the final notification from the system, Elin grinned widely. Excellent. After experiencing the might of his skills, he now placed great importance on his innate abilities. Moreover, his initial conjecture had indeed proven accurate. With each evolution, he would gain 1 point of innate skill value. However, the automatic enhancement of the venom skill took him by surprise. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself. As a Qing Shi, he naturally belonged to the venomous snakes, inherently equipped with toxic attacks. With the strengthening of his body, it was only logical that his venom would also intensify. Currently, his efficiency in hunting was still insufficient, so he pondered briefly and set his sights on the innate skill, Wide Eye. With the formidable sensory perception bestowed by Wide Eye, he believed it could significantly enhance his ability to detect prey. Resolutely, he commanded, "Learn the skill Wide Eye." Beep. The host learns the skill Wide Eye, consuming 1 point of innate skill value. The previous warm sensation surged once more, but this time, the target was his eyes. After being baptized by the mysterious warmth, Elin felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The scene before him initially appeared blurry, but gradually became clearer. Wide Eye Level 1. Strengthens the host's ocular neural perception. Passive ability. Grants the host's eyes a unique capability, freeing him from the embarrassment of a snake's pupils that only perceive red light. Haha. Wonderful. Having learned the skill Wide Eye, the world around him suddenly transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Observing the kaleidoscope of plants surrounding him, Elin smiled in satisfaction. In the past, even with the system's assistance, his view of these plants was merely a hazy impression. But at this moment, it was entirely different. All objects before his eyes were vividly colored and distinctly structured. It was as if he had regained the vision he possessed when he was still human, which greatly uplifted his spirits. He then glanced at his panel. Name, Elin, cultivation, beast level 2, race, ordinary species, Qing Shi, size, length 35 centimeters, width 12 centimeters. Innate skill value, 0, evolution points, 40. Based on his current physique, the host can learn the skill, Sharp Fangs. Mastered skills, Godly Movement level 1, Venom level 2. Iron Skin level 1, Wide Eye level 1. Strength evaluation, Weakling. Although the system still deemed him a weakling, he now truly felt like a snake capable of independence. Elin sensed that, even without employing the innate skills granted by the system, he could easily capture the previously elusive gray-white rabbit. Excellent. Both Wide Eye and Iron Skin, as well as Godly Movement, are immensely practical skills. In his joy, Elin gazed at the final skill, Sharp Fangs, filled with anticipation. I have a premonition that if I master Sharp Fangs, my combat strength will see a significant increase. Chapter 8. Swallow, Swallow, Swallow. Suppressing his inner excitement, Elin raised the upper half of his body, resembling a human standing upright, and scanned his surroundings. With the enhancement of Wide Eye, it took mere moments for him to spot a gray rabbit nestled within a dense thicket to his left. Now he could see it clearly at a glance. Whoosh. Elin darted toward the rabbit like a sharp sword. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as the rabbit's gray fur was flecked with crimson spots. Venom level 2 activated. After biting down, he injected his venom. Elin coiled around the small gray rabbit tightly. Having evolved to beast level 2, his size had increased and his strength had been augmented. Moreover, this small gray rabbit was still young, even smaller and thinner than the previous large rabbit. Under his full constriction, it had no power to resist. Its forelegs thrashed wildly, squealing in desperation, struggling fiercely. Amidst such vigorous movement, the blood flowed rapidly. Furthermore, his venom had also ascended by 1 level. In mere moments, the small gray rabbit rolled its eyes back and departed for the afterlife. Hiss. Beep. The host consumed a fragment of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.05 evolution points. As expected, with the enhancement of my cultivation, the effects of these foods are gradually diminishing. Hearing the system's sweet notification, Elin murmured, "Perhaps once I evolve to a certain level, the flesh of these ordinary beasts will become utterly useless to me. In the future, to evolve, I must seek out increasingly formidable beasts, even." Elin gazed at his beast level 2 cultivation. Without a doubt, there are higher tiers above this. His current goal is precisely to evolve to that tier. Possessing an infinite evolution system, he believed that day would not be far off. Beep. The host consumed a fragment of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.06 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a fragment of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.04 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a fragment of ordinary rabbit flesh, gaining 0.05 evolution points. After the evolution, he experienced a comprehensive enhancement. His eating speed had also increased significantly. In just a quarter of an hour, Elin completely devoured the small gray rabbit, leaving behind a pile of bones. Ultimately, he obtained 8 evolution points. Excellent. Before nightfall, I can evolve once more. At that time, my strength will greatly increase, and I can attempt to hunt at night. Glancing at the high-hanging sun, Elin thought to himself, in this vast grassy expanse, there must be plenty of rodents and field mice residing. However, they are hard to spot during the day, while they are much easier to catch at night. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Beep. The host consumed a mountain sparrow, gaining 3.45 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a frog, gaining 3.24 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a centipede, gaining 0.95 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a scorpion, gaining 1.06 evolution points. Along the way, be it mollusks, mammals, or even annelids, Elin devoured them all without hesitation. With the passive enhancement of wide eye, none of these creatures could escape his keen gaze, resulting in astonishing hunting efficiency. In the span of just 1 hour, he amassed 27 evolution points. However, he still needed 13 more points to evolve again. Chapter 9. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a cacophony of chicken calls echoed ahead. Chicken calls. Could it be a wild chicken? Hee hee. Finally, a chance for a delicious meal. Elin's eyes lit up instantly. The meat of wild mountain chicken is tender and succulent, incomparable to the previous fare. He quickly crawled toward the sound. Shortly after, traversing a field of dandelions and hiding amidst a clump of grass, Elin lifted his head. Before him stood a striking wild chicken, its feathers a vibrant mix of purple and red. At this moment, its plumage was fluffed up, wings spread wide, and its head held high, clucking loudly. Its feathers appeared somewhat disheveled, as if it had been through a tussle. It was evidently in a confrontational stance. Facing it was a gray-white creature, an elongated lizard with a pointed head and a tail measuring half a foot in length. Observing this scene, Elin instantly grasped the situation. Most likely, the wild chicken had targeted the lizard, only to be met with fierce resistance. This small lizard was undoubtedly no match for the wild chicken. However, after quietly observing for a while, the gray-white lizard suddenly turned and fled, darting towards a nearby hole. Yet, how could its speed compete with that of the wild chicken? Just as it crawled out a couple of steps, the wild mountain chicken flapped its wings and chased after it relentlessly. It stomped down hard on the lizard's tail, thwarting any hopes of escape into the burrow. The lizard, in a desperate struggle, ultimately found its efforts futile. With a swift turn of its head, it opened its jaws to bite at the wild chicken. However, the chicken was well protected by its thick plumage. As for its claws, they were hardened by years of accumulated dead skin, rendering them impervious to the lizard's assault. After a brief exchange of blows, the wild chicken remained unscathed, while the lizard sustained a new wound. The outcome was all too predictable. Gradually losing strength, the lizard succumbed beneath the beak of the chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The wild chicken, witnessing this, let out a series of excited calls. Just as it prepared to indulge in its meal, a shadow darted from the nearby grass. Cluck! The wild chicken reacted swiftly as the creature emerged from the underbrush. It sensed the presence of danger. Cluck! Upon realizing that a snake dared to attack it, the wild chicken was filled with rage. For an adult mountain chicken, only large snakes posed a genuine threat. The smaller ones, like this one, were merely a source of food. Seeing the meal presented itself, it promptly turned its head and aimed a fierce peck at the intruder. However, the snake did not flinch or open its mouth. Like a green rope, it coiled tightly around the chicken's neck. It is worth noting that chickens are largely immune to toxins, and their thick feathers provided a formidable barrier. Perhaps once the snake learned the skill of sharp teeth, it could attempt to bite, but for now, it was merely an ordinary small snake without any extraordinary skills. The mountain chicken was caught off guard. It could not fathom that such a small snake would dare to latch onto its neck. Cluck! Stunned for a moment, it let out an angry call, then began to shake its head violently, pecking at the snake as if it were scratching the ground for grains. If it had been any other snake, it would have been riddled with wounds by now. Yet, the snake, possessing an iron skin, merely felt a slight sting, akin to being pricked by a needle. That was all. Reassured of its safety, the snake relaxed its grip. With fierce determination, it tightened its coil around the chicken's neck, beginning to constrict. Cluck! 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 Initially, the wild chicken was still able to call out, but as time passed, its cries grew increasingly faint and intermittent. Ultimately, its head drooped, and it succumbed to asphyxiation. Chapter 10. Sharp Teeth. Excellent! Excellent! Sensing the chicken's struggle had ceased, the snake gradually released its grip. Observing the two fresh corpses, it let out a triumphant hiss. By consuming these two prey, it would undoubtedly be able to evolve once more. Without hesitation, it began to feast as before. First, it chose the lizard. The reason was simple. No feathers to pluck made it exceedingly convenient. Beep. The host consumed a portion of the ordinary lizard's flesh, gaining 0.06 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed another portion, gaining 0.05 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed yet another piece, gaining 0.07 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a chunk of the ordinary lizard's flesh, gaining 2.74 evolution points. Finally, deeming it sufficient, the snake swallowed the remaining morsel whole. It felt no discomfort. After all, snakes are creatures that consume their prey whole. Previously, eating bite by bite had seemed odd. Consuming an entire lizard provided a total of 64 evolution points. Just a few more points, and consuming this chicken would be sufficient. Slither! Slither! The chilling sounds of feathers being plucked and flesh being torn filled the air once more. Beep! The host consumed a portion of the ordinary wild chicken's flesh, gaining 0.07 evolution points. Beep! The host consumed another piece, gaining 0.12 evolution points. Beep! The host consumed yet another piece, gaining 0.05 evolution points. Beep! The host consumed one more piece, gaining 0.08 evolution points. Beep! Evolution points are now full. The host begins to evolve. While there was still a small portion of the wild chicken remaining, the snake had already accumulated enough evolution points. With a beep, the system's prompt resonated, and the mysterious warmth surged forth, coursing through its limbs. Before long, its body began to swell, expanding in size before finally coming to a halt. Beep! Evolution successful. The host gains 1 point of innate skill value. Beep! The host's body advances further. The innate skill of venom increases by 1 level. Receiving the innate skill points, the snake eagerly issued the command, learn the skill of sharp teeth. Beep! The host learns the skill of sharp teeth, consuming 1 point of innate skill value. A strange warmth surged once more, traveling towards its upper jaw, where its 2 fangs resided. As the warmth flowed in, a sensation of soreness and pressure enveloped its teeth, as if they were striving to break free from flesh, which was quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, this process did not last long. Level 1 Sharp Teeth strengthens the host's fangs. Passive ability. The strength and sharpness of the host's fangs are akin to steel needles, utterly indomitable. My goodness, the fangs had at least doubled in length. As it moved its mouth, feeling the newfound length of its teeth, the snake was taken aback. Yet, it remained uncertain of their power. It glanced around and spotted a large stone nearby. With a swift motion, it approached the stone and bit down on the edge. Much like biting through tofu, it left 2 deep impressions. Haha. Witnessing this, the snake let out a triumphant hiss. With its current fang length and sharpness, should it encounter that wild chicken again, a single bite would send it to its demise. There was still a little left. It would not go to waste. After the moment of joy, The snake turned its gaze to the remaining portion of the chicken and extended its tongue. Beep. The host consumed a piece of ordinary wild chicken flesh, gaining 0.05 evolution points. After devouring the remaining food, it only gained 25 points. The snake looked at its status panel. Name: Elin. Cultivation level: Level 3 beast. Species: Ordinary species, green snake. Size: Length 45 centimeters, width 13 centimeters. Innate skill value: 1. Evolution points: 2580. Based on its physical condition, the host can currently learn skills. None. Skills mastered: Swift movement level 1, Venom level 3, Iron skin level 1, Wide eyes level 1, Sharp teeth level 1. Strength evaluation: Weakling. Chapter 11, Blocking the Hole. At this moment, the sky had turned to dusk. Time for a drink. After a day of feasting, the snake felt an overwhelming thirst. It slithered swiftly from the grain storage thicket to the stream near its den. The crystal clear water reflected its current form. Its elongated body, a vivid shade of green, appeared as fresh as newly sprouted grass. The smooth, fine scales sparkled under the fading rays of the sun, dazzling to the eye. Two deep black eyes were set in its flat head, resembling two mysterious gems. This appearance rendered it akin to a delightful sprite of nature. However, the moment the snake opened its mouth, revealing its two fearsome fangs, the beauty vanished without a trace. This was the current me. Compared to the me that was born just yesterday, my body had swollen at least fourfold. Truly, the infinite evolution system has brought about a tremendous transformation in less than 2 days. Gulping down the refreshing water, the sensation of thirst dissipated completely, and the snake, satisfied, began to sway its body as it returned to the grain storage thicket. Along the way, it encountered dragonflies and grasshoppers, which it ignored entirely. For the current snake, consuming these small insects would barely yield a single evolution point. It had no desire to bother with them. As the snake slowly approached the grain storage thicket, the sky had grown dark. All right, the night hunt begins. Gazing up at the brilliant stars above, Elin's heart surged with excitement. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon entering the thicket, the sounds of crickets and grasshoppers echoed from all directions. Ignoring them, Elin swiftly maneuvered through the grass, his keen vertical pupils scanning the surroundings in search of prey. Suddenly, as he passed a barren patch of grass, a noise caught his attention. A field mouse. Elin immediately turned his head, even in the pitch-black night. His innate red light perception and the passive enhancement of his wide pupils allowed him to see clearly. Before him was a field mouse. Its fur a mix of gray and black, busily gnawing on blades of grass. It was quite plump, perhaps a foot long. Elin's slight movement as he left the grass alerted the mouse. Realizing the danger, the plump creature raised its head. Given its size, the barren grassland around it was likely due to its foraging, making it quite a delectable target. Elin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. Upon noticing Elin's silhouette, the field mouse wasted no time fleeing. Elin extended his forked tongue, rapidly closing the distance. Just as he was about to catch it, the mouse vanished from his sight. Oh, a burrow? Elin arrived at the spot where it had disappeared and discovered a dark entrance. A faint breeze wafted from within, indicating it was not merely a solitary exit. Quite clever, aware of the need for multiple escape routes, Elin was not surprised. These field mice had many natural predators, yet their survival instincts had allowed them to thrive. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me. Without a doubt, there were likely many similar entrances nearby. With his presence, this particular hole would deter any field mice from daring to emerge. Utilizing his keen eyesight, Elin soon identified several other burrows and swiftly blocked them with stones mixed with dirt. Although this obstruction would not last long, it was sufficient for Elin. He then returned to the initial entrance and slithered inside. Little snacks, here I come. Chapter 12. A bountiful feast where he an ordinary snake. Elin would never dare to venture alone into a field mouse's burrow. After all, field mice are social creatures, and the teeth and claws of an adult mouse are no trivial matter. While a single field mouse would certainly not stand a chance against a snake, a group would present a different challenge. The darkness of the burrow did not hinder Elin's vision. Even before delving deeper, he could hear faint squeaks. The sounds were frantic and chaotic. It seemed the nest of field mice had realized that an entrance had been blocked. However, for creatures adept at burrowing, this was hardly a challenge, and it would not take long for them to dig through again. Unfortunately, Elin would not grant them the luxury of time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Elin entered the solitary entrance and began to bite indiscriminately. Any field mouse he encountered was met with a swift injection of venom. The narrow confines of the burrow left the mice no chance to evade his fangs. Elin's arrival was akin to a drop of water splashing into a hot frying pan, causing chaos. In an instant, the entire underground burrow was in disarray. Each field mouse that Elin bit was disregarded, and several managed to escape through the gaps. Yet, Elin remained unfazed. With his venom skill at level 3, these mice would not flee far before succumbing. He would simply gather the fallen nearby. Naturally, some brave, larger field mice attempted to confront Elin, only to break their teeth and squeal in pain. Venom level 3 activated. Squeak. Venom level 3 activated. Squeak. Venom level 3 activated. Squeak. Each bite elicited a chorus of pained cries from the mice. Their futile resistance was no match for Elin's iron skin. Gradually, a weaker young mouse fell motionless. With the first to fall, a chain reaction ensued, as one by one, the field mice succumbed, their eyes growing dim. A few minutes later, the once boisterous burrow, reminiscent of a bustling market, had fallen into a deathly silence, littered with the bodies of field mice. Under Elin's level 3 venom, not a single mouse could endure beyond 5 minutes. Observing the abundance of corpses, Elin beamed with joy, unable to contain his grin. His sharp fangs glinted in the dark burrow, exuding a chilling aura. Coupled with his current demeanor, it was both amusing and eerie. He did not immediately feast, but instead emerged from the burrow to survey the surroundings. A few had escaped. He needed to retrieve them quickly. Shortly thereafter, Elin returned, carrying 6 field mice, and began to indulge in his feast. Beep. The host consumed an ordinary field mouse, gaining 163 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed an ordinary field mouse, gaining 152 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed an ordinary field mouse, gaining 173 evolution points. After completely devouring the smaller young mouse, he shifted his focus to the larger field mice. Some of these sizable creatures measured half a foot long and 2.5 inches wide. He was not a python. His muscular contraction capabilities were limited, and forcing them down would likely lead to choking. Thus, he resorted to his former method, beginning to tear into the mice. The scene quickly turned bloody. Beep. The host consumed a shred of ordinary field mouse flesh, gaining 0.06 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a shred of ordinary field mouse flesh, gaining 0.05 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a shred of ordinary field mouse flesh, gaining 0.04 evolution points. Beep. The host consumed a shred of ordinary field mouse flesh, gaining 0.07 evolution points. After a considerable effort, Elin had consumed all the field mice within the burrow, amassing over 50 evolution points. What a delightful experience. Looking at the total of 58 evolution points, Elin chuckled. It seemed he would need to explore more mouse burrows in the future. Chapter 13. A month time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. A month has passed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been in this world for a month. By a crystal-clear stream, Elin gazed at his reflection in the water, sighing inwardly. At this moment, he had grown more than double his size compared to a month ago. His current status was as follows. Name, Elin. Level, Beast level 7. Species, Half-Demon, King of the Azure Serpents. Size, 175 centimeters long, 59 centimeters in circumference. Talent skill points, 0. Evolution points, 0.640. Based on his physical condition, the host could learn no new skills. However, he had mastered the skills. Swift movement level 1, venom level 7, iron skin level 5, wide eyes level 2, and sharp fangs level 5. His special ability, telepathy. Power evaluation, unremarkable. After breaking through from beast level 3 to level 4, his title changed from Azure Serpent to Great Azure Serpent. Upon reaching level 6 and then level 7, he transitioned from Great Azure Serpent to King of the Azure Serpents. His species evolved from an ordinary creature to a half-demon. Simultaneously, he acquired the ability of telepathy. The system's evaluation of his strength had also shifted from novice to unremarkable. At this moment, a faint outline of a crown appeared on his serpent's head, symbolizing his identity as the King of the Azure Serpents. However, these changes were not the most surprising to Elin. The most exhilarating revelation was that when he evolved from Azure Serpent to Great Azure Serpent, he unexpectedly gained 2 talent skill points. Initially, he thought it was a fluke, but subsequently, each evolution granted him 2 talent skill points. Furthermore, upon evolving from level 6 Great Azure Serpent to level 7 King of the Azure Serpents, he received 3 talent skill points. Thus, from level 3 to level 7, he had accumulated a total of 9 talent skill points. Thus, he directly elevated the 2 most practical skills, iron skin and sharp teeth, to level 5, while wide eyes was enhanced to level 2. Compared to a month ago, his strength is now drastically different. Yesterday, to test his abilities, he deliberately exposed himself to the gaze of a half-human tall hawk. He allowed the creature to attack him. Whether it clawed or pecked, it felt merely like a tickle. In fact, Elin even provocatively let it grab him and soar into the sky, only to plummet from a height of over 100 meters. The result was merely a slight dizziness. Otherwise, nothing of concern occurred. The hawk, seemingly frightened, swiftly retreated. Indeed, today's Elin possesses such resilience. Describing him as invulnerable would not be an exaggeration. In a vast expanse of grasslands, Elin soon arrived at a large patch of greenery, slightly tinged with yellow, and sighed softly. This area, once lush with vegetation, has become even more abundant after a month of his nurturing. At a glance, it is filled with dense foliage, vibrant and teeming with life, blossoms blooming in profusion, a sight that is simply breathtaking. Were it not for the onset of autumn, with some flora already wilting, the scene would be even more delightful. The reason is simple. In this short month, he has cleared out at least 20 nests of mice and voles. He has also consumed a considerable number of rabbits. Were it not for their formidable reproductive capabilities, they might have faced extinction by now. Previously, within this area, one could occasionally spot patches of land stripped bare by herbivores, now covered entirely in fresh grass. I am truly a diligent serpent, toiling for a month for the sake of nature's ecosystem. Witnessing this scene, Elin felt an immense sense of satisfaction and shamelessly thought to himself. Originally, this region had already formed a balanced ecosystem. The excess rabbits and mice were regularly preyed upon by hawks, snakes, and the like. Yet, since his arrival, everything has been thrown into disarray. Due to a lack of food, many snakes and hawks have migrated, several of which have found their way into his belly. This area, though seemingly brimming with trees and life, is, in truth, utterly lifeless. Besides some insects and birds, larger animals have become nearly invisible. It is time to depart from this region. The area is filled with merely ordinary beasts, and their scarcity no longer satisfies him. Chapter 14. A Dance of Monsters? The granary grasslands are a dead end, flanked by towering mountains, resembling a vast valley. My cave is situated at the valley's edge. That stream serves as the boundary between the outside world and the valley. Over the past month, Elin, while not straying far, has gained a general understanding of his surroundings. With a splash, Elin coiled his body and entered the water, swiftly crossing the stream. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he turned his serpent head to gaze at the cave of his birth, paused in silence for a moment, and resolutely departed. Before him lay a flat expanse. This stream must have a main current. Elin slithered along the bank, observing the widening flow of water, contemplating silently. Where there are rivers, life flourishes abundantly. At present, the evolutionary points provided by ordinary small creatures are negligible, nearly non-existent. Thus, he must seek out areas rich in aquatic vegetation. It would be ideal to encounter lions, turtles, or similar beings. And so, Elin continued along the water's edge. The small animals he encountered along the way were disregarded entirely. For him at this moment, beasts below his level no longer held any interest. Since elevating wide eyes to level 2, Elin can easily discern the levels of other creatures. As time passed, the waterway widened and quickened. Gradually, it transformed from a stream into a river. The creatures he encountered also exhibited increasingly higher levels. After tirelessly traveling all day, the stream beside him had become a grand river. At this moment, the diversity of species within his sight was expanding. There were creatures soaring through the skies, swimming in the waters, and scurrying on land. All these animals possessed at least a level 1 status. However, upon catching sight of Elin, they were all subdued by his formidable aura, retreating in fear and not daring to approach. Thus, along his path, various creatures circumvented him, some gazing at him in awe, while others fled in a panic as if they had seen a ghost. Oh, the animals here seem considerably smarter. Elin observed this with excitement and astonishment. Previously, in the granary grasslands, those hawks would attack him upon sight. In stark contrast to the creatures before him, they had transcended mere animals. They should be more aptly termed as demon beasts. Observing their lively and intelligent eyes, Elin quietly mused. Indeed, this is no longer the world I once inhabited. Upon witnessing this scene, Elin felt a sudden wave of melancholy. However, he quickly regained his composure. Before him unfolded a series of vivid scenes. Beast Level 3, Lihualu. This creature is a quadruped with a coat of deep red fur, its eyes resembling torches, exuding an inexplicable radiance. It possesses a pair of blood-red antlers. Most strikingly, flames flicker from its mouth. Beast Level 2, Sanyen Gue. By the riverbank, a large black turtle, the size of two people embracing, rests upon a boulder. Its dark, hard shell shines brilliantly under the sun, dazzling to the eye. Most notably, it bears 3 eyes atop its head. Beast Level 2, Qing Feng Ying. Beast Level 3, Li Chi Hu. Surrounded by peculiar creatures, none of which could be deemed normal. In other words, those creatures beneath his level simply do not qualify to inhabit this space. It is indeed a chaotic dance of monsters. For a moment, Lin felt as though he had entered a mythical realm. Chapter 15, Unscathed. Outsider, why do you trespass upon my territory? Just as Lin was lost in reverie, a rugged voice suddenly resonated within his mind. A transmission of spiritual awareness. It is at least a being of my level. Lin's gaze sharpened as he abruptly turned towards the Grand River. With a splash, a large wave surged, and a sky-blue toad leapt from the water. It soared 3 meters high before landing steadily on the bank, 2 meters away from Lin. The toad stood at least 2 meters tall, resembling a small mountain of flesh before Lin. Its eyes, the size of copper bells, fixated on Lin, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that sent various birds and beasts fleeing in panic. In the blink of an eye, within a radius of several dozen meters, not a single living creature could be seen. The scene fell into a deep silence. At this moment, in Lin's eyes, Han Shui Hua, Beast Level 8. According to the system's classification, beasts of Level 7 rank as semi-demons, possessing the ability of spiritual communication. Different species can converse freely. It actually surpasses me by 1 level. Lin gazed in astonishment. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for the system had not issued a warning. This indicated that the Level 8 Han Shui Hua posed no threat to his life. He couldn't help but lick his tongue, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If he were to devour this large toad, how many evolutionary points would he gain? However, until he comprehended the situation fully, Lin was not prepared to act recklessly. Territory? You claim this as your domain? Lin raised his upper body, meeting its gaze directly, flicking his tongue. Of course. Outsider. Do you not understand that intruding into the territory of other semi-demons is a provocative act? Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not leave here unscathed. The Han Shui Hua, under Lin's piercing gaze, suddenly felt a chill run through its body and, in anger, retorted. Although this little blue snake appeared feeble, its aura was slightly weaker than its own. Yet it possessed a certain intuition. If it were to act recklessly, its own fate would undoubtedly be far from favorable. Otherwise, it would have already taken action to drive Lin away. Half-demon? Territory? Provocation? Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes flickered, and he asserted with commanding resonance. You possess a fair amount of knowledge. Divulge everything you know. The audacious little serpent, unaware of its folly, instantly provoked the Han Shui frog. Quack! It roared, its large mouth opening wide as a torrent of azure water erupted forth. A faint chill emanated from the stream, rushing towards Lin like a sharpened blade. With a reflexive attempt to evade, Lin found himself too close. The icy current was swift, and he could not escape its grasp. The frigid wave enveloped his upper body, and even beneath the radiant sun, it rapidly crystallized into ice, effectively encasing Lin. In the blink of an eye, a moderately sized ice sculpture stood beside the river. Quack! The impudent little snake. The 2-meter-tall frog erupted into laughter, its demeanor one of triumphant glee. Yet, in the next moment, the ice sculpture shattered with a resounding crash, scattering ice shards across the ground, sparkling like diamonds under the sun. Quack! The sudden silence left the Han Shui frog with its mouth agape, eyes wide in a comical expression. How refreshing! How delightful! Lin shook his body, casting off the ice shards and swiftly regaining his mobility. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, then curiously regarded the Han Shui frog, asking, Great frog, are you giving me a shower? Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has been affected by the Level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining no harm. Chapter 16. Feel free to strike you. Quack. Upon hearing this, the great frog initially froze, then erupted into furious croaks. With a swift motion, it opened its mouth once more, unleashing 3 successive icy breaths. Come on. Lin's eyes lit up. He neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the cold currents to strike him. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 frigid streams struck the same spot on Lin, freezing him into an even larger ice sculpture. Ding. Host has been affected by the Level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining no harm. Ding. Host has been affected by the Level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining no harm. Ding. Host has been affected by the Level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining minor damage to a scale. As the same area was attacked repeatedly, the outermost scale could no longer withstand the pressure, resulting in a slight injury. To Elin, it felt akin to a mosquito bite, causing no discomfort whatsoever. How delightful. Dear brother, go ahead, continue your assault. I shall not evade. A wave of coolness enveloped him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Earlier, in his haste to travel, he had basked under the sun for quite some time, resulting in a slight discomfort from the heat. Now, with the Han Shui frog's generous assistance, that heat receded like a tide, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. Ah, quack! You wretched reptile, I shall see you perish. I shall see you dead. The Han Shui frog was instantly consumed by rage, its eyes bloodshot, and its belly swelling like a balloon. Puff, 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 like a machine gun. Icy breaths shot forth from its mouth, targeting none other than Elin. The spectacle was quite grand. Ding. Host has been affected by the level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining no harm. Ding. Host has been affected by the level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining minor damage to his scale. Ding. Host has been affected by the level 8 Han Shui frog's icy breath, sustaining more serious damage to his scale. As the cold current struck, the sweet notifications from the system resonated in Elin's mind. Only after over 30 icy breaths landed on the same spot did he finally feel a twinge of pain, akin to a gentle cut from a pencil sharpener. His body instinctively flinched slightly. Huh, is this the defense of Iron Skin level 5? It has certainly not let me down. Elin laughed heartily. Iron Skin level 5 significantly enhances the hardness of the host scales. Passive ability. The host scales are as hard as iron, seamless, and can withstand all attacks from intermediate beasts. It significantly weakens attacks from half-demon level foes. Having elevated Iron Skin to level 5, he faced the full-force assault of the level 8 Han Shui frog with negligible harm. Of course, this also somewhat related to the nature of the Han Shui frog's attacks. Nevertheless, the formidable defensive capabilities of Iron Skin level 5 were evident. Little frog, you are lacking. Elin grinned, displaying his menacing fangs at the bewildered Han Shui frog. Chapter 17. Foolishness. At this moment, the Han Shui frog lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a wilted eggplant, utterly exhausted and lacking the will to move. Its heavy breathing indicated its weakened state. Clearly, the previous relentless expulsion of icy breaths had taken a significant toll on it. When it finally noticed Elin's presence, the frog snapped back to reality, shaking itself awake. It hastily attempted to retreat. Shall I steam you? Or braise you? Or stir-fry you? Elin approached with the swiftness of the wind, gazing at the large frog. With a smile that was both playful and menacing, he slowly opened his mouth, revealing fangs that glimmered like steel needles. Gulp! The Han Shui frog trembled at the sight, involuntarily swallowing hard, its legs quaking. In its current fatigued state, it could not hope to outrun Elin, who was of comparable strength. Most importantly, it was utterly bewildered. Despite unleashing its full power, it found its opponent unscathed. Was it a fluke? The aura emanating from Elin seemed weaker than its own. Logically, the first breath should have sent the opponent fleeing in disarray. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. In that moment, the frog began to question its very existence. Am I dreaming? Its eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily lost in thought. Hiss! Just then, a moist tongue flicked against its face, accompanied by a sharp hissing sound, snapping it back to reality. Quack! Faced with the menacing jaws and fierce fangs, the Han Shui frog cried out, prostrating in utter submission. Spare me, Great One. I, the little demon, failed to recognize your majesty as the embodiment of the Azure Dragon. I should perish for my ignorance. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I was captivated by your extraordinary grace. I am but a lowly frog, with elders above me and tadpoles beneath. I implore you, Great One, to forgive my transgressions and treat me as a mere speck, granting me release. As it wept and bowed in supplication, tears flowed like pearls, while it fervently kissed the grass at Elin's feet, showering him with flattery. The depths of its disgrace were astonishing. Elin was left utterly speechless. Although he had no intention of killing the frog immediately, wishing to extract information from it, he was nonetheless taken aback by its shamelessness. What did it mean to embody the Azure Dragon? Not a trace of draconic essence could be found within him. And as for being captivated by his grace, the audacity of claiming to be surrounded by elders and tadpoles was beyond absurd. Where had it learned such ridiculousness? Seeing Elin remain unmoved, the frog assumed its words had not had the desired effect. In a moment of desperation, it hastily transmitted, Great Lord Qing Shi Huang. You may not be aware, but I have been here all along, simply awaiting your arrival. By heaven's grace, I have waited decades to behold your noble figure. The previous reckless attack was merely to ascertain your true identity. Otherwise, I would not dare to act against you, even with tenfold courage. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down, and may I meet a wretched end. Behold your current grandeur, the crown upon your brow, a clear omen of your impending transformation. Perhaps it will not be long before I am reduced to merely licking your toes. Oh no, merely to lick your excrement. Enough. Witnessing this unending flattery, with no respite in sight, Elin could not help but exclaim with a sharp reprimand. His heart was filled with exasperation. How could this fellow possess such an audacious demeanor? He could scarcely endure it. The sycophancy was almost enough to induce his embarrassment. Elin's voice resonated like thunder. The Han Shui Hua immediately trembled, shrinking back and stammering in fear, unwilling to utter another word. Yet its eyes, as large as copper bells, gazed at Elin with a pitiful expression, tears still trickling down. Were Elin still in human form, he would likely be grimacing in agony at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his urge to scoff and asked in a low tone, "What is your name?" "I am called Han Han." The Han Shui Hua replied without hesitation, its voice filled with respect. "Han Han. Foolish?" Elin could only manage a weary retort. "Very well. I shall henceforth refer to you as foolish." He rolled his eyes and stated bluntly, "My lord, it is Han Han, not foolish." The Han Shui Hua corrected earnestly upon hearing this. Elin narrowed his eyes, casting a nonchalant glance at it, an inexplicable chill enveloping the air. "Reporting to my lord, I am called foolish, not Han Han." The Han Shui Hua replied with a sudden shiver, insisting with a righteous demeanor. "Now that is more like it." Elin nodded in satisfaction. "Now, foolish, tell me all that you know. For instance, what place is this? And what do you mean by half-demon territory?" "Of course, my lord." Foolish hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting Elin's fierce gaze, it began to rattle off information. Chapter 18, The Great Wilderness, so it is. After approximately 15 minutes, Elin nodded with contentment. Under the gleaming fangs that glinted with cold light, the Han Shui Hua divulged everything it knew. Elin had gleaned all he wished to know, as well as some things he had not intended to inquire about. He had acquired a general understanding of his current surroundings and the state of this world. Although the insights were somewhat rudimentary, they were a marked improvement from the previous fog of confusion. From Foolish's revelations, Elin learned that this world was known as Dahuang. He was situated in a southern tributary region of the Chongqing River, which was the mighty river flowing beside him. However, due to its location at the tributary's terminus, the river was not particularly wide, measuring only 30 to 40 zhang across. This was largely due to Foolish's low cultivation level, merely at beast level 8. According to Foolish, this equated to a small demon of level 8. With such cultivation, it could only cower in the tributary's end, subsisting on dust. The Chongqing River was a river filled with spiritual essence. Within a radius of 10,000 li, nearly all avian demon beasts resided along its banks or within its waters, as it significantly accelerated their absorption of the world's spiritual energy, enhancing their cultivation efficiency. Thus, the more advanced demon beasts gravitated towards the main channel of the river, residing in spiritually potent locations. Foolish found itself at the southern tributary's end, surrounded by countless tributaries, all inhabited by half-demon levels, ranging from small demons of levels 7 to 9. Several dozen li upstream from this location was a tributary fork, home to the local tyrant, the Heishui Great Snake. The Heishui Great Snake transcended the small demon level 9 and was a true first-tier bloodline beast of Dahuang. In comparison to the likes of Foolish, the strength of the Heishui Great Snake was incomprehensibly superior. If one were to proceed further upstream for several hundred li, they would reach the main channel's bifurcation, where the second-tier bloodline beast, the Jinli Jing, resided. Beyond that lay the heart of the Chongqing River, a region brimming with spiritual essence, a veritable haven for cultivation. However, at this moment, it had already been divided among 4 great demons, occupying the cardinal directions. Currently, the powerful demon in the southern area where Elin found himself was a Qing Jiao, a third-tier bloodline beast of Dahuang. This was the result of a fierce struggle among numerous demon beasts, leading to the establishment of the current territorial arrangement. Nonetheless, within the confines of this tributary, skirmishes and territorial disputes occurred incessantly. Each demon beast held its territory in the highest regard, often regarding it as a matter of life and death. This was why Foolish had initially displayed hostility upon encountering Elin, believing him to be a usurper. The situation in the Chongqing River region was thus. Meanwhile, the Chongqing River was merely a fragment of the vast Dahuang. To the north of the river lay the edge of the Luori mountain range, where many formidable demons made their abode. The east bordered the Donghai, rumored to harbor various dragon kings. The west was a desolate expanse, beyond which it was said resided human cultivators. At the southern extremity, a chasm blocked passage, and no one knew what lay beyond. Dahuang, Chongqing River, great demons, and human cultivators? This world is truly fascinating. Lin mused to himself, brimming with anticipation. However, I am still far too weak. The System's assessment of my lackluster standing is indeed quite accurate. Chapter 19. Subjugation. In this southern region of the Chongqing River alone, there resided hundreds, if not thousands, of half-demons and even bloodline beasts. This is undoubtedly my prime source of sustenance. Upon learning this information, Lin felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with fervor as his tongue instinctively flicked. Upon witnessing Lin's ravenous demeanor, foolish large, copper-like eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Under normal circumstances, one would expect an outsider like Lin to exercise greater caution upon hearing of the numerous powerful demons in the vicinity. What could account for this excited and animated expression? It was utterly perplexing, as Lin's thoughts wandered to the prospect of consuming this large toad. He quickly regained his composure, his slit-like pupils scrutinizing the Han Shui Hua with ill intent. This scrutinizing gaze sent shivers down Foolish's spine, its legs quaking in trepidation. My lord, my flesh is foul. I have not bathed in 100 years. I implore you to reconsider. Foolish managed to muster a smile more grotesque than tears. In that moment, it felt as if it had regressed to its early days as a mere frog, living in constant fear, leaping away at the mere sight of a snake. Snakes were, after all, one of the greatest predators of frogs. It was for this reason that no serpentine demon beasts could be found in this tributary's end. They were either driven away or killed. Lin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Foolish, the silence growing increasingly ominous. My lord, I have been constipated for 3 months. My belly is full of waste, truly not appetizing. After a few moments, unable to withstand Lin's penetrating stare, Foolish burst into tears. Lin, taken aback, felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. Enough, enough. I have no interest in your putrid flesh. He rolled his eyes repeatedly, exasperated. Releasing this toad was not out of any sense of mercy. Rather, he had concluded that it would be prudent. As a newcomer, unfamiliar with the serpentine landscape, having a native guide would undoubtedly facilitate his subsequent endeavors. Thank you. My lord Qing Shiwang, you are truly the embodiment of benevolence, destined to transform into the Azure Dragon, becoming the sovereign of all serpents and striking fear across the realms. Foolish exclaimed with relief, showering Lin with praise. Pray tell, where did you acquire such skill and flattery? Lin could no longer restrain his sarcasm. I must confess, esteemed sir, that I once had the fortune to serve a great demon general. Hearing this, Han felt a tinge of embarrassment. A demon general is a title bestowed upon beings that have transcended mere half-demons, having attained the bloodline of a formidable beast at the pinnacle of the great wilderness. I see. Lin nodded in understanding. Under the command of a demon general, it is likely that Han could only survive by currying favor, for its abilities were indeed lacking. Very well. Regardless of your past identity, you shall henceforth be my little brother. Are you willing? Lin proclaimed with authority, revealing his sharp fangs, grinning as he gazed at the creature. He thought to himself that if this frog dared to refuse, he would simply devour it. After all, it would not be difficult to find another little brother. I am willing, Han exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, forcing a smile. Yet inwardly it scoffed. What other choice did it have? May I inquire your name, my lord? This king is Lin. Remember it well. Lin? Han was taken aback, wondering why such a name did not evoke the image of a serpent. However, it dared not voice its thoughts. Chapter 20. Cultivation. Now that you have submitted to me, you shall immediately divide a portion of your spiritual essence. Lin commanded without room for dissent. Of course. Han chuckled nervously, though internally it lamented, groaning all the while. Yet under the menacing glare of Lin's fangs, it could only display a pained expression, struggling to divide its spiritual energy. Before long, it appeared weak, expelling a thread of sky-blue aura that floated before Lin. After releasing this fragment of spiritual essence, it felt utterly despondent, its face etched with despair. Not only had it lost its cultivation sanctuary, but it had also forfeited its freedom. Lin consumed the essence in one swift motion. Ding! Host has captured an 8th-tier half-demon, Han Shui Hua, and received 10 evolution points. Upon swallowing Han's fragment of spiritual essence, the system chimed a sweet notification. Excellent. Lin nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual essence is the fundamental essence of most beings, akin to the power of the soul. By mastering a fragment of Han's spiritual essence, Elin had gained dominion over its life and death. From this moment forth, he could not only pinpoint Han Han's location through this essence, but, if he so wished, completely consume it. In such a case, Han Han would not only suffer but might also lose its intelligence, devolving into a mere beast, devoid of reason. For a demon beast, this fate would be more painful than death itself. You appear to be in a dire state. Quickly, seek refuge in the river to recuperate. Despite his joy, upon seeing Han Han's near-expired condition, Elin furrowed his brow and spoke. He had initially intended to have it lead him to the nearby half-demon habitat to commence the process of consumption and evolution, but now he had to pause. Han Han had previously exerted itself to attack Elin, disregarding its own stamina. Now, having divided its spiritual essence, it was in a truly weakened state. My lord, forgive my bluntness, but do you not intend to cultivate immediately? Han Han asked cautiously, its mind swirling with confusion. Elin had come to seize its territory, surely. It was for the purpose of cultivation? Yet, aside from this point, Han Han could conceive of no other reason. It was well known that in the Chongqing River region, bloody conflicts erupted daily, primarily over the contention for cultivation grounds. The density of spiritual energy in a certain area of the river is limited at any given moment. Thus, the cultivation of demon beasts involves absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Consequently, it is nearly impossible for two demon beasts of similar cultivation levels to coexist in the same area, as this would significantly diminish their efficiency, unless they happen to be mates. Han Han had initially planned to find a cool, shady spot to rest and gradually recover. Yet, Elin did not drive it away. Instead, he had generously offered the energy-rich sanctuary to it. Han Han was momentarily bewildered. Absorb energy? Cultivate. Upon hearing this, Elin was filled with disdain. According to Han Han's previous remarks, it was exceedingly difficult and slow for ordinary demon beasts to ascend, even occupying a so-called cultivation treasure. Han Han had taken nearly 50 years to rise from level 7 to level 8. This pace, for Elin, who possessed an infinite evolution system, was akin to watching an elderly lady cross the street, agonizing. Of course, this was also related to Han Han's inherent qualities. Originally an ordinary frog, it had serendipitously received the blessing of a demon general, spending over a century to attain its current level, a rather mediocre endowment. In contrast, the offspring of demon generals, demon kings, or great demons, possessing noble bloodlines, could cultivate at an astonishing rate. A century would suffice for them to reach the peak of half-demon status or even become bloodline demon beasts. Elin was acutely aware of his own qualifications. He was merely an ordinary green serpent. If he were to cultivate honestly, he feared he might never ascend to the level of a demon general. To call it cultivation would be more akin to leisurely retirement. Therefore, he held little regard for the so-called cultivation treasure of the Chongqing River. I grant you 3 days to recuperate. After that, regardless of the circumstances, you must accompany me. Elin, uninterested in further discussion, declared this and turned to depart. 3 days would be ample time for Han Han to recover. Upon hearing this, Han Han's expression shifted, and without hesitation, it submerged into the river, beginning to absorb energy to restore itself. Chapter 21. 3 days after sending Han Han away, Elin sought a dimly lit spot to rest. Serpents naturally favored dark environments. And although Elin's soul remained human, certain habits had gradually shifted under the influence of his serpentine form. As for the demon beasts nearby, he disregarded them entirely. On his journey prior, he had also devoured numerous 4th and 5th tier lesser demons, yet the results were dismal. After consuming 10, he had only gained a meager point of evolution. Presently, he required a staggering 640 evolution points to evolve. Even if he wiped out all the lesser demons surrounding Han Han, it would not suffice for his evolution and would be an utter waste of time. Based on his estimates, the transition from 6th tier lesser demons to 7th tier half-demons represented a significant divide. The disparity was immense, not merely reflected in their spiritual essence. Thus, he shifted his focus entirely to the half-demon tier. His previous willingness to endure Han Han's attacks was not solely to subdue it, but also to test his current defensive capabilities. Clearly, the results had been satisfactory, providing him with a clear understanding of his strength. He surmised that even if he were not a peak half-demon, he could likely contend with a 9th tier half-demon, and escaping would not pose a challenge. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early one morning, as the sun rose from the east, Elin's figure emerged, causing the myriad birds and beasts along the Chongqing River to scatter in a frenzy, creating quite the commotion. Suddenly, from the crystal-clear, mist-laden surface of the river, a sky-blue frog had emerged. My lord, Han Han leaped onto the shore, bowing respectfully to Elin. Have you recovered? Elin gracefully approached, casting a casual glance at it. Reporting to my lord, I have fully recuperated. Han Han replied with enthusiasm. Elin scrutinized it for a moment, until Han Han felt a twinge of trepidation before he slowly nodded. After 3 days of recuperation, Han Han appeared revitalized, its large, bell-like eyes gleaming with vigor. It seemed even more lively than when they first met. May I inquire what my lord commands? I shall brave boiling water and fire, willing to face death without hesitation. Han Han volunteered, its demeanor fervent, embodying a loyal lackey. Externally, it displayed utmost respect, while internally, it felt a pang of bitterness. Its life was now in Elin's hands, and it dared not entertain any disloyal thoughts. Moreover, it understood the necessity of being proactive in its tasks. Otherwise, if Elin becomes displeased, he might directly devour its essence, leading to utter destruction. Oh, Elin glanced at it unexpectedly. He had assumed the creature would display a mournful visage akin to one bereaved of its parents. Instead, it exhibited remarkable understanding. This was fortuitous, as it spared him quite a bit of trouble. Should this little frog exhibit commendable behavior and possess a fortunate fate, he might consider sparing its life and granting it a chance for growth. Elin pondered silently, then spoke. You have resided here for over a century. You must be quite familiar with this area. Now, tell me, who occupies the nearest half-demon territory? What is their level of cultivation? Han Han, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded and responded respectfully. Yes, my lord, not daring to voice the doubts swirling in its mind upon witnessing Elin's undeniable demeanor. The nearest occupant of the branch lineage is a toxic water lizard. It is just a mile away. Chapter 22. The Toxic Water Domain Half-Demon Level 8? Mastery of the Toxic Water Splatter Technique. Excellent. Take me there at once. Elin, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Very well, my lord. Han Han, seeing this, could only comply respectfully. The Chongqing River area, vibrant with spiritual energy, boasted dense trees and towering wildflowers. Overall, it resembled a vast expanse of grassland. The tributary of the Chongqing River coursed through it, resembling a network of veins nourishing the land. Under Elin's urging, the serpent and the frog hastened their journey. On the plains, with each leap, Han Han could soar 3 zhang. As for Elin, his crawling speed on this flat terrain rivaled that of a cheetah. If he had wings, he would likely have taken to the sky. Along the way, under the aura of the half-demon, all lower-tier creatures hastily cleared a path. The mile-long distance was covered in an instant. Is this the habitat of that toxic water lizard? A mile from the river ahead, the serpent and the frog halted. Elin gazed forward, furrowing his brow. At this moment, the appearance of the Chongqing River tributary had undergone a significant transformation. The pale green waters flowed languidly, completely obscuring the original visage of the Chongqing River. In his perception, there was only a single massive life force in the vicinity. Not a single bird was seen in the sky. Evidently, they had been driven away by the toxic emanations of the lizard. What a formidable toxin! Elin could not help but exclaim in admiration. My lord, the toxic water lizard is lurking at the riverbed. What shall we do now? Han Han inquired cautiously, its bulging eyes darting around. It could not fathom Elin's intentions. If it were for territory, they had already occupied its former dwelling, seemingly unnecessary to provoke an enemy. After all, they resided at the lowest tier of the Chongqing River tributary, a place lacking in potent spiritual energy, and the concentration of elemental essence was thin, incapable of producing precious cultivation crystals. Thus, occupying one territory sufficed. Acquiring more would not only be futile, but would also require additional vigilance. Elin, upon hearing this, paid no heed to Han Han's concerns, but continued to observe the pale green river. His thoughts surged like lightning, rapidly processing information. At this moment, since they were not too close, the toxic water lizard remained oblivious to their presence. After a while, Elin slowly spoke. Han Han, how is your relationship with this toxic water lizard as neighbors? Han Han, hearing this, was initially startled, then surveyed the river nearby, pouting. To be honest, my lord, I used to live here. Oh, upon hearing this, Elin's eyes flickered. It seemed that Han Han shared a rather unpleasant history with the toxic water lizard. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the spiritual energy of this segment of the river was noticeably more vibrant than that of Han Han's previous residence. Very well. In that case, I shall ask you this. Do you wish to take revenge? Elin turned his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. Revenge? Of course. What command does my lord have? I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Han Han's eyes lit up at once. It had long been displeased with that foul lizard. Yet, Due to its limited strength, it had been unable to confront it. At this moment, eager to demonstrate its loyalty, it thumped its right foreleg against its abdomen with a resounding thud, akin to a human thumping their chest, appearing rather comical. Elin could not help but chuckle. Then his expression grew serious as he transmitted his thoughts. You must do this. Chapter 23. Luring the lizard out of its den. Understood, my lord. Shortly thereafter, Han Han received Elin's transmission. After careful consideration, it found no issues and immediately began to flatter, as expected of my lord. Such a brilliant plan. Elin shot it a sideways glance. Unimpressed. What is so brilliant about this? It is merely luring the snake out of its hole. Luring the snake out of its hole? Is it not luring the lizard out? Han Han, upon hearing this, immediately widened its round eyes, filled with confusion. Elin was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Did he need to explain the origin of this idiom? That would be akin to playing music to a cow. Enough. Why do you concern yourself with such details? Hurry and carry out the plan. After a brief pause, Elin rolled his eyes and urged. Subsequently, Elin withdrew several zhong, remaining motionless among the dense thickets, quietly lying in wait. Han Han obediently followed Elin's instructions, swaggering over to the riverbank. It then activated its spiritual perception and bellowed, "Stinky reptile, Frog Lord has come to visit. Quickly emerge and pay your respects." Its croak reverberated through the tranquil river domain like thunder, shattering the silence. After calling out, Han Han felt invigorated and at ease. The earlier frustration of being subjugated by Elin dissipating. Previously, it had been humiliated by the toxic water lizard, yet lacked the strength to retaliate. Although they were both level 8 half-demons, Han Han's skin was not as tough as the lizard's scales, making it an unequal match. Now, with Elin backing it, Han Han felt emboldened. Its speech became remarkably arrogant. "You insolent creature." Splash. Suddenly, the toxic river water erupted, and a deep roar emerged from the surface. A lizard, its body a shade of blue-green with glaring green eyes, emerged rapidly to the shore. "So it is you, wretched frog. It seems I have not taught you a lesson enough last time. You have not learned your lesson." The toxic water lizard's emerald eyes locked onto Han Han, blood vessels visibly straining. Clearly, Han Han's words had incensed it. Under the lizard's menacing gaze, Han Han instinctively shrank its neck, a flicker of fear surfacing in its heart. In that instant, it recalled the miserable state it had been in after being dealt with by the toxic water lizard. But soon, it remembered Elin lurking not far behind, and its courage surged. "Humph, you stinky lizard. Even from a mile away, I can smell the foul stench emanating from you. Today, I have come to drive you away. You are simply too foul, disrupting my cultivation." Han Han adopted an arrogant stance, nostrils raised, refusing to even glance at the toxic water lizard. In its words, it displayed an exaggerated expression of disgust, as if on the verge of vomiting, dismissing the lizard entirely. This provocation was enough to incite the creature to advance and deliver a fierce beating. "Ah, you are courting death, seeking your own demise." Upon hearing this, the toxic water lizard was instantly infuriated, smoke billowing from its 7 orifices. Its bloodshot eyes glared at Han Han, teeth grinding, as it snarled viciously. As a toxic water lizard, it loathed being called foul, and Han Han's insolent demeanor only fueled its rage further. It opened its mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of toxic mist. At that moment, Henin took the initiative, unleashing a frigid current that surged forth, targeting the toxic water lizard. The lizard, disdain evident in its eyes, opened its mouth wide, releasing a thick cloud of green mist. The vibrant green poison mist collided with the cerulean cold current midair. The crisp sounds of ice forming and the eerie hissing of corrosion intertwined, creating a dissonant symphony. Ultimately, both forces dissipated into scattered primordial energies of heaven and earth. No wonder it was so arrogant. It had evidently experienced a surge in power. However, its current prowess was still woefully inadequate. Observing this, the toxic water lizard flicked its tongue, a glint of cruelty flashing in its eyes. It resolved to teach this audacious frog an unforgettable lesson today. Chapter 24. Did you eat excrement? Henin exclaimed in disbelief, narrowing its eyes defiantly, declaring, "I refuse to believe it." With a swift motion, it inflated its belly and unleashed several more frigid breaths. Instantly, an inexplicable chill enveloped the area, reminiscent of the winter solstice. A nearby puddle began to freeze over. "Humph, overestimating yourself." The toxic water lizard scoffed, then opened its cavernous maw, gathering an immense amount of demonic energy. A visible toxic mist materialized from its mouth, thick and potent. Under compression, it became viscous, quickly forming a glowing green sphere. The deadly orb shot forth like a bolt, aimed directly at the cold current frog. All the cold breath attacks directed at the toxic water lizard transformed into green ice cubes upon contact with the venomous sphere, adhering tightly to it. Rather than diminishing its strength, they only served to augment the poisonous ball, making it appear even more formidable. Impossible. Henin's expression was exaggerated, its mouth agape and eyes wide, filled with disbelief as it beheld the toxic sphere barreling towards it, imbued with its own coldness and overwhelming poison. Its countenance shifted, and it promptly turned to flee. With a rapid leap, it bounded several feet away. Boom! The toxic sphere struck the ground where Henin had just been, erupting in a violent explosion, creating a small pit half a foot deep and a foot wide. Toxic mist engulfed the area, with shards of ice shooting out, producing piercing sounds that echoed ominously. Despite Henin's quick reflexes, it was still struck by a shard laced with poison. One of its hind legs bore a deep gash, the toxin seeping in. Ah! Quack, quack, quack. The crimson blood within turned a dark hue, gradually spreading outward. The flesh at the wound began to rot at a visible pace, causing Henin to cry out in agony. It quickly summoned its internal demonic energy to the injured area, suppressing the spread of the poison. With the support of its demonic energy, the toxin was contained, the dark hue ceasing its advance. However, this also restrained Henin's strength, significantly reducing its speed. It could still jump far, though. The toxic water lizard chuckled coldly. Having been poisoned, how fast do you think you can escape? With a series of heavy thuds, it swiftly advanced towards Henin, its massive form making a dull sound with each step, leaving clear footprints behind. Nevertheless, the lizard's speed was not to be underestimated. It was only slightly slower than Henin at its peak. In a matter of moments, it had traversed dozens of feet and was now behind Henin. Today, I shall savor the taste of a frog, the toxic water lizard announced, bearing its rows of jagged teeth, a foul blood stench emanating from it as it lunged for Henin's hind leg. Sensing the malevolent aura behind it, Henin's face paled in terror. However, spotting a nearby thicket, it quickly regained its composure. Your breath reeks. Have you been eating excrement? With a powerful leap, it narrowly avoided the gaping maw while turning midair to mock the lizard. I hope you can still make a sound later. The toxic water lizard's face darkened at the insult, its fury palpable as it quickened its pace, closing the distance between them. Soon, the frog and the lizard reached a thicket where Lin was concealed. Chapter 25. A resounding slap. Little frog, keep running. Let me see how far you can go today. At this point, the toxic water lizard was merely 10 feet behind Henin. Observing the slowing pace of the cold current frog, it wore a mocking expression, relishing the sight. It refrained from attacking, choosing instead to follow leisurely, as if savoring a performance. Henin's earlier insults had not gone unnoticed, and the lizard was determined not to let its foe die too easily. It would offer a glimmer of hope before delivering a final, crushing blow to satisfy its grudge. Unperturbed, Henin leaped into the dense thicket, its figure vanishing in an instant. Hee, playing hide and seek? My favorite. The toxic water lizard's eyes glinted with malice as it slowly slithered into the thicket, chuckling to itself. It pinpointed Henin's location, moving its limbs as thick as a human thigh in pursuit. Just then, a rustling from the adjacent bushes caught its attention. Who was it? The toxic water lizard immediately focused its green, slitted eyes on the disturbance, filled with wariness. It had been entirely focused on the cold current frog, and Lin had deliberately suppressed his aura, making him go unnoticed until now. Didi detected a half-demon toxic water lizard. Meanwhile, Lin's eyes were fixed on the lizard, his mind resonating with the system's alert. Upon seeing its robust form, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Green snake? Who are you? And why are you encroaching on my territory? The toxic water lizard, upon recognizing Lin, was initially taken aback before responding coldly. Its earlier nervousness dissipated as it assessed Lin's aura, realizing he was merely at the 7th tier of cultivation. Confident in its own strength, a peak among the 8th tier, it dismissed the half-demon entirely. Lin, however, ignored the lizard's words, his gaze appraising it with increasing brightness, as though eyeing an exquisite delicacy. How many evolution points could such a sizable creature provide me? He mused internally, filled with anticipation. Lin's unabashed hunger did not sit well with the toxic water lizard. Roar! It roared in fury, glaring at Lin with a ferocious expression. Little snake, I shall give you one more chance. Leave my territory at once, and I shall overlook your trespass. If it weren't for that detestable cold current frog, I would have already taught you a lesson. As for whether the frog could escape, it was of no concern, for as long as they were not too far apart, it could track the frog by scent. With a swift motion, Lin lunged forward, striking the toxic water lizard with his tail. The movement was remarkably swift, leaving behind afterimages. The tail's tip was as sharp as iron, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Crack! The toxic water lizard, caught off guard, was struck solidly. The force was so immense that even its hefty body swayed slightly. However, that was all it amounted to. Quite tough-skinned, Elin noted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. With his 5th-level iron skin, his scales were as hard as steel. Had that strike landed on the cold current frog, it would have surely left a deep gash. However, the opposing entity appeared utterly unfazed. "Ah, you are courting disaster." The Du Shui suddenly erupted in fury, roaring incessantly. It had believed itself to be sufficiently merciful, yet the response it received was akin to a slap across the face. Moreover, it was inherently a ferocious and brutal creature, characterized by its domineering and cruel nature. Its habitat made it evident that it would not tolerate even an ant within its territorial bounds. With a thunderous roar, the Du Shui lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed directly at Elin. Chapter 26. The Struggle. Observing the 2 rows of sharp, green teeth, Elin naturally refrained from underestimating the threat, opting against testing his defenses. The foul odor emanating from its mouth was sufficient for him to discern the venomous nature of its saliva. Without hesitation, Elin swiftly evaded to the side. The Du Shui, missing its strike, was not one to relent easily. "Die!" It hissed, extending its forelimb, revealing 4 glistening claws that sliced through the surrounding grass, menacingly aimed at Elin's rear. Instead of the anticipated sound of flesh tearing, a series of metallic clinks resonated, accompanied by sparks flying in various directions. The Du Shui momentarily froze, feeling the unexpected hardness against its claws. It should have been tearing through flesh, yet it felt as if it had struck a granite surface. Realizing its folly, it withdrew its claws to discover their tips dulled, and glanced at the site of its previous attack. There, on Elin's tail, lay only shallow scratches, barely breaking the skin. What on earth is happening? The Du Shui was bewildered, staring at Elin in disbelief, even questioning if he had transformed from a dragon, given the thickness of his skin. Beep. Host encountered an 8-segment half-demon Du Shui's claw attack. Scales have sustained minor damage. Concurrently, a sweet voice echoed in Elin's mind. Excellent. With this notification, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If his 5th-level iron skin could largely immunize him against the creature's claw assaults, then the odds of close combat were significantly in his favor. Unfortunately, at present, he had no alternative but to rely on close-range attacks. The only effective long-range attack involved venomous spray, which required penetration into the opponent's bloodstream to be effective. Should he fail to withstand the onslaught, he would have to resort to a secondary strategy, which would be considerably more troublesome. Seizing the moment while the Du Shui was momentarily dazed, Elin twisted his body, opening his gaping maw to sink his teeth into the creature's back scales. Simultaneously, he began to coil around its neck. With a sharp snap, his 5th-level fangs met minimal resistance, piercing through the scales and sinking into its flesh. Instantly, a spray of green blood erupted, some droplets even landing in his mouth. Beep. Host has been invaded by trace amounts of toxin. Beep. Host's physique is robust, immune to toxin attacks. Upon hearing the notification, Elin could not help but feel speechless. Truly, the Du Shui was toxic, as even its blood contained venom. Fortunately, the concentration was low and posed little threat to him. Otherwise, he would indeed be in a precarious situation at that moment. With a sudden, sharp pain emanating from its back, the Du Shui regained its senses, letting out a pained cry. It then began to thrash wildly, attempting to throw Elin off. Level 7 venom activated. Elin clung tightly, injecting venom. The Du Shui, aware of its own poisonous nature, clearly feared this outcome. Boom, boom, boom. It rolled over, thrashing on the ground, uprooting patches of grass and kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, the area was left in disarray. However, Elin did not release his grip. Instead, he coiled even tighter around the creature, encircling its neck. Thus, regardless of how it struggled, it could not escape his binding. Though it attempted to bite him, its neck was too tightly ensnared to turn effectively. The frantic clawing had little effect on him, aside from a twinge of pain. He felt nothing more. As time passed, the venom coursing through the Du Shui gradually rendered it weaker. Who are you? My Shui clan will not let you go. You are doomed. It roared, its eyes filled with fury and chaos, even as it faced its impending demise. Despite being a half-demon endowed with considerable intelligence, it did not plead for mercy. Instead, it unleashed the primal brutality and bloodlust inherent in its bloodline. This was the common trait of lower-tier bloodline demon beasts, wild and savage. As for the Hanliuhua, That was an exception. Humph. Still defiant in the face of death. Eileen scoffed coldly, tightening his grip. You are finished. I will skin you alive. You will suffer in the venomous pool for 3 days and nights. The Du Shui Shi bellowed in fury, yet its cries were futile. After about a quarter of an hour, its voice grew weaker and weaker until it was entirely silenced. Life truly is resilient. This snake is utterly exhausted. Once he confirmed the creature's complete stillness beneath him, Eileen released his grip and exhaled deeply, remarking with a smirk. This hunt had indeed cost him considerably. After all, the opponent was formidable, and had he not caught it by surprise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Chapter 27. We've invoked significant trouble. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Shortly after, a sky-blue frog had emerged, cautiously observing the surroundings before confidently hopping out. My lord, I have arrived. Han Han approached Eileen, casting a wary glance at the motionless Du Shui Shi, then grinning in a sycophantic manner. Yet, internally, it was utterly astonished. It had initially believed that even if Eileen could defeat the creature, he would surely be gravely injured. However, at that moment, it seemed that reality was rather different. Well done. Eileen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Were it not for Han Han luring the lizard away from the toxic river, he would have been at a loss. It is only right. Han Han seamlessly embraced the role of a sycophant. Ribbit, my lord, how did you manage to kill it? Han Han suddenly exclaimed, its eyes widening in disbelief. Initially, it had thought the loathsome lizard was merely unconscious, but upon further sensing, it realized the creature had perished. It was utterly shocked. It had never considered killing it, merely wishing to teach it a lesson. This was not due to any inherent kindness. Low-tier demon beasts simply did not possess such sentiments. What is this? Are you afraid it will be lonely? Should I send you down to keep it company? Eileen raised an eyebrow at Han Han's words. He then smiled slightly, licking his lips with mischievous intent. No. Of course not. I have a deep-seated enmity with that foul lizard. Han Han quickly recoiled, stepping back involuntarily, clearing its throat nervously. However, this lizard was not a solitary creature like Han Han. It had a family backing it. We've invoked significant trouble. Han Han hastily explained, fearing Eileen might devour him. The term wildborn refers to beings like Eileen and Han Han, who have evolved from the most primitive beasts. They possess no inherent demon-beast bloodline, and among the demon populace, they are colloquially referred to as grass bandits. Family. That lizard mentioned something about the Du Shui Shi clan. How much do you know about it? Pray tell. Upon hearing this, Eileen's eyes flickered with interest. Reporting to my lord, it is as follows, the Du Shui Shi clan. Han Han immediately launched into an animated explanation, leaving no detail unspoken. Moments later, Eileen nodded, unhurriedly processing the information. Why is this happening, your majesty? I suggest we withdraw swiftly. With your prowess, seizing a territory from other minor branches would be a trivial endeavor. Henin, observing Yilin's nonchalant demeanor, fell silent and began to persuade him earnestly. Oh, why should we retreat? Yilin inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Your majesty, although the Du Shui Shi clan has fallen, they still possess 9 peak half-demons within their ranks. Henin grew anxious, hastily speaking, only to pause midway. It desperately wanted to express that despite Yilin's formidable strength, he would still be no match for them. Yet, fear held its tongue, as Yilin revealed 2 menacing fangs. With me as your backing, what is there to fear? Utterly useless. Yilin shot a cold glance at Henin, who shivered in response, too intimidated to voice further objections. Were it not for Henin's obedience and its role in leading and luring other half-demons, Yilin would have contemplated converting it into evolution points. As you indicated, the Du Shui Shi clan won't receive news of their kin's demise anytime soon. We still have time. When that moment arrives, we need not fear them. Seeing Henin's dismal expression, Yilin's demeanor softened, and he spoke gently. With the wonders of his infinite evolution system, he would soon trample the Du Shui Shi clan beneath his feet. Of course, he chose not to disclose this to Henin. Henin opened its mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Its heart was heavy with sorrow, questioning how this king could be so arrogant. They had at most half a month left, but what could they achieve in that fleeting time besides fleeing? Yet, a fragment of its essence remained in Yilin's grasp, leaving it too fearful to escape. Chapter 28. Exclusive immunity talent. Noticing Henin's forlorn expression akin to one who had lost their parents, Yilin shook his head, choosing to disregard it. He gazed at the lizard carcass before him, resembling a small hill, his eyes ablaze with fervor. With a swift motion, he tore off a small piece of flesh and swallowed it whole. The moment it entered his mouth, a foul stench assaulted him, leaving no room for savoring the taste. The green blood erupted, corroding the surrounding flora, creating dark green holes. Beep. Host has consumed a piece of the 8th tier half-demon poison water lizard's flesh, gaining 32 evolution points. Beep. The flesh contains toxins. Host has developed a resistance to extreme poison. Stamina decreased by 0.01. Remaining stamina, 0.99. Warning. Stamina has dropped to 0.5, which will affect strength performance. Stamina has dropped to 0.3. You will enter a weakened state. Stamina has dropped to 0.05. There is a risk of life-threatening conditions. Remain vigilant. The system's notifications bombarded him, accompanied by several warnings. 32. Huh. Wait, what? Upon hearing this, Yilin initially rejoiced, only for his expression to shift as a wave of discomfort surged within his abdomen, his mouth feeling peculiar, an overall sense of unease. Is there a solution? Yilin's expression darkened, mentally consulting the system. If this is how I feel after one bite, what if I consume the entire creature? Though stamina could gradually recover or be replenished through consumption. In the perilous and beast-infested Chongqing River region, it was prudent to maintain peak condition at all times. Beep. Command received. Analyzing toxin resolution. Beep. Analysis complete. Host can consume the poison water lizard's gallbladder to achieve immunity to its extreme poison. The system's efficiency astonished Yilin, filling him with delight. Oh, the gallbladder? He quickly observed the poison water lizard's corpse, utilizing his senses to scan for the gallbladder's location. Within moments, he identified it in the creature's abdomen. Without hesitation, Yilin bit down hard at that spot. Soon, a greenish, oil-like sac emerged, still warm, exuding a faint green, acrid mist. Is it truly safe to consume this? Yilin scrutinized the gallbladder, which was roughly the size of an adult's palm, his snake-like head scrunching in distaste. Had it not been for the system's assurance, he would never dare to ingest it. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swallowed it whole, avoiding a bite for fear of encountering an odd taste. With a pop, the gallbladder ruptured within Yilin's stomach, releasing a warm liquid. Instantly, he was overwhelmed by a nauseating sensation reminiscent of consuming something vile. He fought against the urge to vomit, focusing on digesting the bile. Beep. Host has consumed one gallbladder of the 8th tier half-demon poison water lizard, gaining 51 evolution points. Beep. Due to the host's toxic constitution, which aligns with its traits, you have acquired the exclusive talent for immunity to the poison water lizard's extreme toxins. Exclusive talent for immunity to extreme poison? Yilin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hastily examined his attributes panel. Name, Yilin Cultivation. Minor Demon, 7th tier race. Half-Demon, King of the Green Serpent. Stamina, 0.99. Peak Condition, Spirit Power, Inferior Physique. Height, 175 centimeters. Girth, 224 centimeters. Talent Skill Value, 0 evolution points. 193, 640 based on his physical condition. The host can currently learn no new skills. Skills mastered. Swift Movement, Level 1. Venom, Level 7. Iron Skin, Level 5. Wide Eyes, Level 2. Sharp Fangs, Level 5. Special Ability, Telepathic Communication. Expanded Ability, Exclusive Immunity to Extreme Poison, Poison Water Lizard. Strength Evaluation, Inferior. Haha, it can be like this? Wonderful. Truly magnificent. This infinite evolution system is astonishing. Yilin erupted into laughter, his joy evident. Beside him, Henin, having temporarily recovered from its despondency, stared at him in bewilderment. Chapter 29. Consumption. Witnessing Yilin's gruesome consumption initially terrified Henin. However, Yilin's sudden outburst of laughter further bewildered it. In a fit of excitement, Yilin turned his gaze back to the enormous lizard carcass, his eyes glistening with desire as saliva pooled in his mouth. With a fierce bite, he tore into the flesh. The sounds of tearing flesh echoed as he devoured recklessly, free from the constraints of toxicity, and began to consume voraciously. Beep. Host has consumed a piece of the 8th tier half-demon poison water lizard's flesh, gaining 42 evolution points. Beep. Host has consumed another piece of the 8th tier half-demon poison water lizard's flesh, gaining 37 evolution points. Beep. Host has consumed yet another piece of the 8th tier half-demon poison water lizard's flesh, gaining 35 evolution points. Beep. Host has consumed one more piece of the 8th tier half-demon poison water lizard's flesh, gaining 38 evolution points. As he continued to eat, the system's notifications persisted, and his evolution points surged. Sensing this, Yilin became increasingly exhilarated, his demeanor growing more frenzied and bloodthirsty. In the grass, green blood splattered, and chunks of flesh flew about, resembling a scene from a battlefield. In the midst of it all, Yilin stood as the main character, his gaping maw agape. sharp fangs glistening with a mix of gray-green blood and flesh. Green blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, coating his entire body and dripping onto the ground. His cold, vertical pupils radiated a brutal desire, filled with greed. At that moment, he resembled a demon that had escaped from the depths of hell, exuding a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura that instilled dread in others. "Why, Your Majesty?" Henin, witnessing this scene, was utterly petrified. Yilin's insatiable and covetous expression was all too real, leaving Henin weak in its legs, engulfed by a wave of intense fear. It had never anticipated that Yilin sought trouble with the poison water lizard merely to hunt for sustenance. Had it not been for the deadly leverage Yilin held over it, Henin would have fled at once. It was well known that ordinary minor demons could thrive by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, requiring no time to hunt, let alone the bloodline beasts. Henin itself hadn't consumed anything in decades. Thus, it was filled with trepidation. At this very moment, Henin was truly fearful, apprehensive that Yilin might be unable to resist the temptation of consuming him as a mere snack. Yilin, however, was deeply engrossed in his work, paying no heed to Henin. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood meat from an 8-segment, half-demon poisonous water lizard, gaining 43 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed another piece from the same creature, acquiring 39 evolution points. He was already lost in the ecstasy of devouring flesh. Though the meat of this poisonous water lizard was quite unpleasant, even foul in odor, it did not diminish his appetite in the slightest. Soon, as chunks of flesh were swallowed, Yilin's evolution points surged past the 100 mark. Upon receiving this notification, he regained a semblance of rationality and glanced at the corpse before him, astonished to find that only a small portion, perhaps less than 1/6, remained. The size of this poisonous water lizard was indeed considerable, nearly equivalent to 2 Henin combined. Yilin appeared diminutive beside it, akin to a mere worm. It was no wonder that it had previously underestimated him. Swallowing this lizard would undoubtedly elevate him to the 8-segment realm, significantly enhancing his power. Yilin licked his lips, elated. Chapter 30, Iron Skin Level 8. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood meat from an 8-segment, half-demon poisonous water lizard, gaining 33 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed yet another piece, acquiring 36 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed a final piece, earning 158 evolution points. Half an hour later, Yilin swallowed the last substantial piece of flesh, leaving behind only a bloody skeleton. At this moment, he had fully amassed his evolution points. Simultaneously, the system's sweet notification chimed. Beep. Evolution points are full. The host begins to evolve. As the system's alert resonated, a mysterious warm current surged forth once more. Powerful and grand, it coursed through his limbs and bones, bestowing a mystical enhancement. Before long, his body began to expand at a visibly rapid pace. Hiss. A fierce tearing sensation from the flesh made Yilin cry out in pain, rolling on the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Blood began to seep from his skin. My lord, Henin, witnessing this, was frantic but dared not approach. Fortunately, this arduous process did not last long, as the warm energy seamlessly integrated into his flesh. The injuries sustained during the transformation swiftly healed. The excruciating pain receded like a tide in the blink of an eye. Yilin finally ceased his struggles, exhaling deeply. Beep. The host has successfully evolved, gained 3 points of innate skill value. Beep. The host's physique has advanced further. The innate skill level of venom has increased by 1. Following this, the familiar enhancement announcement from the system followed. Excellent. 3 skill points. I shall immediately allocate them all to enhance Iron Skin. He promptly issued the command. Beep. The host strengthens the skill Iron Skin, consuming 1 point of innate skill value. Iron Skin upgraded to level 6. Beep. The host strengthens the skill Iron Skin, consuming 1 point of innate skill value. Iron Skin upgraded to level 7. Beep. The host strengthens the skill Iron Skin, consuming 1 point of innate skill value. Iron Skin upgraded to level 8. A continuous flow of mysterious warmth surged through, enveloping his entire scaly body. Damn, why is it so itchy? Zzz. Instantly, a wave of tingling itchiness enveloped his scales, causing Yilin to exaggerate his snake-like features as he rubbed against the ground to alleviate the discomfort. After quite some time, having carved a half-inch deep trench into the muddy earth, the itchiness finally subsided. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Yilin finally lifted his upper body, muttering in annoyance. He then eagerly looked at the skill description. Iron Skin level 8. Greatly enhances the hardness of the host scales. Passive ability. The host scales are as tough as iron, with no gaps, providing substantial immunity to all attacks below that of demon generals. Previously, it was significant immunity. Now it has transformed into substantial immunity. He chuckled to himself, reveling in his newfound defense. Even a peak 9-segment half-demon would find it impossible to harm him. He smiled smugly and then turned his gaze to his status panel. Name, Yilin. Cultivation, 8-segment minor demon. Race, half-demon, king of the green serpents. Physical ability, 1, perfect state. Spiritual awareness, below average. Size, length 205 centimeters, width 68 centimeters. Innate skill value, 0. Evolution points, 01280. Given his current physique, the host can learn skills, none. Skills mastered, godly movement level 1, venom level 8, iron skin level 8, broad eyes level 2, sharp teeth level 5, special ability, spiritual transmission. Expansion ability, exclusive immunity to toxicity, poisonous water lizard, strength evaluation, below average. My lord, Henin, witnessing Yilin's sudden expansion and the rise in his aura, was unable to conceal his astonishment at Yilin's breakthrough. His previously round eyes were now wide open, as if they might pop out at any moment. Is this really possible? Henin began to doubt the nature of existence. My lord, have you truly broken through your cultivation? Feeling the power radiating from Yilin, which rivaled his own, Henin exclaimed incredulously. What's wrong? Have you yet to awaken? In a euphoric state due to his enhanced strength, Yilin turned his head and flashed a smile at Henin. Instantly, a powerful and formidable aura enveloped Henin. Gulp. Henin froze in place, unable to help but retreat, fear evident in his eyes. Congratulations, my lord, on your breakthrough. Your demon power has deepened. Soon, Henin managed to regain his composure, suppressing the shock within, and bowed respectfully. However, a hint of confusion and disbelief lingered in his eyes. This is too unbelievable. Did he really break through after consuming a lizard? Especially a half-demon level? If such a phenomenon were true, the entire Chongqing River region would be drenched in blood by now, leaving no place for him to stand. According to his knowledge, only demon beasts of the same bloodline could experience a significant power surge after mutual consumption. Yet, Yilin appeared to be an ordinary green serpent, with no connection to the bloodline of this poisonous water lizard. At that moment, Henin was utterly perplexed. Could it be that Yilin was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and this poisonous water lizard merely served as a catalyst? Other than this notion, he could not conceive of any other explanation. What a misfortunate creature. With this thought, Henin cast a sympathetic glance at the lizard's remains. All right, now, quickly lead me to the next half-demon territory. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Yilin eagerly commanded. Huh. Henin was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. What do you mean? Seeing Henin's daze, Yilin narrowed his eyes and swiftly struck him with his tail. Crack. Henin winced in pain and quickly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Yes, my lord. After this, he suppressed his lingering doubts and, with a powerful push of his hind legs, leaped into action. While Yilin battled the poisonous water lizard, Henin had been following his orders to recover. Now, having expelled all toxins, he was back to normal and moved swiftly. Yilin had not enlisted his help earlier, primarily due to Henin's weak, cold breath, which was prone to accidental harm. It was of little assistance. Moreover, if the poisonous water lizard had fled at the onset of a 2-on-1 situation, Yilin would have found himself at a loss. As Henin leaped forward, Yilin coiled his body and closely followed, heading toward the nearby half-demon territory. At this moment, they found themselves at the confluence of the Chongqing River's tributaries. On the very edge of the Ling River, the various demon beasts residing here possessed similar strength, mostly ranging from levels 7 to 8 half-demons. The pinnacle level 9 half-demons could only be found deeper within. The distances between the tributaries were short, merely 1 or 2 miles apart. Before long, a serpent and a frog came upon a verdant stretch of water where the crystalline depths revealed a thriving aquatic environment. This place was starkly different from the habitat of the toxic water lizard, as numerous minor spirits meandered within. Birds and beasts, insects and mosquitoes were all visible. Flowers bloomed abundantly, and the lush grass stretched endlessly, exuding a vibrant aura of life. However, in the eyes of Yilin and Han Han, the concentration of elemental energy in this realm was still inferior by a third compared to the toxic water lizard's former abode. Even when compared to Han Han's own territory, it fell short. In the Chongqing River area, spiritual land signified everything. To maintain dominance over a prime river domain inherently denoted considerable strength. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Ahead lies the territory of that diminutive shrimp. Han Han pointed forward with his webbed hand. Chapter 32. I am intrigued by your form indeed. Elin nodded slightly, gazing ahead to sense the spiritual fluctuations within. It appears this half-demon possesses feeble strength, he murmured. Your Majesty, I report that in the vicinity, this Hungza shrimp is indeed the weakest of the half-demons. It only became a half-demon 20 years ago. Currently, it remains at level 7, wielding the skill Frosted Ice Fist. Han Han explained eagerly, but was promptly interrupted by Elin. Let us charge directly. Recognizing his opponent's low power, Elin flicked his tongue, disinterested in employing tactics that would merely waste time. Previously, he had instructed Han Han to lure the toxic water lizard due to the latter's formidable prowess and the poisonous nature of the river. However, now that he had significantly increased his own strength, such subtleties were unnecessary. Whoosh! With that, Elin moved with the swiftness of a released arrow, emanating an unparalleled ferocity as he surged forward, stirring a gale that sent Flora flying. Even before he approached, the overwhelming aura of his 8th-level half-demon status enveloped the area. As the demonic energy surged forth, the myriad minor spirits nearby trembled in unison before hastily retreating, vanishing from Elin's line of sight in mere moments. Who dares intrude? His blatant display of aggression immediately alarmed the half-demon dwelling at the riverbed. A deep, resonant voice boomed. With a splash, the river's surface roiled violently, and a colossal, translucent shrimp emerged, its blue eyes gleaming with malice as it locked onto the azure serpent by the shore. Esteemed azure serpent, with your strength, you could easily claim a superior river domain. My humble abode is too trifling to accommodate your noble presence. What say you? Sensing the aura of an 8th-level half-demon emanating from Elin, the once menacing Hungza shrimp immediately deflated. It spoke cautiously, its bravado dissipating. Elin observed this with an odd expression, glancing back at Han Han. It seemed both these spirits were of the same ilk, cowards who preyed on the weak. Your suggestion is not without merit. However, I lack interest in your territory. Elin replied, shaking his head gently. Lack interest in my territory? Then why have you come? The Hungza shrimp stammered, bewildered. Hee. While I harbor no interest in your domain, I am quite intrigued by your form. What? The Hungza shrimp's mind momentarily faltered. It began to suspect whether this azure serpent was in its right mind. Yet, what followed was a sight that solidified its fears. The azure serpent's jaws opened wide, revealing gleaming fangs, its cold, vertical pupils fixated upon it with a lethal glint. Without further ado, Elin's form flickered, and he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the Hungza shrimp with great ferocity. You, Arg! The overwhelming stench of blood sent the Hungza shrimp into a panic, its eyes widening in horror. Although its mind was in disarray, it could no longer waste time on confusion. Frosted Ice Fist. It howled, its massive pincers snapping together like a hardened mallet, shimmering with a ghostly glow as frigid air radiated outward, causing the nearby waters to begin to freeze. With potent demonic energy, it hurled its attack towards Elin with a roaring wind. Overestimating yourself, Elin scoffed, showing no inclination to evade. Mid-air, he twisted his form. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air as his serpent tail met the Hungza shrimp's pincers in a sudden clash. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. The entire Hungza shrimp was sent hurtling back, like a rag doll. Ding! Host has encountered a level 7 half-demon Hungza shrimp's Frosted Ice Fist attack. No damage sustained. In contrast, Elin merely staggered slightly, remaining steadfast. I bear no grudge against you. Why act thus? If you desire the territory, I shall relinquish it to you. The Hungza shrimp, blood oozing from its cracked pincers, trembled in fear, its voice weak. Amidst its terror, frustration boiled within. It was acutely aware of its own limits, and had only dared to occupy the least desirable river domain. Yet now, it found itself confronted by a far superior foe. This shrimp demon was a far cry from the toxic water lizard. It seemed the spoils from this encounter would be meager. Elin mused internally. Although he had indeed ascended in power, the leap from level 7 to level 8 did not confer as much terrifying strength as one might assume. His true combat prowess lay in his innate skills. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you may now rest in peace, Elin stated, unwilling to prolong the encounter. He advanced, and, under the Hungza shrimp's fearful gaze, bit down viciously. Chapter 33. The Perplexed Han Han. Your Majesty. Quack. Elin acted swiftly. By the time Han Han arrived, the river's surface was littered with the remnants of what once was a shrimp. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed hard, casting a reverent glance at Elin before lowering his head. With delectable fare before him, Elin, uninterested in acknowledging Han Han, began to feast heartily. Ding. Host consumes a piece of level 7 Hungza shrimp flesh. gaining 23 evolution points. Ding. Host consumes a piece of level 7 Hungza shrimp flesh, gaining 25 evolution points. Ding. Host consumes a substantial piece of level 7 Hungza shrimp flesh, gaining 31 evolution points. Ding. Host consumes a large piece of level 7 Hungza shrimp flesh, gaining 78 evolution points. This Hungza shrimp was considerably smaller than the toxic water lizard. Thus, within a mere quarter of an hour, Elin had consumed it entirely, leaving behind only a hard, tasteless shell. To be fair, this shrimp meat was far more palatable than that foul lizard. After finishing, Elin smacked his lips, appearing unsatisfied, silently lamenting the rancid nature of the toxic water lizard's flesh. Had the lizard been alive to hear his complaints, it might have succumbed to apoplexy. However, the evolution points acquired this time were indeed disappointingly scant. While his own cultivation level had risen, the shrimp's strength played a significant role in that deficiency. After devouring the Hungza shrimp, he had garnered just over 100 evolution points, less than 1/6 of what he received from the toxic water lizard. His current evolution points stood at 103, 512, 780. He would need to consume at least 11 level 7 half-demons or 6 level 8 half-demons to have any hope of evolving. Elin murmured to himself. Yet even so, compared to other half-demons who toiled for years to cultivate their energy, his progress could be likened to riding a rocket. No, a spacecraft. After a moment of contemplation, Elin turned to the trembling Han Han and said, "All right, let us hasten to the next one." This Hungza shrimp had been pathetically weak, and he had sustained not a scratch while dispatching it. Even his stamina had only diminished by 1%. Thus, he need not rest at all, and can directly commence the next hunt. "Ah, very well, my lord." The timid Henin responded immediately, his voice quavering with anxiety. He was genuinely terrified by Yilin's bloodthirstiness and insatiable appetite. Having just devoured a poisonous water lizard and a Hungza shrimp, he was still not satisfied, and was now preparing for yet another slaughter. Contemplating this, he could not help but cast a glance at Yilin's gaunt belly, pondering, where had all the meat he consumed gone? Had it truly been digested in such a short span? Did he not excrete waste? Furthermore, why did the Lord consume so much blood and flesh of demonic beasts? Was he perhaps cultivating? A myriad of questions flooded Henin's mind. Yet, faced with the ferocious Yilin, he dared not inquire, fearing he might be used as a meal. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, in a deep green pool, a colossal head suddenly emerged, gazing toward the vicinity of the poisonous water lizard's domain, and spoke in a deep voice. "I can sense that Xiao Wu has perished. Husband, is it truly so?" A slightly smaller lizard head surfaced beside it, staring at the giant lizard, exclaiming in shock. "Indeed, this is the bloodline bestowed upon me by my esteemed father, warning me." The giant lizard's voice was frigid. The female lizard was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Ever since the previous clan leader ascended, the power of the bloodline had gradually waned, and our clan members had dwindled. Now, only 5 remain. The giant lizard's voice was filled with sorrow, which quickly transformed into furious roars. Now, Xiao Wu is also dead. Even though he possesses almost no bloodline power and his intellect is lacking, he is nonetheless one of our kind. Whoever it may be, I demand their demise. Roar. I demand their demise. A thunderous roar echoed within a 1-mile radius. Fortunately, the surrounding area was shrouded in toxic mist, devoid of life. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused chaos. In Chapter 34, Frenzied Consumption, Henin exclaimed, "My lord, ahead lies the territory of the multicolored carp." Subsequently, he led Yilin to a river abundant with aquatic vegetation and plump fish and shrimp. Without hesitation, Yilin charged forward with a ferocious aura. "Who are you?" A fish head suddenly surfaced amidst the rushing river, glaring intently at Yilin. It boasted scales of vibrant hues, shimmering under the sunlight. An overwhelming aura of an 8th level half-demon enveloped the area. Multicolored carp, 8th level half-demon, here to offer warmth. Upon examining it with his broad gaze, Yilin shouted, then lunged toward it. What? The multicolored carp was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Yilin attack, it erupted in rage. "You seek death." With a powerful flick of its tail, it raised its radiant, golden-hued tail and struck fiercely at Yilin. Henin did not follow closely. He merely heard several explosive roars, then witnessed a collision between Yilin and the multicolored carp, both plummeting into the river. A violent splash ensued, quickly giving way to tranquility. Before long, a pool of blood surfaced at the riverbed, staining the nearby waters red, turning it into a scene reminiscent of the river Styx. At the riverbed, a notification chimed. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon multicolored carp, gaining 375 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon multicolored carp, gaining 389 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon multicolored carp, gaining 412 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a fish head from the 8th level half-demon multicolored carp, gaining 644 evolution points. Splendid. An 8th level half-demon has directly provided me with 201 evolution points. Having finished his feast, Yilin licked his lips, satisfaction etched on his face, and then moved with purpose. Let us proceed to the next. He immediately turned his gaze to the Hanliu frog, who had been waiting patiently. Yes, my lord. Henin, still in a daze, nodded vacantly. The fate of that multicolored carp was apparent. The vast expanse of blood-stained water was a testament to it. Next, under Henin's guidance, the duo soon arrived at the territory of a crab. Without uttering a word, Yilin charged forward. In this vicinity, all creatures were 7th to 8th level half-demons. And Yilin felt no hesitation, fully confident in his superiority. After a brief struggle, the notifications rang out. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xianghua crab, gaining 411 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xianghua crab, gaining 452 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xianghua crab, gaining 398 evolution points. Subsequently, he ventured to another dwelling of demonic beasts. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 7th level half-demon Yoshue Biao, gaining 375 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 7th level half-demon Yoshue Biao, gaining 413 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 7th level half-demon Yoshue Biao, gaining 354 evolution points. And so, under Henin's guidance, Yilin feasted upon one half-demon after another. The evolution points surged skyward. Initially, Henin was astonished, feeling a mix of disbelief and confusion. However, as he witnessed one half-demon after another meet their demise and be consumed by Yilin, he gradually succumbed to numbness. In Chapter 35, Level 9, the notifications continued. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xuanshui turtle, gaining 366 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xuanshui turtle, gaining 477 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xuanshui turtle, gaining 399 evolution points. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the 8th level half-demon Xuanshui turtle, gaining 453 evolution points. Ding. Evolution points are now maxed out. Host begins evolution. After half a day's relentless hunting, as darkness enveloped the land, Yilin once again amassed a full quota of evolution points. Simultaneously, the sweet notification he had been eagerly anticipating rang out once more. Ding. Host has successfully evolved. Gained 3 points of talent skill value. Ding. Host's physique has advanced further. Talent skill venom level increased by 1. With his physique swelling once more, Yilin immediately commanded, consume 3 points of talent skill value to enhance Iron Skin. Having experienced the formidable nature of Iron Skin in several consecutive battles, Yilin directed almost all his attention to it. With Iron Skin, combat against adversaries of the same level became a mere crushing victory, yielding triumph at every turn. Ding. Host enhances skill Iron Skin, consuming 1 point of talent skill value. Ding. Host enhances skill Iron Skin. Ding. Enhancement failed. Host's talent skill Iron Skin is already at maximum level. What? Hearing the system's notification, Yilin was initially taken aback, then furrowed his brow. He examined the skill description. Iron Skin level 9. Max significantly enhances the scales on the host's surface. Passive ability. The host's scales are as hard as iron, with no gaps, allowing immunity to all attacks below the first level Demon General. Immunity to all attacks below the first level Demon General? That means, with my 9th level Iron Skin defense, I am virtually invincible among half-demons? Yilin exclaimed. Although he had anticipated this, he was still astonished by its power. Regrettably, there was no further advancement possible. Amidst the surprise, a hint of disappointment surfaced in Yilin's voice as he murmured, "Beautiful girl system, is there any way to break through?" Soon, Yilin slapped his forehead and turned to the system, recalling that this infinite evolution system was nearly omniscient. After all, it had provided the solution to the venom of the previous poisonous water lizard. Little snake, Your current bloodline tier is too low. Such overwhelming power is beyond your control. When you eventually break through to the first level demon general and undergo a transformation in your bloodline, you will be able to continue enhancing your skills. The system seemed to have anticipated Elin's inquiry, and a sweet voice immediately rang out. Bloodline rank. So that is it. Elin nodded gently upon hearing this. He promptly glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Elin, cultivation, little demon, 9th tier, race, half-demon. King of the Green Serpents, physical strength, 1, perfect condition, spiritual awareness, unremarkable, body size, length 305 centimeters, diameter 75 centimeters, talent skill value, 2. Evolution points, 02560, evolution condition, 1 portion of flesh from a first-tier Great Wilderness bloodline demon beast. Based on his physical condition, the current host is unable to learn any skills. None. Skills mastered, godly movement level 1, venom level 9, max level, iron skin level 9, max level, wide eyes level 2, sharp fangs level 5. Special abilities, spiritual transmission, expansion ability, exclusive immunity to extreme poison, poison water lizard. Strength evaluation, unremarkable. He adjusted the body size figures as the previous data was overly exaggerated. Chapter 36, Foolish Master. What is this additional condition? 1 portion of flesh from a first-tier Great Wilderness bloodline demon beast. How could I possibly procure that? Elin's expression changed upon seeing this, and he became flustered, unable to help but complain. Although he had never witnessed the might of a first-tier demon general, their power could easily surpass a multitude of pinnacle 9th-tier half-demons. How could they be easy to deal with? Even though he considered himself invincible among half-demons, he certainly would not dare to challenge their prowess at present. He was confident, but not arrogant or reckless. How frustrating. Am I destined to remain a half-demon for life? Elin thought, deeply troubled. Faced with a first-tier bloodline demon general, he would merely be a sacrifice. Unsatisfied. Just then, the system suddenly chimed in with a playful reprimand. Many half-demons expend their energy day and night, training until death without a chance to break the shackles of their bloodline. If they were to learn of such a rare opportunity, they would surely fight tooth and nail for it. Elin was momentarily taken aback by this admonishment, finding himself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in her words. Advancing for demon beasts is exceedingly arduous. One only needs to look at Han Han to understand this. Not to mention breaking the shackles of one's bloodline, a feat that could alter fate itself. Had it not been for the system's support, Elin was certain he would either have become mere fertilizer or been lurking in a corner hunting mice. I apologize for my ignorance. With that thought, Elin wore a wry smile and sincerely apologized. The continuous upgrades he had recently experienced had made him accustomed to the exhilarating sensation of rapidly rising strength. Now faced with a bottleneck, he was instantly displeased. In short, he had become complacent. The system huffed in acknowledgement of his apology. Alas, it seems that advancing to a first-tier demon general will require long-term planning. Elin sighed deeply. Indeed, even with the system, breaking the limits of his bloodline is an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Procuring flesh from a first-tier bloodline demon beast is hardly an easy task. Foolish master, how did I end up with such a fool? At that moment, the system's exasperated voice echoed in his mind. Why are you scolding me? How am I foolish? Elin retorted, momentarily speechless. You cannot defeat a first-tier bloodline demon general, but can you not contend with their direct descendants? The bloodline power within their offspring is more than enough for your advancement. Why not consider targeting those descendants? Furthermore, the flesh power of a demon general is overwhelmingly potent. You cannot currently convert or absorb it. Forcing it would only lead to your demise. The system spoke with a tone of frustration. All right. Upon hearing this, Elin pondered briefly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Those direct descendants of the demon generals naturally possessed the bloodline power of their elders. There is no need to engage in combat with those formidable demon generals. I was indeed foolish. Suddenly enlightened, Elin laughed heartily, his previous gloom dissipating, and his spirits lifted. Setting aside the matter of the first-tier flesh for now, I should first gather enough evolution points. However, it is getting late. After a full day of toil, it is time to rest. With a plan in mind, Elin turned to the dazed Han Han and commanded without room for dissent, "That will be all for today. Tomorrow we will venture deeper into the river to seek 9th-tier half-demons." With that, he disregarded Han Han and found a cool spot to comfortably recline. Okay, yes. My king. Han Han, returning to reality, stammered in confusion, its eyes glazed over. It truly could not fathom how, in such a short time, the king had advanced once more. Is this still a human? Oh no. Is this still a serpent? Chapter 37. King of Blackwater. I will reserve 2 talent skill points for unforeseen circumstances. Early the next morning, Elin opened his eyes and examined his panel, musing. He lifted his head and noticed Han Han already waiting attentively nearby. He nodded approvingly. Let us proceed to deeper areas. The serpent and the frog immediately set off, following the river deeper into the tributaries of the eternal Green River. Hundreds of miles away from them, a profound river domain flowed. This water body spanned several hundred zhang. And looking upstream, one could not see its source. Downstream, it divided into 3 tributaries, extending further. Among them, one was evidently the lair of the Bai Shui lizard clan. If one gazed further into the distance, they would find that each tributary branched into numerous smaller rivers, resembling a spider's web sprawling outward. Deep within the river domain, a palace entirely black floated upon the water. At its entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the ancient characters, Great Wilderness Deep Palace of Blackwater. This place was indeed the training palace of the King of Blackwater. Surrounding it were vibrant corals and aquatic plants, teeming with a multitude of colorful fish darting about. Nearby, numerous shrimp and crab soldiers patrolled back and forth. The spiritual energy here was vastly more vibrant than that found in Han Han's territory. The essence of heaven and earth naturally gathered towards the palace, thickening the atmosphere. A slender black water serpent, half a zhang long and as thick as an infant's arm, swam to the palace's front. Its 2 eyes glimmered like black gemstones, sparkling and translucent. Young miss. At the entrance of the Black Palace, the guardian was a half-demon level crab spirit. Upon seeing the water serpent, it immediately spoke with respect. The black water serpent, referred to as young miss, displayed a hint of urgency in her eyes as she nodded slightly and entered the palace. Upon entering, the surroundings became dim, enveloped in shadows. The hall was adorned simply, with only the walls etched with serpentine patterns, seemingly chronicling some history. Who is it? Did I not instruct that no one is to disturb unless it is of utmost importance? In the center of the hall coiled a large serpent, entirely black, which immediately opened its fierce eyes upon hearing the noise and gazed at the newcomer. Unbeknownst to it, an air of authority and bloodlust subtly emanated from its presence. Observing its form, it was evident that it belonged to the same species as the slender young serpent. However, compared to the latter, its size and aura were more than twice as powerful. It is I, father. The black young serpent respectfully lowered its head before it. So it is Tonger. Upon recognizing the visitor, the King of Blackwater's cold and ruthless gaze softened slightly. Haha, Tonger has come to visit father today. How rare. He chuckled and teased. Father, you mentioned wanting to refine the Blackwater demon essence. I did not wish to disturb you. The black young serpent's eyes twinkled as she spoke sweetly. Haha, you little girl. Speak. Why have you come here this time? The King of Blackwater laughed heartily, then continued. Father, I indeed have something important to report. Upon seeing this, the black young serpent's expression turned serious, and she spoke earnestly. The Qinggui clan to the east has recently shown unusual activity. Oh. Upon hearing the words, He Shui De Wang's expression momentarily shifted, and he spoke in a low voice. Do you know the specifics? The Qinggui clan, neighboring his He Shui clan, also harbors demon beasts of the general rank within their lineage. The most crucial point, however, is the inherent conflict between the 2 clans, which cannot be overlooked. Recently, they have been summoning the half-demons within their territory. He Tong immediately responded. Oh, are they inciting slaughter once more? Upon hearing this, He Shui De Wang grasped the situation. He extended his serpent-like tongue, and a glimmer of ferocity flickered in his vertical pupils as he coldly remarked. It seems that last time we did not inflict enough pain on that old fool. Chapter 38. The summons send someone down to notify all half-demons within the domain to gather swiftly. He Shui De Wang commanded with an imposing presence and authority. Yes, father. He Tong responded respectfully before retreating. What is this? As he looked at a small shrimp soldier presenting a wooden tablet with its pincers, Elin was taken aback. The tablet prominently bore the word summons inscribed in large Dahuang characters. He and Han Han had just ventured a little deeper into the river domain, yet to commence hunting when they encountered this shrimp soldier. Instead of showing fear, the shrimp soldier approached them voluntarily. Were it not for its low level, not even qualifying as a half-demon, Elin would have simply devoured it. A summons. What is this? Elin, puzzled, took the tablet from the shrimp soldier, who, having completed its task, retreated into the adjacent river. As for Elin's queries, it was not even a half-demon, lacking the ability to communicate and only able to accept orders. A summons? Han Han exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. How do you know about this? Elin turned to look at Han Han. Of course, Great King, Han Han, staring at the wooden tablet, was filled with shock. Oh, pray tell? Elin's curiosity was piqued. Well, Great King. Han Han took a deep breath before explaining. This summons is issued by the demon general of this generation in the river domain. All half-demon level beasts must respond to the call. He continued, our current demon general is the He Shui de Shi, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this tablet was issued by it. Elin furrowed his brow upon hearing this and laughed. Do you mean to say that you have a habit of convening meetings? Certainly not, Han Han replied with a wry smile. Great King, you are unaware. The He Shui de Shi usually does not impose any restrictions on us, and it is quite normal not to see each other for decades. The issuance of a summons is indeed rare, but once such a summons appears, it signifies the arrival of slaughter. It indicates significant events are about to unfold. There is a high probability of conflict between the He Shui de Shi and other demon generals. Oh, Elin's expression shifted at this revelation, and he frowned once more. If, as you say, this summons is fraught with danger, there should not be many half-demons who would dare to attend, right? Even those with low intelligence would not venture to seek death. He added, as for the potential repercussions from the demon general afterward, that is of no concern. At worst, we could leave this river domain. The Chongqing Dehe region is vast. Could a demon general pursue us throughout the entire river? However, Han Han shook his head. Great King, you are mistaken. On the contrary, numerous half-demons respond to the summons every time. Oh, Elin raised an eyebrow, speaking nonchalantly. But what is the reward? Great King, you are indeed insightful. Han Han flattered, then quickly added, those who respond to the summons, if they achieve sufficient military merit, will be rewarded with Yuan Jing. Upon hearing Yuan Jing, Han Han couldn't help but lick his lips, his gaze burning with fervor. The so-called Yuan Jing is the concentrated essence of the world's vital energy. Cultivating with Yuan Jing is far more efficient than absorbing vital energy, boasting an efficiency tenfold higher. I see, Elin nodded in understanding. He evidently grasped the significance of Yuan Jing. What, are you tempted? He cast Han Han a sidelong glance. Ahem, Great King. You jest. Han Han cleared his throat, stating, though I am indeed tempted, I am aware of my own limitations and shall not meddle in such affairs. Seeing this, Han Han coughed repeatedly. Strength is one aspect. The main reason is that Han Han is still relatively young and has another 200 or 300 years to live. There is no need to risk his life at this moment. Generally speaking, those who respond to the summons are primarily the elderly demons nearing the end of their lifespans or peak half-demons confident in their own strength. Go. Why not go? Yet. Elin licked his tongue, excitement evident in his eyes. Each one of us seeks prey, accumulating evolution points. How does scavenging on the battlefield compare? He added, moreover, they face half-demon level beasts as well. If that is the case, what do I have to fear? Han Han's expression soured at this realization. Enough. You are simply foolish. Just follow behind me. Elin shot him a glance, rolling his eyes and stating plainly, how could I not understand your intentions? All right, Great King. Han Han breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely concerned that Elin might regard him as mere fodder. Chapter 39, The Great Marsh with a Plan in Mind. Elin followed Han Han's lead toward the habitat of He Shui de Wang, the He Shui de Zhe. Along the way, they encountered many hurried half-demons, evidently sharing the same purpose. Great King, you are still quite young and possess exceptional talent. You will surely break through your bloodline and become a demon general in the future. Why take the risk on this journey? Throughout their travels, Han Han could not restrain himself from voicing his concerns. In his view, Elin's vitality was abundant and vibrant. There was no need to respond to the summons. From what he knew, every time a bloody battle occurred, only 1 in 10 half-demons survived. The mortality rate was exceedingly high. Typically, only those half-demons with no hope for breakthroughs would venture to fight. However, as he spoke, he suddenly recalled the gruesome scene from the previous day. Bearing witness to Elin devouring numerous half-demons and witnessing his subsequent breakthrough in cultivation, Han Han could not help but shiver. Did the Great King intend to? Han Han cautiously glanced at Elin, filled with fear, yet internally murmuring, could it be that the Great King is the legendary Tao Tai, the unparalleled beast known for devouring the heavens and the earth? But Tao Tai does not resemble the Great King in appearance. Could it be that the Great King is a distant relative of the Tao Tai clan? Han Han's curiosity surged, and his gaze toward Elin became peculiar, tinged with a hint of admiration. Tao Tai, such a legendary existence, said to be a supreme beast of the 7th-tier, heavenly demon level. A being that can stand alongside the Zhu Ke, Feng Huang, and Kuan Peng of ancient celestial demons. It is said that with a single mouthful, it can devour the heavens and the earth, rendering the sun and moon without light, as if doomsday has arrived. If the great king truly possesses the bloodline power of Tao Tai, the future is limitless. Why do you prattle on so? Elin cast him a sidelong glance, grinning slightly as he said, if you are afraid, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Han Han fell silent, with his very essence in Elin's grasp. Where could he possibly flee? Ignoring him, Elin focused entirely on the journey. As they delved deeper, the surrounding Chongqing River became increasingly wide. The intervals between encounters with half-demons grew shorter, occurring with great frequency. After about an hour, the snake and the frog arrived before a flourishing area rich in aquatic vegetation, teeming with life. The downstream branches converged here, forming a river nearly 2 miles wide. The vitality within surged, and the aura of the world was exceedingly vibrant. The abundant and rich vital energy in this place compelled Elin to take a deep breath. Instantly, he felt every pore in his body open, experiencing unparalleled comfort. Is this the He Shui De Wang's territory, the He Shui De Zhe? Han Han gazed at the dark, profound marsh before him, sensing the vibrant spiritual energy contained within. A surge of inexplicable envy welled up within my heart. If I could cultivate here, my efficiency would likely be several times greater than that of the previous meandering stream. Upon this realization, Henin suddenly found his existence somewhat lackluster. What? Are you envious? Elin cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well, to be honest, Your Highness, I am indeed quite envious. Henin responded, momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head and spoke candidly. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. Hee. Elin chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on the distant small island, and remarked meaningfully, is that all it takes to envy? In the future, I shall bestow upon you something even better. Huh. Henin was momentarily stunned, even doubting his own ears. He couldn't help but inquire, Your Highness, what did you just say? Enough. Let us make haste to the island. Elin, disinterested in further conversation, elongated his form and surged forward. Wait for me, Your Highness. Henin exclaimed as he hurriedly followed behind. Chapter 40. The gathering of demons. In the very heart of the Blackwater Marsh lay a small island, measuring a radius of about a mile. Perhaps due to its location in a spiritual realm, the island boasted dense foliage, rampant weeds, and vibrant blossoms, teeming with life. However, it lacked the expected melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blooms. The reason was simple. At this moment, it had become a gathering place for hundreds, if not thousands, of half-demons. Waves of potent demonic energy mingled in the air, fierce enough to deter any birds or insects from approaching. As Elin and Henin arrived at this location, they beheld a sea of half-demons, each with distinct appearances and varying auras. There were red-tailed shrimp, black scorpions, clam spirits, blue-eye snakes, and red-eyed loaches. Elin even spotted a large grass carp spirit. It was truly a chaotic gathering of demons. Upon their arrival at the island, they attracted little attention from the half-demons, with only a few on the fringes casting casual glances their way. They barely noticed Henin, but upon catching sight of Elin and sensing his formidable presence, they couldn't help but steal a few more glances. After all, a 9-segment half-demon was considered a master in this realm, making it difficult for him to remain unnoticed. Elin cast a casual glance at them. When they met his gaze, those few half-demons instinctively lowered their heads or shifted their eyes away. Your Highness, it appears that the Blackwater King has yet to make his appearance. Henin stretched his frog head to survey the gathering of half-demons and reported to Elin. Elin nodded slightly, then scanned the surroundings before casually finding a large tree to settle under for shade. Henin obediently followed suit. Brother Hanliu, I did not expect you to be here as well. In a short while, a hearty voice reached Elin's ears. He looked up to see a half-meter-long gray crocodile slowly approaching. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint aura of decay enveloping its body, indicating its advanced age and dwindling lifespan. Its gaze was fixed on Henin, who looked at the gray crocodile in astonishment, filled with confusion. Sensing Elin's scrutiny, the crocodile turned its head towards him. Upon feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Elin, it instinctively lowered its head and quickly shifted its gaze. Quack! So it's Brother A. Henin, seeing that Elin showed no particular reaction, finally raised his head to greet it. This gray crocodile was his neighbor and also an 8-segment half-demon, known as Ada. Unlike the poisonous water lizard, they shared a good relationship and had fought alongside each other in the past. Brother Hanliu, what brings you here? Ada circled around Elin before cautiously approaching Henin, casting a wary glance at Elin and whispering, and this esteemed person? Henin sighed softly at these words. Though his demeanor was resolute, he spoke firmly, We pursue the great path through our cultivation. It is a defiance against fate. Even if the road ahead is fraught with peril, we shall bravely forge onward. With Eileen by his side, he certainly did not dare to claim he had come voluntarily. Though I don't quite understand. It sounds really impressive, Ada responded, momentarily bewildered. Henin had learned this phrase from Eileen. Upon hearing it, he felt it had an air of sophistication, and thus it left a lasting impression on him. As for this individual, he is my lord. Henin's face immediately lit up with pride at the mention of Eileen, displaying an unmistakable air of sycophancy. He was quite practical in his frog identity. Ah, I see, Ada exclaimed, realization dawning upon him, and then he felt a tinge of envy. Having a 9-segment half-demon as a backing certainly increased his chances of survival in the impending battles. Chapter 41. Fury at this moment on Blackwater Island. The half-demons were vaguely divided into 3 factions, standing in 3 directions before a high platform. The leaders of these factions were a large toad, a lizard, and a snake. The toad on the left was entirely white, adorned with colorful spots on its back, clearly harboring potent toxins. On the right side, there was a long snake covered in dark red scales, its triangular head bearing 2 blood-red vertical pupils, exuding an unsettling aura. In the center stood a 1.5-meter-long green lizard, from which wisps of toxic mist occasionally wafted, causing the surrounding half-demons to hesitate in approaching. It was unmistakably a poisonous water lizard. Behind each of these 3 figures trailed a large number of half-demons, subtly aligning themselves as their subordinates. Among them, some half-demons seemed to harbor deep-seated grudges, glaring fiercely at one another, yet all were cautious, refraining from making any rash moves. Just as Henin and Eileen stepped onto Blackwater Island, the large poisonous water lizard appeared to sense something. What is that scent? It muttered, furrowing its brow. It then lifted its neck to sniff the air, carefully detecting that familiar yet unusual aroma. Initially perplexed, its expression rapidly shifted to one of alarm as it growled softly, "Little Wu. This is the scent of Little Wu's flesh and blood. There is no mistaking it." With this realization, it erupted in fury, throwing its head back and letting out a thunderous roar that resonated across the entirety of Blackwater Island. What is happening? What has this old lizard gone mad about? Intrigued, the half-demons of Blackwater Island were roused. Those familiar with the situation began to murmur among themselves. Curiosity piqued. The large white toad and the dark red triangular snake exchanged puzzled glances at the poisonous water lizard. Who is it? The poisonous water lizard bellowed in rage, its green eyes scanning the assembly of demons, filled with a savage, frenzied light. A bloody aura suddenly emanated from it, causing even the white toad and dark red snake to react similarly. Every half-demon that fell under its fierce gaze instinctively tensed, lowering their heads or averting their eyes, hesitant to meet its stare. Only the white toad and dark red snake responded with a disdainful snort, expressing their discontent. Yet, that was the extent of their defiance. As long as one was not blind, it was evident that the poisonous water lizard was teetering on the brink of madness. Even if they were not afraid, they were unwilling to provoke it at this moment, lest they incur its wrath and suffer dire consequences. What is happening? Eileen, who had been feigning sleep, lifted his head to observe the commotion at the high platform, his brow furrowing. Your Highness, allow me to investigate. Henin eagerly volunteered. Very well, go ahead. Eileen nodded slightly. Having received permission, Henin immediately hopped off energetically. Your Highness, I've found out what is going on. Moments later, he returned with a pale face and trembling legs. What is it? Eileen inquired, bemused by Henin's demeanor. Your Highness, you should remember the poisonous water lizard that you swallowed? Henin took a deep breath and whispered into Eileen's ear. Oh, what about it? Could it be that the lizards of the Bishui clan have arrived? Upon hearing this, Eileen raised his eyebrows, quickly deducing the situation. Indeed, Han Han nodded slowly, a pained expression on his face. Chapter 42. The might of the demon general. How infuriating. After searching for a long time, the current leader of the Du Shui lizard, Du Li, found no trace of the culprit and was so enraged that he almost spat blood, yet he felt utterly helpless. There were simply too many magical beasts in this area, their various scents mingling together, severely impairing his sense of smell. Unless he had close contact with the perpetrator or could finally attune to a specific target, it would be nearly impossible to identify the assailant. However, doing so would likely offend all the half-demons present. At that time, the Bishui clan would find it challenging to establish a foothold in this dark water region. Meanwhile, what? Are you frightened? Eileen observed Han Han, glancing sideways with a slight smirk, revealing 2 glimmering fangs. No. Han Han's face tightened, shaking his frog-like head vigorously. He hurriedly flattered, declaring, With the mighty king present, what is that stinky lizard? If that vile creature were to face the king, it would be defeated with just a glance. All you need to do is flick your tail, and it would be swept away for thousands of miles. Eileen was speechless, too lazy to respond. In his eyes, Han Han had many commendable qualities, but he was simply too cowardly. At this moment on Heishui Island, the commotion caused by the Du Shui lizard had subsided. However, the other demons gazed at the visibly agitated Du Shui lizard, each pondering the identity of the one who had provoked such rage in the leading general of the Darkwater King. Suddenly, amidst their contemplation, the black water surface behind the high platform erupted violently. They beheld two black water serpents, one large and one small, rising to the surface. Supported by the dense demonic essence, they floated gracefully before landing steadily upon the high platform. It was none other than the Darkwater King and his daughter, Heitong. Boom! As the Darkwater King made his entrance, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, sweeping across the surroundings. This formidable presence struck the half-demons like a violent storm, instilling a profound sense of pressure that rendered them motionless, even making it difficult to breathe. Even the most powerful among them, such as Du Li and the Great White Toad, found themselves similarly affected. The once fierce and irritable Du Li now bowed his head in respect, demonstrating his submission, not daring to act arrogantly. In this moment, Han Han lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Though he possessed the prowess of a level 8 half-demon, he was among the weakest of that tier, and his current state was naturally pitiful. Is this the might of a first-tier bloodline magical beast? Among the crowd of demons, Eileen sensed the overwhelming power of the Darkwater King. Indeed, it was formidable. Gazing at the black serpent on the platform, he felt as if he were facing a towering mountain, only able to look up in awe. He held his breath, murmuring to himself, "Beep! Alert! Alert! The host is enveloped in the aura of a powerful life form. Danger level 1. It is advised that the host retreats immediately." Simultaneously, alarm bells rang in his mind. Truly, this was the ruler of the Chongqing River tributary. Capable of suppressing thousands of half-demons, its strength was exceptional. Eileen sighed inwardly. Yet a flicker of anticipation sparked in his eyes. While other half-demons faced insurmountable obstacles in breaking free from their bloodline constraints, he, endowed with an infinite evolution system, was confident that his day of liberation was not far off. Chapter 43. Yuanjing Excellent. The Darkwater King observed the trembling of the demons below, a hint of a smile emerging in his cold, vertical pupils. Particularly gratifying was the sheer number of half-demons summoned this time. Since you have all come today, I shall not waste words. His formidable spiritual sense instantly enveloped the entire Heishui Island, ensuring that every half-demon could hear him clearly. Eileen looked up to see the Darkwater King opening his massive maw. Inside lay a sparkling blue crystal. He expelled the gem and, channeling his demonic essence, suspended it in the air. This translucent stone was none other than the hard currency among the demons, Yuanjing. Yuanjing is a crystallization formed when the natural energy of the world condenses to a certain degree. Utilizing Yuanjing for cultivation yields efficiency far surpassing that of natural training. It constitutes a precious resource for cultivation, while half-demons compete for spiritual lands. The demon generals and their superiors vie for Yuanjing. Such crystals can only be produced in prime locations, typically controlled by powerful demon generals, leaving half-demons with no opportunity to claim them. To obtain Yuanjing, they must serve the demon generals. Gulp. As soon as the Yuanjing appeared, it was as if a delicacy of unparalleled taste had been presented. All the half-demons present, except Eileen, found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard, their eyes gleaming with desire as they stared at the crystal. The Darkwater King surveyed the crowd of demons, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I am pleased to see you all here today. Therefore, I shall decree that regardless of the outcome of the battle, as long as you are alive, each of you shall receive a piece of Yuanjing as a reward. As for the merits of battle, that will be rewarded separately. Even if this is a low-grade Yuanjing, it holds an almost irresistible allure for them. Roar! Long live the king! The king is mighty. We will follow the king into fire and water, unafraid of death." Upon hearing these words, the half-demons erupted in fervor, cheering loudly. Some turned red in the face, their expressions exaggerated, eager to rush to the battlefield and shed blood, as if serving the Darkwater King was the greatest honor. Eileen watched this scene in utter disbelief. At the same time, his understanding of the value of Yuanjing escalated further. He glanced at Han Han beside him, finding him equally transfixed by the crystal. However, Han Han maintained a more composed demeanor, not shouting like a madman. Hee. The Darkwater King chuckled lightly. Then his expression turned serious as he commanded, "Now, divide into teams. Heitong and Duli will form one team to lead the demons against the Qinggui clan half-demons. Chanshu and Shirgu will form another team to lead their subordinates to resist the Gui clan half-demons. Chanshu is the name of the great white toad, and Shirgu refers to the dark red triangular-headed serpent. As soon as the Dark Water King's words fell, the demons on the island stirred, slowly moving towards the two designated directions, inevitably causing some stumbling and collisions. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted, shouts, curses, and disputes, resembling a bustling marketplace. The Dark Water King observed this scene, his expression unchanged, yet internally, he shook his head. Most of these half-demons were unruly. This was the extent of their organization. Were it not for his presence, shrouded in authority, they would likely have descended into chaos. Splash! At that moment, waves rippled across the dark, murky waters. Teams of shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forth, appearing as orderly as a regular army, swiftly assembling beside Heitong. The Dark Water King nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 44. A bold idea. Qinggui Shuegui? What is the meaning of this? Could it be that this dark water serpent has two demon general adversaries? Upon hearing this, Elin couldn't help but furrow his brows and murmur to himself. Indeed, Great King, we are situated in a river region known as the Heishui Daze, bordered to the east by the Qing and Shuegui clans. Han Han, hearing this, quickly explained. Continuing, he cautiously conveyed, Great King, I have heard that this place was once occupied by the Qinggui clan, but was later seized by the Dark Water King. Decades ago, the Qinggui clan attempted an invasion, but they were soundly defeated by the Dark Water King. Fleeing in disarray, they nearly faced annihilation. The mighty demon lord of the Qinggui tribe has summoned assistance, aware of the formidable strength of the Great King. Oh, upon hearing this, Elin could not help but glance towards the imposing figure of the Heishui Great King atop the high platform. His gaze sharpened and his eyes narrowed. To face two opponents without a hint of fear suggests that the Heishui Great King possesses immense power. Indeed, he is formidable. Han Han nodded repeatedly. His eyes filled with reverence as he regarded the dark silhouette on the platform. It is said that the Heishui Great King has refined his demon essence to 70%, earning a fearsome reputation within a radius of several hundred miles. In contrast, the demon lord of the Qinggui tribe has merely 50% demon essence and is no match for the Heishui Great King. The same applies to the Snow Turtle tribe's demon lord. Even when facing two adversaries, the Heishui Great King remains unfazed. His renown is deeply entrenched in the hearts of the half-demons in this region. It is no wonder that these half-demons display no fear and appear eager for the challenge. Elin, upon hearing this, slightly nodded and turned to Han Han, pondering such prowess. He initially contemplated targeting the body of the Heishui Great King's daughter. Upon seeing the serpent, he recognized it as a direct descendant of the Heishui Great King. Consuming it would likely allow him to break through to the next tier of bloodline. However, it seems he must temporarily suppress this audacious thought. After all, the Heishui Great King's cultivation level is considerably high among demon lords. He dares not gamble on whether he could withstand the wrath of such a powerful foe after advancing himself. Ultimately, one's life is singular and cannot be risked recklessly. Great King, what shall we do now? Han Han, noticing that half-demons were gathering towards the two teams, looked towards Elin. He dared not take action without Elin's direction. Elin, upon hearing this, raised his head, surveying both teams. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, are there any direct bloodline descendants among the demon lords of the Snow Turtle and Qinggui tribes? Since he could not target Hong Tong, he would shift his focus to consuming the bloodline offspring of his enemies. Moreover, should he succeed, he would have no fear of retaliation. After all, he was ostensibly in service to the Heishui Great King. Eliminating the offspring of the opposing demon lord amidst the spiritual realm conflict would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. The Heishui Great King would surely not stand idly by while they retaliated against Elin. Han Han, taken aback, quickly responded, report to the Great King. The leader of the Snow Turtle tribe is still young and has yet to bear offspring. However, the demon lord of the Qinggui tribe has one descendant. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Elin's eyes sparkled with a smile, and he inquired further, what is its cultivation level? 9 segments of half-demon. Han Han answered promptly. Then, with a look of envy, he added, these direct bloodline descendants of demon lords possess exceptional innate talent. Once they reach maturity, they will naturally become peak 9-segment half-demons. Han Han seemed to be as sour as a lemon at this revelation. Elin rolled his eyes in response. Chapter 45, Qinggui. Very well. Let us hasten to the team of Princess Heishui. Having devised a plan, Yilin quickly set off, noting that no half-demons were visible around. He marched directly towards the team, led by Hong Tong and Du Li. "Ah, where's Du Li? Great King." Wei Han's expression shifted dramatically. "Enough. I fear nothing. Why should you? That venomous old lizard does not even know you." Yilin interrupted him, unconcerned. Previously, that old lizard had suddenly gone berserk, evidently sensing the presence of its kin's killer. Yet, it did not immediately identify Yilin, indicating its senses were somewhat muddled. Yilin speculated that it had likely caught a whiff of the blood on him. According to Han, the noses of the venomous water lizard tribe are exceptionally keen, almost akin to that of a bloodhound. Moreover, the flesh of the venomous water lizard is notoriously foul-smelling. Since he devoured one on that fateful day, he had been reeking for 3 days, and even now, a faint, strange odor clung to him. Han, upon hearing this, fell silent. While it is true that the old lizard is his enemy, it cannot be guaranteed that it would take its anger out on him. Naturally, he did not dare to voice this thought, and instead followed along with a grimace. The snake and the frog soon arrived at a large assembly, joining at the rear. Their arrival went unnoticed. This gathering consisted of at least 600 half-demons, varying in appearance and type. As long as it swam in the river, it was likely represented here. Yilin even spotted a half-demon green snake that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, its aura slightly weaker, only at the 8-segment level. This prompted him to silently mock. Were it not for the difference in aura, it would have been difficult to discern between them based solely on appearance. On Heishui Island, as the remaining half-demons joined, the two teams grew increasingly larger. Before long, all half-demons had formed ranks. Excellent. The Heishui Great King observed this with a slight nod, then issued a commanding roar. "Follow me." With that, a powerful dark essence materialized beneath him, lifting him into the air as he glided towards the east. Boom. The half-demons promptly sprang into action, following suit. Shortly thereafter, the procession traversed the Heishui Marsh and arrived at a lush green plain. This location marks the boundary between the Heishui Swamp and the Qinggui River domain. The Heishui Great Snake landed steadily at the forefront of the group, raising its head high and standing immobile like a statue. The two half-demon factions, led by the 4 demons of Hong Tong, positioned themselves on either side. Upon reaching this place, the atmosphere within the ranks gradually grew tense. Here, the Heishui demons would confront the Qing and Snow Turtle tribes. Yilin, however, appeared eager and anticipatory. He bore no apprehension regarding the imminent battle. Instead, he was excited for the challenge. Among the ranks were others sharing his sentiment. All formidable beings filled with confidence. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a cacophony of heavy thuds resonated from the grass ahead, as if a multitude of creatures were rushing forward. "They are coming." Yilin, upon hearing this, raised his serpent head high to peer ahead. A slight commotion rippled through the ranks as they too directed their gazes forward. Out from the grass emerged a swarm of pale blue turtles, each robust and powerful, the smallest measuring half a zhang in length. They approached the Heishui Great King, halting several dozen zhang away, gazing fearfully yet with a hint of animosity. "Heishui!" From among the turtle horde came a thunderous roar. The multitude of Qinggui turtles then retreated to the sides, parting to create a pathway. Yilin observed as a massive dark blue turtle slowly emerged, its cold eyes fixated on the Heishui Great King. Chapter 46, Collision. Roar. "All past grievances shall be settled today," the leader of the Qinggui tribe bellowed, glaring at the Heishui Great King. The formidable aura of a great wilderness-tier demon beast emanated from it, causing the surrounding Qinggui turtles to instinctively distance themselves. This overwhelming presence enveloped the Heishui demons, and many half-demons displayed signs of fear. Yet the Heishui Great King remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he coolly replied, "Settle grievances? Just you?" As his voice trailed off, disdain filled his eyes. "And a mere snow turtle? Haha." No sooner had the Heishui Great King spoken than commotion erupted from the deeper thickets on the opposite side. A flurry of pure white turtles swiftly emerged, led by one of Demon Lord Caliber. "Heishui, I trust you are well." The leader of the Snow Turtle tribe's somber voice rang out. He regarded the Heishui Great King with a genial smile, his tone as if they were longtime friends. "What is this? Growing weary of your icy cave. Are you eager to frolic about?" The Heishui Great King turned to face him, offering a cold smile. "Huh, not at all. I simply find you too tyrannical and wicked." Not only did they seize the spiritual ground of the Qinghan clan, but they also killed its elder brother. The leader of the Shuigui tribe, Shuezhen, chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly, presenting an air of righteous indignation. "Huh." The Blackwater King remained silent, a cold sneer evident in his disdainful gaze. If he were truly so just, why did he not intervene last time? Moreover, the struggle for spiritual land is fundamental to cultivation. It is impossible to hold back. And if one must kill, then so be it. Where is the distinction between righteousness and evil? Why waste words with this fellow? Let us simply eliminate him. On the other side, upon recalling his deceased elder brother, Qinghin felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising within. With a fierce roar, he suddenly propelled himself into the air, his forelegs pushing off the ground. A surge of azure light enveloped him, radiating an overwhelming aura. Accompanied by a fierce wind, he charged towards the Blackwater King, producing a piercing whistle. Humph! Overestimating oneself. The Blackwater King scoffed coldly at this display. A layer of eerie light swiftly enveloped his cold, dark scales, channeling an invisible, terrifying energy within. With a swift motion, he lifted his tail, shrouded in ethereal glow, and swept it toward the aggressively advancing Qinghin. The two forces collided with a resounding crash. A deep, thunderous sound reverberated across the entire grassland. Both Blackwater and Qinghin were forced to retreat a short distance. Following this, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of collision, spreading outward like a hurricane, lifting dust and debris to heights of 3 zhang. For a moment, the air was filled with swirling dirt, causing some nearby half-demons to lose their footing, tumbling helplessly. The previously orderly formation was thrown into disarray. Once the wind subsided, a 3 zhang wide pit was left where the 2 demons had stood, completely devoid of vegetation. Hiss! The power of the demon general is indeed extraordinary. Elin gasped at the sight. The gathered half-demons gazed at the 2 combatants with a mix of awe and trepidation. Hee, I see you have not learned your lesson. It seems you have made some progress, solidifying 60% of your demon essence. After the initial exchange, the Blackwater King chuckled darkly. Blackwater, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Qinghin steadied himself, his momentum slightly faltering, clearly at a disadvantage, and spoke ominously. He then turned to Xuezhen, shouting vigorously, Xuezhen, why do you not act swiftly? Remember our agreement. This spiritual land shall henceforth be jointly governed by us. Xuezhen bellowed, charging forward with great intensity. Naturally, Qinghin replied with a deep tone. Chapter 47, Battle. Roar. Xuezhen let out a mighty roar, enveloped in icy blue mist, leaping into action. Bang! His heavy form landed heavily on the ground, splattering mud. Positioned beside Qinghin, they faced off against the Blackwater King. The 2 turtle demons stood side by side, their auras steadily rising, even surpassing that of the Blackwater King. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The Blackwater King's gaze turned cold and sinister. Yet he showed no fear, a bloody aura radiating from him. The atmosphere was suddenly thick with a sense of impending slaughter. Hiss! The Blackwater King let out a piercing cry, baring his vicious fangs, and a violent surge of energy erupted. Countless dark demon essences converged frantically, directed towards his gaping maw. In an instant, a fist-sized, jet-black energy sphere materialized within it. Black breath. The Blackwater King's eyes gleamed with cold cruelty as he aimed at the 2 turtles, unleashing a fierce blast. Whoosh! The dark energy sphere shot forth, trailing a long wisp of black mist, heading straight for the turtles. Dodge! Sensing the imminent danger, Qinghin's eyelids twitched, and without hesitation, he sprang to the side. Simultaneously, he summoned a portion of demon essence to lift a young green turtle behind him and carry it away. Without needing to be told, Xuezhen was well aware of the Blackwater King's formidable technique and had already leapt aside. The nearby tribesmen, witnessing this, changed color in alarm, desperate to flee. Alas, compared to the demons, their speed was still too slow. Boom! The energy sphere missed its target and, upon striking the ground, erupted with a thunderous explosion. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed across the grassland, shaking the very earth. At the explosion's epicenter, a dark wave of energy surged outward, extending dozens of zhang. Those half-demons caught in its path were rendered utterly defenseless, crushed into a pulp before they could even scream. In an instant, the vanguard of both tribes lay scattered, limbs flailing, blood soaking the earth, a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. The gathered demons, including He Tong, gazed at the horrific sight, involuntarily swallowing hard. Looking at the looming black serpent, their hearts filled with dread. My turtle, this is simply too powerful. This is practically a rocket launcher. Elin stood in stunned silence. Beside him, Han Han was utterly frozen in shock. You scoundrel! You seek death. The 2 turtles, Qinghin, were filled with rage at the sight. Let us all attack together and slay them. Qinghin roared defiantly. Xuezhen issued a similar command from the other side. Bang, bang, bang. The unified forces of the blue turtles and snow turtles, upon receiving the command, split into two directions, advancing aggressively toward Yilin and his companions. The heavy, chaotic sounds of their footsteps filled the air. The leader of the blue turtle tribe was none other than the young turtle, Qingzhe, whom Qinghin had just saved. At this moment, he cast a wary glance at the massive pit nearby. Had it not been for his father's timely intervention, he would have been reduced to a mere splatter of flesh. Younglings, crush them. He Tong, Du Li, and the other half-demons shouted in unison. Kill! Kill! The half-demons surged with murderous intent. Among them were many excited by the prospect of battle, born bloodthirsty beasts reveling in slaughter. Others, seeing the overwhelming numbers of their opponents, could not help but show fear. Yet, the thought of the alluring essence crystals emboldened their spirits. Yilin and the other half-demons, led by He Tong and Du Li at the forefront, charged directly toward the blue turtle tribe. As a demon with the bloodline of a general, He Tong had to set an example, refusing to cower in the back. Across from him, Qingzhe embodied the same resolve. The twin demons, Chanshu and Shirgu, led another group to confront the snow turtle tribe. The four teams encircled their enemies before charging in. In the center lay the battlefield of the demon generals. Even the residual shockwaves of battle were beyond their capacity to endure. Chapter 48, wanting to curse but daring not to. Soon, the two sides clashed, entangled in a fierce melee. Shrimp strike, big fish spread fins, vicious snake whip tail, tremor wave, ruthless iron hand, overlord pounce, corrosive breath, turtle, charge head on. Witness my Chilan arm. In an instant, shouts of battle erupted. Amidst the bloody carnage, the half-demons bore fierce expressions, sparing no effort as they unleashed their most potent skills. The scene was an explosion of colors, demon energy surging forth in a dazzling display. Ah, I will crush you, monkey. Ugh, I will kill you. Soon. Cries of agony filled the air, mixed with curses and shouts. Yilin, unwilling to lag behind, quickly advanced to the front lines, joining the fray. His primary target was the leader of the opposing side, Qingzhe. After all, evolution points could be amassed over time. But acquiring a first-tier bloodline from the Great Wilderness was not something one could obtain easily. Thus, Yilin was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With his level 2 wide-eye ability, he swiftly scanned the battlefield and soon spotted Qingzhe among the blue turtles. At that moment, Qingzhe was locked in combat with He Tong, while the elder poisonous water lizard faced a formidable opponent, a peak 9th stage elder turtle. Roar! Qingxuanbua. After a collision with He Tong, both parties retreated a few steps. Immediately, Qingzhe let out an enraged roar and unleashed a breath attack, releasing a ring of faint azure, invisible ripples that surged towards He Tong. He Shibao. Upon witnessing this, He Tong's gaze sharpened, and she promptly executed a move, the very same powerful strike previously employed by He Shuido. However, the potency of her attack paled in comparison to that of He Shuido. Boom! The pale black energy sphere collided with the faint azure ripples, generating a wave of air that was neither too large nor too small. Although it could not be compared to the residual waves in the central battlefield, it still exerted considerable pressure on the surrounding half-demons. The nearby Du Li and Qinggui de Zhang's battlefield, situated 20 or so zhang away, experienced a similar effect. The surrounding half-demons instinctively cleared a path around the four combatants. Mei Nu Shitong. Does this Qingzhe meet the bloodline criteria? A dozen zhang away from the battlefield between He Tong and Qingzhe, Yilin crouched in a patch of grass, his cold vertical pupils fixated on Qingzhe. A glimmer of greed flashing through his eyes as he unconsciously licked his lips. Not satisfied, the system's sweet voice suddenly chimed. Upon hearing this, Yilin's expression stiffened. Nonsense. Fool. The next moment, the system provided another playful prompt. In that instant, Yilin's heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving him at a loss for words. He wanted to curse, but feared the system might malfunction. Moreover, since the system's voice was feminine, he wondered if its personality mirrored the typical traits of a woman. Based on his experiences from his previous life, he knew better than to expect reasonable discourse. Death. At that moment, not far from Yilin, a 9-segmented Qinggui was violently tearing apart a carp spirit. It viciously tore off a piece of fish flesh and swallowed it, only to catch sight of Yilin hiding in the grass. So there's a waste here too. Seeing Yilin remaining motionless in the grass, the Qinggui assumed he was scared and regarded him with disdain. Die, tortoise grandpa. It swiftly approached Yilin. Yilin's attention was half on the system and half on the battle between He Tong and Qingzhe, leaving him oblivious to the approaching half-demon. Observing Yilin's clumsy demeanor, the Qing Gui's eyes gleamed with a cruel, bloodthirsty light as it prepared to bite down hard. Chapter 49. Princess, I come to protect you. The Qing Gui seemed to envision Yilin's tragic fate, its face brimming with delight. However, what followed was beyond its expectations. Crack! It bit down forcefully, only to feel a jolt coursing through its body, rendering it frozen in place. A trickle of blood began to seep from its mouth, and as it opened wide, its bloodied teeth fell to the ground. How could this green snake's skin be so tough? Tougher than my own tortoise shell. In that instant, it was left bewildered. Beep. Host suffered no damage from a strike by a 9-segmented half-demon Qing Gui. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in Yilin's mind. He felt as though he had merely been bitten by a mosquito. He then shifted his attention back. Thank you for your efforts. Even now, you're still massaging me. Glancing at the Qing Gui with its shattered teeth, Yilin grinned, his expression filled with mockery. You. The Qing Gui, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, its expression turning to one of horror as it gazed at Yilin. Its forelegs trembled, ready to flee. However, Yilin would not let it escape. With a swift undulation of his serpentine body, he launched himself forward like an arrow, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In its panic-filled escape, the Qing Gui suddenly saw a set of sharp fangs materialize before it, which in the next moment transformed into a gaping maw that loomed closer. Splat! Before it could react, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Blood splattered, staining Yilin's vicious fangs. In a single encounter, the 9-segmented half-demon Qing Gui was bitten through the skull and killed on the spot. With my level 5 fangs, to pierce through this seemingly steel-like tortoise shell is a challenge. But against ordinary flesh, even a peak 9 level half-demon cannot withstand it. The effectiveness of that strike left Yilin nodding in satisfaction, bolstering his confidence for the forthcoming actions. Beep. Host consumed a piece of blood meat from the 9-segmented half-demon Qing Gui, gaining 44 evolution points. Beep. Host consumed a piece of blood meat from the 9-segmented half-demon Qing Gui, gaining 54 evolution points. Beep. Host consumed a piece of blood meat from the 9-segmented half-demon Qing Gui, gaining 47 evolution points. In just a few bites, he devoured the tortoise's head and limbs completely. As for the essence within its abdomen, he lacked the patience to extract it slowly. Acquiring a first-tier bloodline power was of utmost priority. Slurp. Yilin licked his lips. In the next moment, his gaze shifted back to the battlefield between He Tong and Qing Zhe. He charged straight towards them. Everyone, get out of my way. Along the way, 2 9-segmented half-demons were embroiled in bloody combat. However, the Qing Gui was clearly at a disadvantage and would not last long. Yilin's gaze turned cold and bloodthirsty as he roared, undeterred, charging through. How dare you? One half-demon, a large red crab, bellowed in anger upon seeing Yilin charging forward. It believed Yilin was an ally, here to claim battle achievements. Why else would he appear now? If not to steal their glory? Scram. Yilin, uninterested in idle chatter, swept his tail fiercely. In the astonished gazes of the others, he sent the 2 half-demons flying several zhang away. The red crab fared better, sustaining only minor injuries due to Yilin's deliberate restraint. The other Qing Gui, however, suffered greatly. Its head turned to a bloody mess, causing it to perish instantly. This scene stunned the surrounding demons, who regarded Yilin with awe, imprinting his figure in their memories. The red crab, dazed from the blow, staggered back to its feet, casting a fearful glance at Yilin. Too terrified to utter a sound. Ignoring their reactions, Yilin surged toward the battlefield of the bloodline elites, his excitement palpable as he shouted, Princess, I come to protect you. Chapter 50. Die for me. His loud proclamation momentarily stunned the nearby demons. What are you trying to do? This is not your place to meddle. Go help the other half-demons. He Tong, engaged fiercely with Qing Zhe, sensed his presence and scanned him with a flicker of spiritual awareness. Noticing that Yilin had just stepped into the 9-segment realm, she frowned without turning back. Typically, when ordinary half-demons intruded, they not only failed to contribute, but often created more chaos. She unhesitatingly rejected him. Overestimating oneself. Her opponent, Qing Zhe, cast a disdainful glance at Yilin, seething with anger. As a first-tier bloodline wielder of De Huang, upon reaching maturity, one would ascend to the peak of half-demon status. An ordinary half-demon could not hope to contend with them. Disregarding He Tong's command, Yilin's eyes gleamed with greed as he observed Qing Zhe. Seizing the moment when they clashed and separated, he darted towards Qing Zhe, wrapping around it directly. He Tong was taken aback, her irritation flaring as she realized this little snake dared to disobey her orders. Unaware of its own mortality, Qing Zhe, upon seeing Lin rushing towards him. Snorted coldly, equally furious. An insignificant half-demon dared to underestimate him? Roar. Die for me. Qing Xinbo. Qing Zhe bellowed twice, immediately expelling a circle of faint azure waves. Quick dodge. He Tong exclaimed, her expression filled with urgency as she prepared to unleash He Shi Bao, gathering her demonic power. Despite her discontent with Lin, she recognized him as her ally, and in her view, his actions were born of loyalty. Her mind appeared somewhat muddled, nevertheless. She could not possibly stand by and witness Lin's demise. Yet, Lin disregarded her warnings, charging forward like a fool, heedless of the pale azure ripples approaching him. Foolish. He Tong, witnessing this, felt her teeth grind in frustration, yet she was powerless to intervene. Had Lin chosen to evade early on, she might have had a chance to save him. However, his reckless demeanor, seemingly eager for death, left her utterly helpless. To think that one could rely on Ying Shi to rescue the damsel? Such arrogance. It was downright foolish. Qing Zhe observed this scene with a cold smirk. His eyes filled with mockery. With a whoosh, the pale azure ripples and Lin were on the verge of colliding in midair. He Tong could not bear to watch and turned away, while Qing Zhe remained silent, as if envisioning Lin's tragic demise. However, soon his expression froze. Beep. The host has sustained a strike from the 9th level half-demon Qing Ling turtle, resulting in a damaged scale. Qing Zhe's attack had virtually no effect on Lin. He merely shuddered slightly before piercing through the azure light, advancing menacingly towards Qing Zhe. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the moment of Qing Zhe's astonishment, Lin closed the distance to within 10 feet, exuding an overwhelming aura. Regaining his composure, Qing Zhe, in disbelief, roared repeatedly. His fiercely proud strike had landed squarely on Lin, who should have been gravely injured, yet the result was that not even Lin's skin was broken. The stark contrast was almost unbearable for Qing Zhe. For a moment, he doubted the very essence of his existence. Meanwhile, He Tong stared at Lin, her mouth agape in shock, her mind a complete blank. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 10 feet vanished. Qing Zhe was caught entirely off guard. Die. Lin descended from above, his gaze fierce and bloodthirsty, his maw wide open as he bit down hard upon Qing Zhe's head. Crack. With a crisp sound of snapping. Qing Zhe's neck was severed. His eyes widened in horror, quickly shifting to fear, followed by a reluctant acceptance. Finally, his head drooped weakly, his gaze fading. Breath ceased. Lin, filled with anticipation and excitement, paid no heed to his surroundings as he began to feast. The gruesome sounds of flesh tearing echoed, nauseatingly bloodthirsty. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of the 9th level half-demon Qing Ling turtle's flesh, gaining 67 evolution points. Beep. Detection indicates the flesh contains the bloodline of the Da Huang First Order, commencing absorption. 1%, 2%, 3%. Beep. Bloodline absorption complete. The host obtains Da Huang First Order bloodline power 002. At this moment, in the central battlefield, demon essence surged chaotically, leaving deep gashes upon the ground. 3 vividly colored figures weaved through one another, generating intense collision sounds. The earth had been uprooted in layers, leaving a desolate expanse. A sight to behold. Since their initial encounter, they had exchanged over 100 blows. Unexpectedly, you have condensed 60% of your demon essence. The Blackwater King, battered and bruised, with patches of blue and red frostbite, felt his energy significantly depleted. His expression darkened, a hint of gravity in his gaze as he focused on Shuizhan, the leader of the Shui Gui clan, and spoke slowly. Opposite him, the 2 turtle demons were in no better condition. Qing Hen bore a distinct whip-like mark between his eyes, with a gory hole in his abdomen, clearly having sustained considerable damage, appearing utterly weak. Next to him, Shuizhan fared slightly better, albeit with a severed leg. Cough. You are not bad either. You are likely about to break through, converting 80% of your demon power into demon essence. At that point, even if Qing Hen and I join forces, we shall still be no match for you. Shuizhan coughed lightly, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Blackwater King's eyes darkened further. He had never anticipated that not only had Qing Hen made progress, but Shuizhan had too. Had it not been for his own exceptionally thick demon essence, he might have already faced defeat. What does it matter? Can you defeat me now? The Blackwater King sneered coldly. Hee. How much demon essence do you have left? Qing Hen grinned wickedly, his expression fierce. He could hardly wait to shred the Blackwater King to avenge his deceased brother. You may try? Even if I perish here today, one among you shall certainly accompany me to the grave. The Blackwater King's gaze burned fiercely, unafraid, as he spoke resolutely. Qing Hen and Shuezhan exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. They had no doubts about the Black Water King's assertion. His strength was formidable, and a desperate counterattack could indeed spell their doom. Shuezhan hesitated, feeling the weight of his situation. He was already at his limit. He must not be daunted by the Black Water King's words. Seeing his companion's uncertainty, Qing Hen's expression turned urgent as he shouted. Unlike Shuezhan, he bore a deep-seated grudge against the Black Water King. If he did not seek retribution now, there might never be another opportunity. Moreover, he had initiated this conflict. If he could not eliminate the threat, there would be dire consequences. The Black Water King, once recuperated, would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. However, at that moment, as he fiercely channeled his remaining demon essence, preparing for a final stand, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him. Qing Hen's heart suddenly trembled. Blood surged violently, and in an instant, he was struck by a backlash, spitting forth a pool of blood. His energy plummeted, leaving him at an unprecedented low. The Black Water King and Shuezhan were momentarily stunned, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Zaire, Qing Hen howled, his voice filled with rage and tinged with sorrow. Through the bloodline connection, he realized that his only offspring lay lifeless, being mercilessly torn apart by Yilin. In an instant, his eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and ablaze with hatred. Unfortunately, he was already gravely injured from his earlier confrontation with the Black Water King. Coupled with the devastating news of his child's death and the ensuing emotional turmoil, it was a recipe for disaster. Now, he was barely stronger than a 9th-level half-demon. Yet, in that moment, Qing Hen was consumed by a blind rage. He disregarded everything else, his gaze filled with venomous hatred as he charged towards Yilin, his battered form barreling ahead. Along the way, he disregarded all, even the members of the Qing Gue clan, casting them aside with reckless abandon. The other half-demons watched in horror as their opponents, previously ferocious, suddenly turned tail and fled. In the blink of an eye, they vanished like a receding tide, leaving only dust in their wake. The Blackwater Sovereign observed Shuezhan's frantic escape and, with a cold snort, dismissed the notion of pursuit. After all, there was still an unresolved matter with the Qing Hen. With this thought, it turned its gaze to the other side and was astonished by the scene unfolding there. Beep. The host consumed a piece of the 9-segmented half-demon flesh of the Qingling turtle, earning 66 evolution points. Beep. A first-tier bloodline from the Great Wilderness was detected within the flesh and began to be absorbed. 1%, 2%, 3%. Beep. Bloodline absorption complete. The host gains the power of the first-tier Great Wilderness bloodline, 003. At this moment, Yilin was lost in the ecstasy of devouring flesh, completely unaware of the impending danger from Qing Hen. Be careful. That old turtle is coming for you. Black Tong, having regained her composure, sensed the aggressive approach of Qing Hen, and her expression changed dramatically as she shouted urgently. Old turtle? Hearing the voice, Yilin immediately looked in that direction, witnessing the Qing Turtle clan leader charging towards him like a green hat. Oh no! His serpent-like face twisted in alarm as he contemplated fleeing. He was not arrogant enough to confront a demon general head-on. Beep. The host encounters a Qingling Turtle demon general. Alarm. Alarm. Extreme danger. It is advised that the host flee immediately. Beep. The opponent's status is critically low, health nearly depleted. Beep. Danger alert lifted. Just as Yilin prepared to dash away, the danger alert was abruptly cancelled. Little snake, kill it. At that moment, the system's sweet voice rang out, laced with excitement. If Yilin heard correctly, this was not a prudent course of action. After all, the opponent was a demon general. Yilin hesitated momentarily. If you attempt to flee, I shall scorn you for 1,000 years. You soft, slender, and short creature. The system huffed dismissively, then mocked him. Yilin was momentarily speechless. Chapter 53, Envy. Since you long for your son, I shall send you to accompany him. With that, Yilin turned, his gaze fiercely fixated on the menacing Qing Hen. Primarily, he trusted the system. Although this beautiful girl with her infinite evolution system was somewhat peculiar, she was indeed acting in his best interest. Moreover, upon closer observation, it was evident that the Qing Turtle clan leader was in a severely weakened state. If he could consume this old turtle after breaking through, his power would surely ascend to new heights. With this thought, Yilin's eyes glinted with fervor. A mere remnant of health dares to act tough before me. Yilin shouted boldly, undaunted, charging forward. He resembled a player in a game, a fierce warrior facing off against a weakened enemy. His eyes turned red with determination, embodying a relentless advance. Foolishly arrogant. Why don't you hurry and flee? Black Tong, who had been watching from the sidelines, was infuriated and shouted a warning. Despite Yilin's surprising display earlier, Qinghen was a demon general, worlds apart from a half-demon. Even in a weakened state, could a mere half-demon truly contend with it? On the other side, the Blackwater Sovereign furrowed its brow, concerned for Yilin's safety as he was an asset. Yet it was too far away to intervene. Surrounding half-demons looked at Yilin as if he were a fool. Roar! Damn little creature, prepare to die. As Qinghen approached within several paces, its eyes bloodshot, a faint blue light enveloping its form, it charged like an unstoppable freight train. Hiss! With a fierce cry, Yilin's gaze turned icy, a ruthless glint flashing across his face. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful tail swipe at the oncoming Qinghen. In the next moment, they collided with a thunderous crash. Crack! Yilin felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Beep! The host suffers a blow from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General's blue shockwave. Physical energy decreased by 002. Hiss! Truly worthy of being a demon general. Even in a weakened state, it possessed such formidable power. If not for my formidable level 9 iron skin defense, this impact alone would have sent me spiraling into the sky. After landing, Yilin steadied himself, gazing at Qinghen with a hint of astonishment. The might of a demon general was indeed terrifying. However, at that moment, the other half-demons were even more astonished. Many half-demons, including Black Tong, had their mouths agape. Expressions of disbelief etched upon their faces. Even the Blackwater Sovereign, rushing over, was momentarily stunned, halting in its tracks. The frenzied Qinghen was momentarily taken aback. The powerful recoil forced it to stagger back, a shallow gash appearing on its head from Yilin's strike. Yet, it seemed oblivious to its injury. Impossible! Impossible! Roar! I will kill you. The next moment, it roared in madness, charging recklessly forward. With its only child dead, Qinghen was filled with despair, especially as its allies fled and its own strength waned. It feared it would not survive this day, and thus resolved to take its enemy down with it. Chapter 54. The Struggle. Humph. Old thing, how many skills can you still muster now? Yilin scoffed, undeterred as he advanced. Damn reptile, killing you is enough. Qinghen was seething with rage, wishing nothing more than to tear Yilin to shreds for his insolence, especially given that he was the one who had slain its child. Even with its demon essence nearly depleted, it was still a force that no half-demon could easily withstand. Let us see who kills whom. It had only sampled a few bites of the Qing's flesh and was already craving more. At this moment, Yilin was eager to conclude the battle swiftly and indulge in a feast. He wrapped himself around Qinghen, who was in a weakened state, its demon essence entirely exhausted. Skills like Qing Shock and Qing Xian Wave were beyond its ability to execute. Roar! Seeing Yilin approach, it let out a furious roar. Its eyes filled with a crimson haze. With a swiftness akin to steel, Qinghen raised a formidable claw, slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it struck. Yilin did not flinch. His cold, vertical pupils glinted with a savage thirst for blood. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain minor damage. The system notification had scarcely sounded when, without waiting for Qinghen to react, Yilin opened his wide, blood-stained jaws, revealing his gleaming fangs, and bit down with ferocity. Splatter! Hot blood sprayed forth. In such close quarters, Qinghen had no chance to evade, and Yilin's bite struck true. Level 9 poison. Activate. Once he clamped down on its neck, Yilin immediately injected his venom. A howl of agony escaped Qinghen as it thrashed violently. It clawed at Yilin with its sharp talons, rolling and kicking up clouds of dust. In an instant, Yilin's scales bore the marks of its furious assault. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain minor damage. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain minor damage. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain slight damage. The system's notifications rang incessantly. Yet, Yilin remained undeterred, maintaining his grip. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain moderate damage. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain moderate damage. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain significant damage. Beep! The host suffers a claw strike from the Qingling Xian Turtle Demon General. Scales sustain severe damage. Before long, the scales of Yilin's exterior were cut open, leaving a trail of blood from Qinghen's desperate counterattack. This marked the first time his scales had been breached by an adversary. Just as he pondered whether to release his grip, Qing Hen's frantic struggles not only tore the original wound further, causing blood to spill profusely and stain the grass, but also significantly accelerated the circulation of blood, allowing Lin's venom to take effect rapidly. The creature's hefty body soon ceased its thrashing, its head gradually losing strength and becoming limp, its once vengeful gaze fading into a vacant stare as its breath ceased. At last, this old turtle has perished. Lin sighed in relief upon witnessing this. He then examined his own scales, discovering numerous intersecting wounds that elicited a bitter smile. It seemed he would need some time to recuperate. However, the reward was undeniably worthwhile. Gazing at the corpse of the demon general before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips. Chapter 55. A turning point. So, this old fellow, Qing Hen, has met his end. Not far away, He Tong observed the body of Qing Hen slowly collapsing, ultimately lying motionless. Her serpent-like eyes were filled with confusion as she murmured to herself. The surrounding half-demons were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at Qing Hen's lifeless form. Roars echoed as the Qing Turtle clan mourned the fall of their leader, quickly fleeing in terror. Without their demon general, they stood no chance against He Shui De Wang. If they did not escape now, they would lose their opportunity. In an instant, dust and sand filled the air. Where do you think you are going? Many half-demons, upon witnessing this, wore expressions of exhilaration as they seized the opportunity to pursue and collect their battle achievements. The half-demons near Lin, having regained their senses from the shock, cast him a reverent glance before joining the hunt. Are you all right? As a second-generation demon general, He Tong did not compete for accolades with her subordinates. She approached Lin, eyeing him with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. His previous display had truly opened her eyes. She believed she would have been no match for Qing Hen in a weakened state. Yet Lin had managed to slay him. He Tong even questioned whether Lin might be a direct descendant of some demon king. For how else could his combat prowess be so formidable that even she, a demon general's offspring, felt inferior? I'm fine, Lin responded, glancing up at her. Although he had sustained some superficial injuries, he assured her that a day or two of rest would suffice. His immediate task was to consume the flesh, accumulating the power of the Da Huang bloodline. Lin had no time to dally with her. He approached Qing Zhe's corpse and began to devour it. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of the blood flesh of Qing Lingue, a 9th-tier half-demon, gaining 66 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of the blood flesh of Qing Lingue, a 9th-tier half-demon, gaining 69 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of the blood flesh of Qing Lingue, a 9th-tier half-demon, gaining 72 evolution points. He Tong was momentarily taken aback by this scene, but soon shook her head, not giving it much thought. Although half-demons could absorb the essence of the world for cultivation and survive without food, some beasts retained their original eating habits even after evolving. Such occurrences, while not common, were not entirely rare. Seeing Lin's actions, she was not overly surprised. Father. At that moment, the colossal figure of He Shui De Wang, towering at 3 zhang, suddenly appeared beside her. He Tong quickly bowed her head, addressing him respectfully. Lin paused, halting his actions upon hearing the voice. He raised his head to regard the newcomer, then slightly lowered it in a gesture of respect. After all, He Shui De Wang was his nominal superior, a late-stage demon general with formidable strength. Such respect was due. What is your name? He Shui De Wang disregarded his daughter and turned his attention to Lin, his expression brimming with admiration. Had it not been for Lin's timely slaying of Qing Zhe, causing Qing Hen to be caught off guard, the outcome of the battle might have been quite different. It could be said that Lin had single-handedly turned the tide of battle, earning remarkable accolades. Lin responded in a deep voice. Lin, you say? Although somewhat puzzled by the name, He Shui De Wang remained impassive. He scrutinized Lin closely and remarked, "You have performed excellently this time. Your contributions are paramount." Clearly, he had been keenly observing Lin's earlier actions. Ahem, this was merely what I ought to do. Lin coughed lightly, adopting a serious demeanor, though inwardly, he felt indifferent. Chapter 56. Reputation. He Shui De Wang chuckled upon hearing this. He then glanced at the mangled remains of Qing Zhe beneath Lin. Do you have a fondness for the flesh of the Qing Turtle clan? He Shui De Wang inquired with curiosity. To be honest, esteemed king, I have had little else to indulge in since childhood. I simply have a penchant for culinary delights. Lin replied with an innocent grin. He Tong observed this new demeanor of Lin with a perplexed expression. The current Lin was a stark contrast to the ruthless figure he had been before. While the presence of her father might account for some of this change, It still seemed exaggerated. Might I request the remains of this father and son duo? Elin asked eagerly yet cautiously, apprehensive that the other might also be interested in the demon general's corpse. Though only beings of the same origin could consume each other as flesh, enhancing their cultivation. One could never be too careful. Ha! Upon hearing this, He Shui De Wang burst into hearty laughter. He then looked at Elin with a warm smile, stating, "The Qingzhe turtle was slain by you, and thus all that belongs to him naturally belongs to you. No one can take it away." As for this old fellow at this, he gazed at Qing Hin's resentful eyes and chuckled lightly. "Its demise is largely due to your actions as well. Since you have taken a liking to it, I shall decree that it is entirely yours. This Qingling Gui has no connection to its bloodline. Even if you were to consume it, it would merely hasten the recovery of your demon essence. It is better to go with the flow and bestow it upon Elin, not to mention his considerable contributions. A fierce warrior like Elin would undoubtedly be valued by any demon general." He Shui De Wang was not one to be stingy. "Thank you, esteemed king." Elin felt a wave of relief wash over him and respectfully expressed his gratitude. He Shui De Wang nodded slightly. He then surveyed the battlefield, where corpses lay strewn about, various colors of blood staining the earth. He issued a few more instructions to He Tong before turning and departing. Ding. Host has consumed a piece of the blood flesh of Qing Ling Gui, a 9th-tier half-demon, gaining 75 evolution points. Ding. Detecting the flesh contains the Da Huang 1st-tier bloodline. Beginning absorption. 1%, 2%, 3% ding. Bloodline absorption complete. Host gains Da Huang 1st-tier bloodline power 001. Once He Shui De Wang had left, Elin resumed his voracious consumption. These turtles are truly swift. They live up to their reputation as timid creatures. How remarkably fast they can run. Hee. It is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. Before long, the half-demons who had pursued returned one after another, due to the frantic escape of the Qing turtle clan. Most half-demons had little to show for their efforts, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Only a few adept at mobility had garnered substantial rewards, eliciting envy from their peers. However, many half-demons wore expressions of confusion and shock, for they had heard that the retreat of both clans was due to the defeat of the Qing turtle clan leader. While this in itself was not unusual, the key was that the demon general level Qing Hin had been slain by a mere half-demon. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Many half-demons, upon hearing this news, initially refused to believe it. Yet, after confirmation from numerous others, they were compelled to accept the truth. As Elin battled against Qing Hin, numerous half-demons bore witness to the entire spectacle. Particularly after He Tong personally stepped forward to affirm the authenticity of the event, all skepticism dissipated, leaving only astonishment. Soon, Elin's renown spread among all half-demons. At that moment, Elin finally consumed the last piece of flesh from Qingzhe. Beep. The host has devoured a piece of blood flesh from the 9th-tier, half-demon Qingling turtle, earning 66 evolution points. Beep. Detecting a primal bloodline of the great wilderness within the flesh, absorption begins. 1%, 2%, 3%. Beep. Bloodline absorption complete. The host gains the power of the great wilderness 1st-tier bloodline 003. Beep. The host has fully collected the power of the great wilderness 1st-tier bloodline. Congratulations. Hearing this, Elin couldn't help but glance at his panel. Name, Elin. Cultivation, Little Demon 9th tier. Race, Half-Demon. King of the Green Serpents. Physical capability, 0. 95. Peak condition. Spiritual sense power, mediocre. Body size, length 305 centimeters, width 75 centimeters. Talent skill value, 2. Evolution points, 25182560. Evolution additional condition, 1 portion of the Great Wilderness 1st-tier bloodline power. Completed. Based on physical condition, the host can currently learn skills. None. Skills mastered. Divine Movement level 1. Venom level 9, max level. Iron Skin level 9, max level. Wide Eye level 2. Sharp Teeth level 5. Special ability, Spiritual Communication. Expansion ability, exclusive immunity to extreme poison, Poison Water Lizard. Strength evaluation, mediocre. Chapter 57. So it is him. The 3 peak half-demons, Chansu, Shirgu, and Du Li, were taken aback upon receiving this news. Among half-demons, their strength ranked among the elite. Naturally, they understood better than others the vast disparity between demon generals and half-demons. To confront a demon general with half-demon strength, it was utterly preposterous. Yet now, it had indeed transpired. In an instant, their curiosity about Elin was piqued. Who was this formidable being? As a serpent, Elin bore a green hue. Under the command of the Black Water King, few conformed to such criteria. Soon, he was recognized by the gathered demons. Many half-demons observed Lin from a distance, yet dared not approach, filled with a deep sense of reverence. They had heard tales of Lin's volatile temperament. A slight disagreement could lead to violent confrontations, even resulting in the consumption of an opponent's flesh. Chansu, Shirgu, and the other peak half-demons were astonished upon discerning Lin's figure. No matter how they scrutinized, Lin appeared to be an unremarkable green serpent. Yet how could this ordinary bloodline possess such formidable power? It is well known that the essence of demon beasts lies within their bloodline power. The higher the bloodline's tier, the further one could advance in the future. Among equals, strength would also grow more formidable. Of course, this is not an absolute rule, but it generally holds true. Suddenly, Du Li's brow furrowed as he detected an unusual scent. Confused, he took a moment to sniff the air, and his expression changed dramatically. The scent of Old Five. Du Li's gaze turned cold, and a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. Previously, under the pressure of the Black Water King before battle, he had refrained from recklessness. Failing to locate his enemy had left him frustrated. To die on the battlefield would be too easy for you. Since there was no chance, let me send you off instead. He sneered repeatedly, raising his head, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glare. His nose lifted as he pursued the scent with all his might. Surrounding half-demons, swept by his gaze, felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively shrinking away. Before long, he locked onto his target. His position was not far from Lin, and there were no living creatures nearby. It was straightforward to discern. So it is him. Upon discovering that Lin was the one who had slain Old Five, Du Li's lizard-like face contorted into a grimace. How could it be him? Of all beings, it had to be him. Du Li's mind raged, filled with resentment. Knowing Lin had directly killed a demon general left Du Li apprehensive. Even though Qing Hen had been in a weakened state at the time, he had intended to seek some form of transaction with Lin later. At the very least, he aimed to avoid crossing paths with such a powerful adversary. Yet, to his dismay, he found the perpetrator was the one who had slain his kin. The revelation left him feeling more wretched than swallowing a fly. This enmity, should it be avenged or not? Although Xiao Wu was of mediocre talent, he was still a member of their bloodline. Regardless of who it was, blood debts must be repaid. Even if Lin was formidable, after their previous clash, Du Li did not believe Lin had emerged unscathed. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike, while he was vulnerable. After his initial fury, Du Li regained his composure. His cold, vertical pupils fixated on the feasting Lin, contemplating his next move. No, this damned reptile has achieved great merit, especially under such public scrutiny. If news of my killing him were to leak, the Black Water King would surely not let me off lightly. The Bai Shui clan is already dwindling. I cannot afford to take risks. A terrifying killing intent surged forth, but was quickly suppressed. Du Li pondered deeply for a while before casting a resentful glance at Lin. In his heart, he coldly resolved, let you frolic for now. After the merits are rewarded tomorrow, I shall deal with you. I do not believe your injuries can heal in such a short time. Chapter 58. Swallow. 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 The three factions emerged victorious in the Battle of the Blackwater Great Marsh. The leader of the Qing Turtle clan was defeated, and the entire Shui Turtle clan lay dormant. This news quickly spread, reaching the territories of nearby demon generals. The already formidable reputation of the Blackwater King soared even higher. The grassland that bordered the Blackwater domain and the Qing Turtle domain was littered with corpses. Severed limbs and multicolored blood stained the earth. It resembled hell. At this moment, many half-demons from the Blackwater Great Marsh left with bountiful spoils. Of course, many more remained behind forever. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 9th tier half-demon red-patterned fish, earning 541 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 9th tier half-demon red-patterned fish, earning 475 evolution points. Naturally, Lin would not leave. Although he had secured the power of the Great Wilderness 1st tier bloodline, he had yet to gather sufficient evolution points. And the corpses scattered across the ground were the perfect source of evolution points. Without needing to lift a finger, he could simply swallow them, whether from allies or foes. It was all about the consumption. No one was around to stop him. It was simply delightful. Among those like him, only a few half-demons with a penchant for gluttony could be seen scattered across the grassland. Lin's presence among them did not seem overly conspicuous. However, his speed in devouring flesh was remarkably swift, and it appeared as though his belly could never be filled. Fortunately, there were no demon beasts around to question his actions. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 8th tier half-demon Qing Turtle, earning 322 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 9th tier half-demon Ching turtle, earning 635 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 8th tier half-demon black pattern frog, earning 298 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed. Excellent. Already, 500 evolution points have been amassed. Lin beamed with excitement, his tongue licking in anticipation. In just a brief quarter of an hour, his evolution points exceeded 500. At this moment, centered around him, the area within 10 feet was littered with blood-stained white bones. Slurp. Onward. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without a word, he dashed towards another pile of half-demon corpses. With a powerful snap, Lin opened his cavernous maw, tearing off a chunk of ice-blue flesh and swallowing it whole. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 8th tier half-demon ice scorpion, earning 305 evolution points. Beep. The host has consumed a piece of blood flesh from the 8th tier half-demon ice scorpion, earning 411 evolution points. Yilin appeared as a voracious and bloodthirsty carnivore, rampaging over the blood-soaked grasslands with reckless abandon. After his relentless consumption, within less than half an hour, his evolution points surged past 1,000. An hour later, Yilin's evolution points finally amassed, reaching a peak of 2,560. Chapter 59, Guaranteeing with Character. Beep. Evolution points are full. The first-tier bloodline power of the Great Wilderness is available. The evolution conditions are met. Shall the host commence evolution? At the moment the evolution points were gathered, a sweet prompt resonated in Yilin's mind. Huh. Upon hearing this sound, Yilin was momentarily taken aback. Previously, whenever his evolution points were filled, the system would directly facilitate his evolution without granting him any agency. Why is there an inquiry this time? Today seems quite unusual. System, why do you ask in this manner? Yilin's curiosity was piqued. What? This palace enjoys asking questions. Do you have an issue with that? The system's haughty voice immediately chimed in. Yilin, hearing this, was momentarily speechless, feeling that this beautiful girl's system was becoming increasingly mischievous. However, he was helpless against it. Very well, I choose to evolve. After a moment of vexation, Yilin finally shrugged and replied softly. A foolish choice. You intend to evolve here? As soon as he finished speaking, the system's sweet voice echoed, rebuking him. Subsequently, the system's triumphant tone followed. You must understand. Breaking through to the first tier of the bloodline and becoming an official demon beast is vastly different from the previous half-demon realm. This is a cataclysmic transformation, one that cannot be completed in a short span of time. Moreover, during the evolution, you will be in a deep sleep. Do you wish to wait for death here? You foolish idiot. The system's words were laced with mockery and playful teasing. Why didn't you say so earlier? NMSL. Yilin's face stiffened, cursing inwardly. NMSL? Are you cursing me? Haha. Just as he thought this, the beautiful girl's system, connected to his thoughts, immediately sensed it. She snickered coldly. That's not it. Yilin's expression froze for a moment. Then his thoughts raced, and he quickly replied. NMSL means you are extraordinarily beautiful. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Humph. Really? The system scoffed lightly, speaking sweetly. Absolutely true. I, Yilin, guarantee it with my character. Yilin proclaimed with righteous fervor. You still consider yourself human? Where does your character come from? The next moment, the system's disdainful voice emerged. Yilin's expression twitched, and he opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, his face reflecting his frustration. Haha, enough. Quickly find a safe place to enter seclusion. According to my calculations, it will take approximately 1 day for you to complete your evolution. By then, you will possess some means of self-defense in this great wilderness. Observing him, the system suddenly chuckled lightly and continued, her voice clear and melodious. Very well. Seeing that the system did not pursue the matter further, Yilin naturally chose not to speak again, avoiding unnecessary troubles. He nodded in agreement. My lord, so it is you here. At that moment, a timid voice came from behind. At this juncture, Hanhai had also approached Yilin's vicinity. Observing the bones scattered around him, it was filled with fear, trembling as it walked. As if Yilin were some kind of unparalleled ferocious beast. My lord is truly a strange creature, possessing such an insatiable appetite. Could it be that he is indeed a relative of the fearsome beast Tao Tai? Hanhai's heart was filled with dread, yet also gratitude. Were it not for Yilin needing it to lead the way back then, it might have already become a mere puddle of fertilizer. Chapter 60, Direction of Evolution. I thought you had already perished. Yilin turned his head, casting a nonchalant glance at the timid Hanhai. Ahem. To be honest, my lord, I was positioned at the edge. And fortunately, I did not encounter the powerful members of the Qinggui clan, so, Hanhai said, scratching its head, a hint of embarrassment evident. Seeing it thus, Yilin rolled his eyes in response. Without a doubt, with Hanhai's timid and cowardly nature, when the battle commenced, it would likely have sought refuge in a patch of grass. Enough. Let us depart. Growing weary of its presence, Yilin turned and walked away, breaking through to the first tier of the bloodline, becoming a demon general. He was now somewhat impatient. The snake and the frogs swiftly left the battlefield littered with corpses. This place is quite suitable. Soon, they arrived at a water valley encircled by mountains on three sides. Observing the scene within, Yilin nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual energy of this location was decent, yet, at present, no demons resided here. Generally speaking, half-demons would not easily abandon their territory. Yilin speculated that the original occupants had most likely perished on the grasslands. It was just what he needed, a place to enter seclusion, and he accepted it without hesitation. This water valley is situated within the Chongqing River. The valley's entrance faces downstream, with the water current tranquil. At the innermost part of the valley, there lies a small patch of wetland, bordered by a lush thicket. The rocks above block out all sunlight, rendering the area cool and moist, an ideal habitat for serpentine creatures. You shall guard the valley's entrance, allowing no creatures to enter. I intend to enter seclusion. Yilin looked at Hanhai with an authoritative tone. Tomorrow is the day of the Black Water King's reward ceremony, my lord. You wish to enter seclusion now? That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Hanhai was momentarily stunned, filled with surprise, and cautiously offered advice. Tomorrow, you say? You have explicitly stated that I am gravely injured. I am unable to move, and I shall rest in the cave. Apologize on my behalf. Yilin, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and waved his hand dismissively. The rewards will likely consist of some elemental crystals. However, he was not like other demon beasts, having an insatiable thirst for elemental crystals. Even though he continuously consumed elemental crystals to cultivate, it could not compare to the speed of devouring. Therefore, he did not concern himself with those rewards. Breaking the shackles of the bloodline and advancing to the first tier was of utmost importance. Hanhai's eyes revealed a peculiar expression upon hearing this. Although Yilin's body was covered in scars, appearing quite tragic, it did not perceive any sign of severe injury or weakness. Very well, my lord. However, Yilin's authority had already been established in Hanhai's mind, and it dared not defy his orders. It nodded repeatedly in acquiescence. Very well. Yilin slightly nodded, then turned and entered the inner part of the water valley, merging into the shadowy thicket. System, initiate evolution. He coiled himself, taking a deep breath, suppressing his inner excitement as he issued the command. Beep. Conditions met. The host begins evolution. Beep. According to analysis, the host is a common green snake, and two evolutionary paths are available. First, evolve into the Great Wilderness first-tier bloodline demon beast, Shadow Snake. Second, evolve into the Great Wilderness first-tier bloodline demon beast, Green Ring Snake. There are actually two evolutionary paths to choose from. Yilin was greatly surprised. Is there a difference? He could not help but inquire. Chapter 61. Perhaps it's about being more handsome? The Shadow Snake, a kin of the shadows in the Great Wilderness, possesses the bloodline talent skill, Shadow Concealment. Shadow Concealment. The host can temporarily hide within the surrounding shadows, making it difficult for enemies of the same tier to detect, whether for assassination or escape. It is exceedingly practical. The Green Ring Snake, a bearer of the potent bloodline in the Great Wilderness, possesses the bloodline talent skill, Toxic Sac. Toxic Sac, a toxic area forms around the host, inflicting severe poison upon all beings within it. It proves advantageous in direct combat and clearing minor adversaries. The system promptly delineated the distinctions. Shadow Concealment, Toxic Sac. One is for direct confrontation, while the other is for stealthy ambush. This is merely the distinction between an assassin and a warrior, Yilin mused aloud. After pondering for a moment, he had already formed a decision. What other differences could there be? For instance, how will it influence the direction of future development? Confronted with the momentous leap in life, Yilin did not dare to be careless. He inquired further. At this crucial juncture, he was always exceedingly cautious. Clever little snake, even if you do not ask, I shall remind you. Upon uttering these words, the system unusually praised Yilin. It then solemnly explained. The ultimate evolutionary form of the Shadow Serpent is the Zhu Long. The ultimate evolutionary form of the Azure Ring Serpent is the Qing Long. Choose wisely. However, I hope you will opt for the Qing Long path. At the conclusion of its statement, the system added, its tone laced with a hint of melancholy. Yilin's gaze shifted at the mention. The system's words sparked his curiosity. What if I do not choose the Qinglong path? With a subtle shift of his eyes, he suddenly posed the question. He was intrigued to know whether the system would cease to function if he did not select the Qinglong route. Humph. However, the system merely snorted coldly, then fell into silence. Although it said nothing, Yilin had an inkling. If he were to choose the Zhulong, the system might not intervene. But his future days would likely be fraught with difficulties. Can you provide a reason? Yilin asked helplessly. Perhaps it is simply more handsome. Came the system's response after a lengthy pause, tinged with a hint of insecurity. This answer left Yilin momentarily at a loss for words. Let the evolution commence. I choose the Azure Ring Serpent path. After a moment of silence, Yilin rolled his eyes in exasperation, stating plainly. It was not that he feared the system. Rather, he inherently disliked the shadowy tactics of the Shadow Serpent. Unless his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, he preferred to confront adversaries head-on. In this regard, the Azure Ring Serpent was far more fitting for him than the Shadow Serpent. Very well, Master. As soon as he spoke, the system's sweet and sticky voice resonated in Yilin's ears. Like a bewitching little sprite, it sent shivers down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise. You are not quite right, Yilin exclaimed with wide eyes, a peculiar expression on his face. Giggling, the system responded with a melodious chuckle, followed by a series of notifications. Beep. Conditions met. Host begins evolution. Direction, Azure Ring Serpent. Yilin had barely registered the sound when a tremendous and inexplicable force surged forth, infused with the ancient essence of the Dahuang, flooding into his being. In an instant, Yilin's vision darkened, and he fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 62. Stalking Beep. The first-tier bloodline power of Dahuang begins to infuse. Beep. Commencing transformation of the host's bloodline power. Countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. In the dark, damp thicket, Yilin lay motionless. A cataclysmic transformation was underway within him. As time progressed, his body continuously expanded and elongated. The scales on his surface began to crack, oozing droplets of blood. Eventually, they shed, revealing a pristine layer of scales beneath. At the mouth of the water valley, Han floated idly on the surface, occasionally glancing back at Yilin's location. He murmured, "Why has the king suddenly entered seclusion? Could it be that he is about to break through again?" As this thought crossed his mind, Han's body trembled. He quickly shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "The king has just become a 9th-tier half-demon. If he advances further, wouldn't he become a demon general? But how could this be possible? It has only been a few days since he reached 9th tier." As he spoke, Han abruptly halted, recalling that when he first met Yilin, the latter was merely at the 7th tier. Yet, in just a few days, he had soared to the 9th tier. Not only that, but his combat prowess was also terrifying. What kind of monster is the king? Is he truly not the reincarnation of the Qinglong? Realizing this, Han's bulging frog eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had a strong premonition that Yilin was attempting to break through to become a demon general. After all, he had witnessed Yilin's meteoric rise from 7th to 8th, and then from 8th to 9th tier in the blink of an eye. Now, with such seriousness in his seclusion, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Awe, fear, hidden joy, relief, and admiration swirled within Han's mind in a tumultuous mix. The following day, quack, quack, Han returned from outside, a small bag clutched in his mouth. 20 yuan crystals. If I could have them all, I might break through to the 9th tier within half a year. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the translucent light blue stones in the bag. However, he could only gaze longingly. This was a generous reward from the He Shui De Wang for Yilin, while other half-demons received no more than 5 crystals. The sight had drawn envious glances from many half-demons. Yet, as for anything belonging to Yilin, he dared not entertain even the slightest ill thought. Seeing Yilin still in seclusion, he refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to obediently guard the entrance. Unbeknownst to Han, 2 figures were concealed behind a nearby large rock. Humph, how daring to hide here. One of the figures, entirely emerald green, spoke in a sinister tone. It was none other than Dooley. Are you certain that the one called Yilin is severely injured? I heard he killed Qing Hen. Next to him was a large black fish, its mouth filled with sharp fangs, exuding a menacing aura. As Dooley mentioned Yilin, a flicker of apprehension passed through its cold, cruel eyes. Of course, did not that little frog say he was gravely wounded and recuperating? Didn't he even come to collect the yuan crystals himself? Moreover, this is precisely the price he pays for killing Qing Hen, is it not? Dooley replied in a low voice. That makes sense. In that case, I can assist you. As per our agreement, we shall split the yuan crystals. After careful consideration and finding no flaws in the plan, The black fish slowly nodded. Naturally, seeing this, Dooley nodded in agreement, turning his gaze toward the water valley. He licked his lips, his eyes filled with malice. Old 5. Uncle will soon avenge you. Chapter 63. Speak up, who are you? Just as Han Han was drooling over a bag of yuan crystals, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras rapidly approaching. Their imposing presence was clearly unwelcoming. Instantly, he jolted upright and looked in that direction. Hee hee, little frog, you are quite diligent. With a splash, Dooley emerged from the water, a smile playing on his lips as he coldly regarded Han Han, mocking him. You, who are you? Upon seeing the newcomers, Han Han's froggy face turned pale with fright. He stuttered, unable to articulate his words. Oh, you recognize me? Dooley observed, his eyes gleaming with amusement. How could I not recognize the illustrious Dooley? Han Han quickly forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. The arrival of Dooley could only mean trouble. It was highly likely he was here for revenge, and with the king currently in seclusion, it was imperative that he not be disturbed. What to do? What to do? Great king, please awaken. At that moment, Han Han was in a state of frantic desperation, utterly at a loss. Faced with Dooley, he felt utterly powerless. He could only pray that Lin would emerge from his retreat promptly. Since you know me, why not hurry up and scram? In the next instant, Dooley's expression hardened as he bellowed. Swish! He raised his long tail and swung it with ferocity. With a whistling sound, smack! Han Han, caught off guard, was struck soundly. The entire frog flew several dozen feet away in a parabolic arc bang. One of his eyes collided fiercely with a rock within the water valley, resulting in a burst of blood mist. Quack! Quack! Letting out two pained cries. Han Han plunged into the water, losing consciousness instantly. Only one of his legs remained above the surface, twitching slightly. In an instant, blood stained the water's surface. The large black fish standing nearby remained expressionless. It approached a waterhole and began to fumble for something. Before long, it retrieved a package. All the yuan crystals were here. Upon opening it, it discovered dozens of sparkling stones inside, and a smile crept across its face. Oh, at that moment, Dooley suddenly appeared at its side and snatched the package away. Excellent. Peering inside, it nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you 5 first. The other half will be delivered once the task is completed. Dooley tossed 5 yuan crystals to the black fish, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Seeing this, the black fish immediately swallowed the 5 pale blue yuan crystals. Good. Although it felt a twinge of displeasure, the black fish suppressed its emotions, considering Dooley's formidable abilities. Let us proceed. While that little snake is recuperating, let us swiftly eliminate it. Safeguarding the package, Dooley gazed into the depths of the water valley, its vertical pupils radiating a chilling aura. That little toad? The black fish, upon hearing this, glanced toward the exposed frog legs not far away, hesitating. Their arrival was meant to be clandestine. It certainly did not want any information to leak. After all, the battle had only just concluded, and attacking an injured ally was considered taboo even among the savage beasts of survival. What a waste. Why concern ourselves with it now? We can dispose of it later. Dooley remarked dismissively, casting a glance at the clumsy one. In its eyes, such a weakling held no interest for action. Moreover, the primary goal was to eliminate Lin. Dooley held considerable apprehension regarding Lin's strength. Had it not been for the knowledge of Lin's severe injuries, it would not have dared to seek trouble. Let us proceed as you suggest. The black fish nodded lightly. After all, that little toad was already unconscious and would not escape any time soon. Oh, what is your plan? Speak and let me hear. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated throughout the entire water valley, echoing hauntingly. What? Both the black fish and Dooley were taken aback. Quickly turning to locate the source of the sound, they beheld the grass in the depths of the water valley swaying, and soon a large snake, interspersed with blue and white, slowly emerged. 2 icy gazes fixed upon them, causing a chill to envelop their beings, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 64. Dread under Lin's frigid gaze. An inherent aura of dominance suddenly descended upon them, rendering Dooley and the black fish completely frozen, even their breathing becoming labored. They felt akin to ants beneath a tempest, on the verge of being swept away. A profound sense of helplessness surged within them. Gulp. A demon general? The black fish swallowed hard, retreating slowly, its eyes wide with disbelief, stammering. This overwhelming force, which rendered it breathless, was something it had only felt in the presence of figures like the Blackwater King. Impossible. Impossible. Dooley, sensing this unmatched aura and glancing at Lin's visage, could not contain its inner turmoil, an intense unease flooding its thoughts. Although Lin's appearance had drastically changed, traces of his former self were still discernible. Most notably, the essence that belonged to Yilin was unmistakable. Yet at this moment, his aura was several times more formidable than the day before. Du Li even briefly entertained the notion of having mistaken the snake for another. Lord Qing, Huan Snake, I was unaware of your esteemed presence and inadvertently trespassed, for which I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The black fish immediately forced a smile, pleading for mercy. Its sharp teeth made its grin quite fearsome. Amid its confusion and anxiety, it simultaneously cursed Du Li in its heart. Wasn't it said that the other was a severely injured peak half-demon? How did it suddenly transform into a demon general? Especially since the other was a member of the Qing Jiao Long lineage. Even the Blackwater King would not dare provoke it. This was truly disastrous. I ask you a question. What did you just say you would do? Leaping forward, Yilin stood before the two, his expression cold as he addressed them. It said it would. The black fish felt a wave of terror wash over it. Cold sweat pouring down its body, nearly moved to tears. It secretly cursed Du Li's ancestors. It said it had long admired your esteemed reputation and had come to present treasures. After a few moments, as Yilin's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, the black fish could only hastily fabricate a clumsy excuse, laughing nervously. As it spoke, it spat out a few more yuan crystals. In addition to the 5 it had just stolen, there were 4 that belonged to it. Yes, yes. Hearing this, Du Li, despite its reluctance, nodded in agreement. Instinctively retrieving 10 yuan crystals and placing them before them. Gazing at the translucent yuan crystals, both felt a pang of regret. Oh, is that so? Yilin observed this. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, casting them a few sidelong glances, his eyes glinting with mockery. Both demons could not help but lower their heads. Particularly Du Li, who ground its teeth in frustration. A wave of intense humiliation surged within it. Its once green face now flushed a deep red. The sudden shift in color was quite peculiar, simultaneously filling it with a sense of powerlessness. As a member of the Qing Huan Snake clan, it could never harbor thoughts of revenge. In that case, why did you injure my little brother? Yilin's eyes darkened abruptly, his voice chilling. Although the clumsy one was weak, cowardly, and lacked talent, making it utterly useless, he still regarded it as his subordinate. The fact that it had been beaten to a pulp by another demon angered Yilin profoundly. The words fell upon Du Li and the black fish like a bitter winter wind, chilling them to the core. Master, I had no idea that little frog was your subordinate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. The black fish's complexion changed dramatically as it hurried to explain. Huh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Yilin narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura radiating from him, causing Du Li and the black fish to tremble involuntarily. Flee. In the next instant, the two demons exchanged glances, turning to escape without hesitation. Before a demon general, they possessed no courage to fight back. This was the result of the Blackwater King's long-standing rule. The might of a demon general loomed over them like a shadow, deeply penetrating their minds. Chapter 65. Transformation. You wish to flee? Just as my power has surged, I intend to test my abilities, and you have conveniently delivered yourselves to me. How considerate. Watching the two demons flee for their lives, Yilin licked his lips, cold laughter escaping him. Not pursuing them. He opened his mouth wide and gently exhaled toward their fleeing figures. Spit. Two clouds of pale blue toxic mist erupted forth like two beams of green light, enveloping the two demons in an instant. Hiss, hiss. The horrific sound of flesh and blood corroding echoed ominously. Ah, ah, ah. The flesh on Du Li and the black fish disintegrated at a visible rate, turning into a viscous liquid. Their anguished wails filled the air, piercing and terrifying. Alarming flocks of birds from the nearby thickets. In mere moments, their screams ceased abruptly. Looking back, one could see the two had transformed into a disgusting, thick black sludge, accompanied by white bones. The drastic transformation was astounding. Quite impressive. Yilin's eyes brightened as he nodded in satisfaction. This toxic mist, an evolution of his original level 9 venom, was called corrosive mist. It could be injected at close range or sprayed at a distance. The power of a demon general is indeed formidable. Even having just entered the realm of demon generals, I can effortlessly obliterate two peak half-demons. My previous survival against Qing Hen was indeed a stroke of luck. Upon reaching the first tier of demon general, feeling the immense strength within him, Yilin could not help but marvel. This is indeed the power of Yao Yuan. A faint azure light suddenly enveloped him, resembling a thick and sturdy armor that shielded him within. Compared to ordinary Yao power, it appeared far more refined and substantial. If one were to employ a metaphor, it would be akin to the distinction between a grass rope and an iron wire. The process of cultivation for a first-tier Yao Jiang in the Great Wilderness diverges significantly from that of a half-Yao. Typical miner, Yao consume the essence of heaven and earth, accumulating Yao power to reach the pinnacle of 9 segments as a half-Yao. Breaking through the bloodline power is as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Thus, the ultimate rulers of the entire Chongqing He domain remain those formidable bloodline Yao beast clans, as they inherently surpass the lower-tier half-Yao by a considerable margin, both in strength and prospects. A Yao Jiang crystallizes Yao power into Yao Yuan, and the higher the degree of refinement, the stronger the power. If one's Yao Yuan is refined to over 80%, they may aspire to break into the second-tier Yao Wang realm. The King of Blackwater has refined his Blackwater Yao Yuan to 70%, placing him in the late stage of Yao Jiang. Currently, Lin should be considered the weakest among the Yao Jiang. Lin murmured to himself before letting out a sigh. This information surged within him the moment he broke through to Yao Jiang, akin to a legacy memory. However, I possess an infinite evolution system. Surpassing the King of Blackwater is merely a matter of time. With this thought, Lin felt a surge of relief as he glanced at the system. At this moment, his attribute panel read, Name, Lin, Cultivation, Early Stage First Tier, Yao Jiang, Race, First Tier Bloodline Yao Beast of the Great Wilderness, Qing Huanxi. Physical Fitness, 1, Peak Condition, Strength, 10, Speed, 15, Yao Power, 5, 1% Yao Yuan, all attack power doubled. Spiritual Awareness, First Tier, Size, 14 meters long, 30 centimeters thick. Talent Skill Value, 0, Evolution Points, 0. Based on the current condition, the host can learn the following skills. None. Mastered Ordinary Skills, Shun Xing Level 1. Tai Kuan Level 9, Guang Tong Level 2, Li Qi Level 5. Mastered Extraordinary Skills, Corrosive Mist Level 1, Special Ability, Spiritual Transmission, Bloodline Ability, First Tier Toxic Gallbladder. Expansion Ability, Exclusive Immunity to Toxins, Poison Water Lizard. Strength Evaluation, Weak. Chapter 66, The Complex Mind of Han Han. After dealing with the 2 insects, Lin turned his gaze towards Han Han. At that moment, the frog leg that Han Han had exposed above the water was still twitching incessantly, leaving him speechless. Lin crawled over, and a faint azure Yao Yuan materialized, slowly surging into Han Han's body. Splash! In no time, Han Han kicked his legs, his frog head resurfacing. Stabilizing his form, he swayed slightly, still somewhat dazed, and took a while to regain normalcy. My lord, what commands do you have? I shall face fire and water without hesitation. As he opened his frog eyes, a massive azure-white snake shadow appeared in his line of sight. Before he could discern its head, Lin's imposing aura as a Yao Jiang startled Han Han, causing him to tremble. His little heart raced, and without uttering a word, he immediately lowered his head, speaking in a resolute voice, his face flushed with excitement, akin to a devoted grandchild addressing his beloved grandfather. Seeing him thus, Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Although he understood Han Han's fear of death, the thickness of his skin was somewhat beyond his expectations. Oh, if I command you to go to your demise, would you comply? Lin rolled his eyes and replied irritably. Yao Jiang Master. Han Han instantly appeared as if he had lost his parents, the entire frog collapsing as if it were a wilted eggplant, pitifully. What is that voice? However, Han Han quickly reacted, recognizing the voice as somewhat familiar. He cautiously raised his head and peeked at the Yao Jiang before him. My king, you are finally awake. Upon seeing Lin's face, Han Han was initially overjoyed, but then he became petrified, as if struck by lightning. My king, have you truly broken through? Han Han stammered, unable to believe it. Am I dreaming? After saying this, he rubbed his 2 bulging frog eyes, muttering to himself. Oh, it seems your mind has yet to clear. Seeing his expression, Lin could hardly contain his amusement. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his tail and swept it in a spiraling motion. Slap! Han Han was immediately lifted from the water by a tremendous force, spiraling upwards. He paused momentarily at a height of 15 meters before slowly descending back into the water. His head hit the ground, and he landed in a comical manner. Ribbit! Ugh! Han Han struggled for a while before pulling his head from the mud. His mouth full of dirt, retching repeatedly, appearing quite absurd. How do you feel? Are you a bit more awake now? Lin asked with a smile. Cough cough. My king, it truly is you. Han Han coughed a bit and immediately hopped over, grinning ingratiatingly. However, a storm surged within his heart. Although he had anticipated this, Han Han still found it hard to believe. My king, you have broken through to Yao Jiang. The distinction between Yao Jiang and half Yao is entirely different. You are now a significant figure at the Yaojiang level. Perhaps I have become obsolete. Will he let me go? Yet, the king possesses extraordinary talent. If I follow him, my prospects are vast. At this moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded Han Han's mind. He yearned for Lin to return his spiritual essence, granting him freedom, yet he also wished to follow Lin and attain great fortune. Apart from me, who else could there be? Lin chuckled and shook his head. Ribbit, congratulations, my king, for successfully breaking through. You are now a Yaojiang, a ruler in your own right. You are a model for our kind. Han Han immediately seized the opportunity to shower Lin with flattery. Chapter 67, Han Han's Choice. Enough. Spare me that. Lin rolled his eyes and then, with a serious expression, looked directly at Han Han and said, I now present you with two choices. Please do enlighten me, my king. Upon witnessing Lin's gravitas, Han Han involuntarily tensed up, speaking nervously. First, I will grant you your freedom and provide you with 10 Yao crystals as compensation for your actions during this period. Second, you may continue to follow me. Rest assured, regardless of your choice, I shall not make things difficult for you. Lin added. Otherwise, given Han Han's fearful nature, he might think Lin was threatening him at the first opportunity. Freedom? And 10 Yao crystals. As soon as Lin finished speaking, Han Han's eyes brightened, and his breath quickened. 10 Yao crystals. Perhaps he could never acquire such a sum in his lifetime. And that sliver of spiritual essence. It was his lifeblood. Something he yearned for day and night. My king, are you serious? Han Han, overwhelmed with emotion, cautiously stole a glance at Lin and whispered. He was genuinely afraid that Lin was testing his loyalty. If that were the case, choosing incorrectly could lead to dire consequences. Do you think I am jesting? Lin observed Han Han's reaction and coldly snorted, expressing his displeasure. No, not at all. How could I dare? I am merely overly excited, hee. Han Han, startled, quickly forced a smile. All right, I shall give you another 15 minutes to contemplate. Lin said impatiently. After speaking, he found a shady spot, curled up, and began to meditate, gradually acclimating to the surge of power. He had just broken through when he sensed the approaching threat of 2 poisonous monsters. Still needing time to adjust, it seems the king is serious. What to do? What to do? Han Han, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with thoughts. If the 10 Yao crystals were given to him, it would significantly reduce his cultivation time. Perhaps within 20 years, he would break through to 9 segments. By then, he could dominate a better domain, find a group of female frogs, and produce a multitude of tadpoles, living out the remainder of his life in peace. With this thought, a glimmer of longing sparkled in Han Han's eyes. When it was just an ordinary frog, its greatest dream was to transcend its mundane existence. However, such aspirations would likely fade into dust in 2 or 3 centuries. After momentarily reveling in the beauty of life, Henin was startled by a rather serious realization. In a few hundred years, it would succumb to old age. What? Old age? No. The mere thought of one day facing death filled Henin with an inexplicable dread. While it feared many things, death was paramount among them. The king was exceptionally gifted, belonging to the esteemed Qing Huan snake clan. Though fierce, the king had not been particularly harsh on Henin, and perhaps following him was a fortuitous opportunity. After much internal struggle, as the clock approached its final hour, the instinct for self-preservation ultimately prevailed in Henin's heart. My king, I have come to a decision. With newfound resolve, Henin leaped before Lin, bowing respectfully. You are quite punctual, but it's good that you've made up your mind. Speak, what is your choice? Lin opened his eyes, gazing at Henin with a calm demeanor. Cough, cough. My king, after much contemplation, I have decided to continue following you. Henin coughed lightly, and then spoke earnestly. Oh, you must think this through. If you choose to follow me, I shall not easily return the essence of your spirit. Lin was taken aback, as he always acted with caution and did not wish for the creatures around him to escape his control. Of course I understand. Henin's 2 bulging eyes reflected sincerity. Since you are prepared to relinquish your freedom to follow me, what is your reasoning? Pray enlighten me. Lin inquired with curiosity. Well, my king, in the time I have spent following you, I have witnessed your unparalleled bravery, noble bloodline, and overwhelming charisma. I am utterly captivated by your might and cannot extricate myself. Henin spoke fervently, but Lin interrupted him, exasperated. Enough. Since you have made your decision, let it be so. Upon hearing this, Lin was left speechless and interrupted Henin's lengthy praise, for otherwise, he might have continued to flatter him for 10 uninterrupted minutes. Your cultivation is currently too low. This is a reward for you. Now, hasten and cultivate. Lin tossed 10 yuan crystals to Henin, signaling him to leave. Although Henin's current usefulness was limited, Every demon general had their servants. Since Henin was willing to continue following him, he accepted the offer. Thank you, my king. Upon seeing the 10 yuan crystals, Henin beamed with joy. In his heart, he marveled at the king's generosity, further solidifying his desire to follow Yilin. Chapter 68. A surge in power. After sending Henin away to guard the entrance of the water valley, Yilin turned back to the depths of the valley. There lay the massive corpse of a demon general, belonging to Qing Hen. Previously, due to insufficient power, he had refrained from consuming it, but now, there were no reservations. Rushing to the corpse, Yilin opened his cavernous mouth and bit down. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the mid-stage demon general. Qing Ling Gui, gaining 514 evolution points. 514. Such a high number. After swallowing a piece of flesh and hearing the system's notification, Yilin was momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his senses, he was both shocked and elated. He quickly bit down again, swallowing another piece. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the mid-stage demon general, Qing Ling Gui, gaining 478 evolution points. The system's notification rang out once more. It's real. Ha! Yilin exclaimed with joy. Once he tasted the sweetness of success, he found himself insatiably hungry, devouring frantically. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the mid-stage demon general, Qing Ling Gui, gaining 469 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the mid-stage demon general, Qing Ling Gui, gaining 533 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the mid-stage demon general, Qing Ling Gui, gaining 504 evolution points. Ding! Host has consumed a piece of blood and flesh from the mid-stage demon general, Qing Ling Gui, gaining 555 evolution points. Half an hour later, only a blood-soaked shell remained before Yilin. Ah, what a delightful experience. He licked his lips, still yearning for more. Yilin could hardly contain his excitement as he gazed at the evolution panel. At a glance, he was taken aback. Wow, so many, Yilin exclaimed. 4,567 evolution points. The old tortoise, Qing Hen, had provided him with an astonishing 4,567 evolution points. Truly a great benefactor. No, a great tortoise. Gazing at the empty tortoise shell on the ground, Yilin's face was a picture of joy. This wealth of evolution points would undoubtedly result in a tremendous surge in his power. However, once the excitement settled, Yilin found himself puzzled. Was this truly excessive? What a foolish thought. One must consider the realm of the opponent while reflecting on one's own. The disparity was immense, hence the substantial reward. At that moment, the system emerged, smugly looking down on Yilin. Oh, that is indeed a valid point. Upon hearing this, Yilin suddenly understood. Qing Hen was a demon general who had refined 60% of its demonic essence at the mid-stage of the first tier. Meanwhile, he had just entered the demon general realm, a significant gap indeed. Having acquired such a wealth of evolution points was certainly not surprising. Without hesitation, Yilin curled up and began his evolution. He glanced at his panel. Name: Yilin Cultivation, early stage of first tier demon general race. Dahuang first tier bloodline demon beast. Qing Huan snake physical fitness. 1. Peak state, strength, 10 speed, 15 demonic power, 5 demon transformation, 10 increase in all attack power. Spirit power, 10 body size, 14 meters long, 30 centimeters in diameter evolution points, 4567 based on his physical condition. The host can currently learn skills. None mastered common skills. Divine movement level 9, iron skin level 9, wide eye level 2. Sharp teeth level 9 mastered extraordinary skills. Corrosive Mist level 1 special ability, Spirit Communication, Bloodline ability, Toxic Sac level 1. Expansion ability, Exclusive immunity to poison, Poison Water Lizard, Power Evaluation, weak. Upon breaking through to the Demon General level, he instantly gained 10 talent skill points, plus the previous 2, totaling 12 points. Yilin promptly upgraded Divine Movement to level 9 and Sharp Teeth to level 9. The passive ability of level 9 Divine Movement greatly enhanced his agility beyond that of others in the same tier. Typically, a demon general's base speed is 10. Yet he possessed a remarkable 15. Demon Transformation, all attack power increases by 100. This was the essence of a demon general's might. Observing the description of demon transformation, Yilin took a deep breath, marveling at its significance. System, refine demonic essence, and elevate my cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, he issued the command. Ding. Evolution successful. The host has advanced from the first segment of Demon General to the second segment. Cost of evolution points, 500. Remaining, 4067. As the system's notification faded, Lin felt a surge of demonic power coursing through him, leading to a fundamental transformation. Demon transformation. All attack power increases by 200. Powerful. Truly powerful. Lin marveled at the description. Continue. He urged. Ding. Evolution successful. The host has advanced from the second segment of Demon General to the third segment. Cost of evolution points, 1,000. Remaining, 3,067. As before, with the decrease in evolution points, the demonic essence within Lin surged violently. Demon transformation. All attack power increases by 300. Continue. Ding. Evolution successful. The host has advanced from the third segment of Demon General to the fourth segment, consuming 2,000 evolution points. Remaining, 1067. With 40 demon transformation, all attack power is amplified fourfold. This surge of power. Hiss. Feeling the immense strength within, Lin couldn't help but throw his head back and hiss. He suddenly raised his tail and struck the ground fiercely. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Crack. Crack. Immediately, a deep mark appeared where Lin struck, fissures spreading outwards like a web. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. With each strike, he possessed 5 times his original strength, equating to a terrifying force of 50. Is this truly the extent of my power now? Lin murmured, gazing at the fissure stretching several feet away. Chapter 69. Complete evolution. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 requires 2,000 evolution points. The remaining 1067 points are insufficient for further breakthroughs in cultivation. Thus, after testing his strength, Lin shifted his attention to various skills. Xing level 9. Max level significantly enhances the abdominal muscles of the host. Active ability. Temporarily unleashes a speed 50 times faster, followed by a brief period of weakness. Passive ability. Increases the host's agility by 50, unable to be further enhanced. This Xing skill is quite remarkable. Both its active and passive abilities are extremely practical. Regrettably, upon seeing the inability to enhance further, Lin shook his head in disappointment. He then turned his gaze towards another skill, filled with anticipation. Tai Fu level 9. Significantly enhances the host's external scales. Passive ability. The host's scales become as hard as iron, seamless, and can withstand all attacks from below the level of demon generals. Can be further evolved. Evolving Tai Fu. This Tai Fu skill is his unparalleled reliance among half-demons. Lin eagerly anticipated the heights to which the enhanced Tai Fu would ascend. Beep. Initiating the evolution of the host's Tai Fu skill. Beep. Evolution successful. The Tai Fu skill at level 9 has evolved into Qinglin Jia level 1. Consumed 100 evolution points. Remaining, 967. A mysterious warmth surged through Lin's skin. Before long, his delicate scales of azure and white began to coalesce, forming thick, brand new scales. They appeared considerably larger and coarser. Lin quickly reviewed the description of Qinglin Jia. Qinglin Jia level 1. Significantly enhances the host's external scales. Passive ability. The host's scales transform into azure hardened armor, granting immunity to all attacks with a power below 25. Immunity to all attacks with a power below 25? The base strength of demon generals is generally 10, and a level 1 demon general can unleash a maximum of over 20 strength. This means that with my current defense, even if I stand still while a level 1 demon general attacks, they won't be able to break through my defense? Lin nodded in satisfaction and declared, continue enhancing Qinglin Jia. Beep. Initiating the evolution of the host's Qinglin Jia skill. Beep. Evolution successful. The Qinglin Jia skill at level 1 has been upgraded to level 2. Consumed 200 evolution points. Remaining, 767. Proceed. Beep. Initiating the evolution of the host's Qinglin Jia skill. Beep. Evolution successful. The Qinglin Jia skill at level 2 has been upgraded to level 3. Consumed 400 evolution points. Remaining, 367. Qinglin Jia level 3. Significantly enhances the host's external scales. Passive ability. The host's scales transform into azure hardened armor, granting immunity to all attacks with a power below 45. Immunity to all attacks with a power below 45? Excellent. Haha. Upon reading the description, Lin felt elated, laughing heartily. With 367 evolution points remaining, after the initial excitement, Lin glanced at his remaining points, his brow furrowing. The skills that can still be enhanced are Guang Tong, Li Qi, and Corrosive Mist. Gazing at these 3 skills, Lin fell into contemplation. As a Qinghuanshi, his primary means of attack is poison. Thus, he could temporarily set aside the Li Qi skill. After careful consideration, Yilin ultimately decided to enhance corrosive mist. Beep. Initiating the evolution of the host's corrosive mist skill. Beep. Evolution successful. The corrosive mist skill at level 1 has been upgraded to level 2. Consumed 200 evolution points. Remaining 167. Seeing that the points were insufficient, Yilin turned his attention to Guangtong. Enhance Guangtong. Beep. Initiating the evolution of the host's Guangtong skill. Beep. Evolution successful. The Guangtong skill has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Consumed 10 evolution points. Remaining 157. Continue. Beep. Initiating the evolution of the host's Guangtong skill. The Guangtong skill has been upgraded from level 8 to level 9. Consumed 30 evolution points. Remaining 7. Guangtong level 9. Max level bestows the host with a unique ability in both eyes, transcending the limitations of the serpent's red light perception. Passive ability. The host gains true vision, allowing them to see through the specific attributes of their enemies. True vision? See through the specific attributes of enemies? Yilin was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of thought, he glanced at the clumsy creature at the valley's entrance. Han Han, a level 8 half-demon, strength 5. Speed 6, demon power 2, stamina 0. 85. This. Yilin was initially astonished, then quickly reacted with overwhelming joy. Haha, wonderful. Chapter 70, Plans. My lord, you? As Yilin appeared, the meditating Han Han immediately awakened. It cautiously observed Yilin, surprised. Han Han sensed that although it had only been a short while, Yilin seemed to have undergone another transformation. However, it could not pinpoint the exact changes. Let us depart. We are leaving this place. Yilin gazed towards the horizon outside the valley, speaking softly. Without looking back, he left the water valley. Leaving here? My lord, why must we depart? Han Han hurriedly followed, exclaiming anxiously. What do you think? Yilin cast a glance at it. The aura of a demon general suddenly enveloping him. Ah! Han Han stiffened, then suddenly understood. Yilin had become a demon general, and under normal circumstances, demon generals would not easily enter the territories of other demon generals, lest they be perceived as a provocation. My lord, where are we headed now? After realizing this, Han Han couldn't help but inquire. Where to? First, let us inform He Shui, Yilin replied softly after a moment of contemplation. After all, nominally, Han Han was also under his command. Furthermore, he had just eliminated Du Li, who was the first fierce general under He Shui. As a demon general, he could kill without consequence, but regardless of the reason, it was better to inform He Shui to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. He Shui de Wang, a level 7 demon general, was renowned for his formidable strength within 1,000 miles. Yilin was not keen on provoking him. Moreover, and most importantly, as an established demon general, he possessed far greater knowledge than Han Han. Yilin needed to acquire some essential information from him. Understood, my lord. Han Han dared not voice any dissent regarding Yilin's arrangements. Subsequently, the snake and the frog departed from the water valley, swiftly heading towards the direction of He Shui de Zhe. Along the way, Yilin required neither communication nor combat. He merely unleashed the aura befitting a demon general. The half-demon lords either fled in panic or lay low at the riverbed, afraid to show themselves. The journey was unimpeded. In the shadows, He Shui de Wang's spies observed Yilin from a distance before reporting back to the He Shui Deep Palace. In less than half an hour, Yilin and Han Han arrived at the vicinity of He Shui de Zhe. At this moment, a vast array of shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood ready. As Yilin's figure appeared, they all turned their gaze towards him, their eyes filled with vigilance and a hint of fear. Yilin cast a glance at them, remaining silent, and felt no surprise. He strode confidently towards He Shui de Zhe, knowing that if He Shui de Wang had not sensed his presence and prepared in advance, it would be quite unusual. How unworthy of the title of Yao Jiang. May I inquire, esteemed Dao friend, what brings you here at this moment? The ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals suddenly parted, revealing a broad path. With a splash, the water's surface erupted in waves. Out slithered 2 long black serpents, one large and one small. The speaker was none other than the He Shui de Wang. At this moment, He Shui de Wang's visage was as dark as the water, with a hint of worry flickering between his brows. Beside him, He Tong mirrored his expression of unease. Clearly, the unexpected arrival of Yilin had unsettled them. Under ordinary circumstances, He Shui de Wang would not have feared such an encounter. However, he had recently endured a fierce battle and was in a weakened state, requiring rest and not wishing for further conflict. Upon spotting Yilin, He Shui de Wang's heart quivered slightly, and his gaze sharpened. The Qing Huanxi. All the demons in the southern region of Chongqing knew that one of the subordinates of the third prince of Qing Jiao Palace belonged to the Qing Huanxi clan. You are Yilin. But soon after, his expression shifted, disbelief etched across his face. Hee. Brother He Shui, it is a pleasure to see you well. Yilin offered him a gentle smile. Chapter 71, Polite Refusal. It truly is you. He Shui De Wang remarked incredulously. He Tong beside him also gazed at Yilin in disbelief. How could a first-tier Yao Jiang achieve such a breakthrough so easily? As a direct descendant of a Yao Jiang lineage, she had cultivated for nearly a century, yet saw no light of progress. To her astonishment, Yilin was a descendant of the Qing Huanxi clan. In the wake of this revelation, He Shui De Wang was taken aback, repeatedly lamenting the implications. Yilin's previous conduct now appeared to have a reasonable explanation. After all, a common Qing, she reaching half-demon status was already remarkable. How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? He had speculated about the nature of Yilin's bloodline power. Yet he had never anticipated it would be that of the Qing Huanxi. Yilin smiled in silence. May I ask what brings you, esteemed Qing Shidao friend? With the familiarity established, He Shui De Wang's unease diminished considerably. He regarded the Qing Shi before him with a complex expression. In just one day, the other had risen to nearly equal standing with him. It is thus that poisonously sought to harm me during my breakthrough. He even injured my younger brother, who I subsequently dispatched. Yilin remarked with a faint smile. Oh, upon hearing this, He Shui De Wang furrowed his brow. He glanced at the clumsy companion behind Yilin and noted the evident injuries, his thoughts racing like lightning. So it was. He Shui De Wang chuckled, quickly dismissing the matter, saying, since that scoundrel offended you, it is only just that he met his fate. Compared to a Yao Jiang, the threat posed by Li was insignificant. In an instant, He Shui De Wang made his decision. In that case, I thank you for your understanding, brother He Shui. Yilin replied, a smile gracing his features. It is but a trifling matter. He Shui De Wang shook his head slightly and, with curiosity, asked, may I inquire what your plans are moving forward? Naturally, I intend to return to the Qing Shi tribe. Yilin pondered for a moment before responding casually. Return to the Qing Shi tribe? My friend, you may be unaware, but the current situation in the Qing Shi tribe is far from tranquil. If you truly intend to return, you must proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, He Shui De Wang frowned. Oh, how so? Pray enlighten me. The moment those words escaped, Yilin's interest peaked. How else could it be? It is, of course, the turmoil stemming from the princely struggle in Qing Jiao Palace. Due to this, the southern region of Chongqing has recently been quite unsettled. He Shui De Wang slowly shook his head as he spoke. The princely struggle? Yilin's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing this. I observe that you have just leveled up, and I presume you have yet to acquire a territory? Coincidentally, the spiritual land of the Qing Gui clan to the east is vacant. How about you manage it? He Shui De Wang suddenly proposed. As a Yao Jiang of the Qing Huanxi clan, if he could win Yilin over, it would be a formidable addition to his strength. Moreover, given Yilin's youth and exceptional talent, he was not averse to investing in him. With the cunning of an old serpent, He Shui De Wang's mind raced with possibilities. I appreciate your high regard, but I have my own plans. Yilin responded, momentarily taken aback, before resolutely declining. To evolve, one must consume the flesh and blood of Yao Jiang. How could one achieve that by remaining safely within a territory? At this critical juncture of the princely struggle, bloodshed was inevitable. Was this not the optimal moment for consumption and evolution? It could be said that wherever there was conflict, he would be present. Very well. In that case, I shall refrain from further persuasion. He Shui De Wang remarked, slightly disappointed. Do you know the direction of the Qing Shi tribe? Yilin inquired once more. To the northwest, 500 miles away, there lies a vast expanse of forest. That is the habitat of the Qing Shi clan. He Shui De Wang gazed toward the distant horizon. Thank you. Following this, Yilin engaged in casual conversation with He Shui De Wang for a while, gathering substantial information before taking his leave. Father, how could he, as a descendant of the Qing Huanxi, appear here? After Yilin departed, He Tong gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring to herself. Uncertain. Perhaps he is a forgotten offspring. He Shui De Wang replied with a shake of his head. His bloodline power is formidable. I can sense that he is quite young. Regrettably, it is evident that He Shui De Wang felt a twinge of regret at not being able to recruit Yilin. Chapter 72, Arrival. Having left the He Shui De Zhe, the serpent and the frog hastened directly toward the northwest. Possessing a 9th-level wide gaze, he could discern the enemy's strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Along the way, Any Yao Jiang he encountered whose strength did not exceed the 6th tier was swiftly consumed by Yilin, transforming into evolution points. When faced with stronger opponents, Yilin chose to circumvent them. After 3 days, they finally beheld a lush, verdant forest standing beside a tributary of the Chongqing River. At last, we have arrived. Huan Huan sighed in relief at the sight. For no other reason than the journey had been excessively thrilling, causing Huan Huan's little heart to race. He had witnessed a succession of formidable Yao Jiang being dispatched and devoured by Yilin, while simultaneously partaking in the acquisition of numerous yuan crystals. By this point, he likely possessed no less than 500. The experiences of these 3 days felt like a dream to him. My lord, we have arrived. Huan Huan gazed at Yilin with awe, speaking cautiously. Yilin nodded slightly, his mood buoyant. In these 3 days, he had consumed 7 Yao Jiang, ranging from the 1st to the 5th tier. They collectively provided him with over 6,000 evolution points. After spending 4,000 evolution points, he had broken through to the 5th tier, greatly enhancing his strength. Who are you? Why do you approach this place? Upon their arrival at the forest's edge, a Qingshi emerged from the nearby brush, its 2 pitch-black vertical pupils fixed on them with an air of vigilance. It is you, my lord. The next moment, upon recognizing Yilin, it bowed respectfully. Strange, I have not seen this esteemed lord before. Could it be that he has returned from the outside due to recent events? Confusion filled its heart. However, given the imposing aura of Yao Jiang emanating from Yilin, it did not dwell on it further. Qingshi, half-demon tier 9, strength 9. Speed 7, demon power 4, stamina 0. 95. TSK. It is no wonder that even the guards of the demon beasts are at the pinnacle of half-demon. After scanning the Qingshi's data, Yilin expressed his astonishment. Hurry and go inform the others. Just say that I have returned from the outside and seek entry into the clan. Having gathered ample information from He Shui De Wang, Yilin spoke with calmness. The serpent, belonging to the dragon lineage, is known for its lustful nature. It is not uncommon for some Qing Huanxi demons to engage in indiscretions outside, leading to offspring. However, the bloodline powers of these descendants are generally quite mixed, with limited potential. Thus, the majority of the Qing Huanxi higher-ups allow them to roam aimlessly outside. Only those with pure bloodlines, capable of breaking through to the level of Yao Jiang, are permitted to return to the clan. I see. Please wait a moment, esteemed sir. I shall inform the elder at once. Upon hearing this, the half-demon Qing was suddenly enlightened, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Indeed, please do so quickly. Yilin nodded slightly. The young Qingshi, upon receiving the instruction, swiftly crawled into the thicket, venturing deeper within. Shortly thereafter, the forest trembled violently. Yilin looked on and saw a 4-zhang long Qing Huan Dashi emerge from the underbrush. It scrutinized Yilin for a moment, its nonchalant expression abruptly shifting to one of seriousness. Its eyes revealed a touch of gravity. It realized that it could not fathom Yilin's cultivation level. Qing Huanxi. Yao Jiang level 4, strength 10, speed 9, demon power 5, stamina 1. Yilin cast a glance at it, effortlessly discerning its capabilities. Is this the elder of the Qing Huanxi clan? Its strength is rather average, he mused quietly. Please, let us converse inside. The clan leader is awaiting you. Upon realizing that Yilin's cultivation surpassed its own, the elder of the Qing Huanxi adopted a more cautious demeanor. Among demon beasts, strength is always paramount. Very well. Yilin naturally had no objections to this. It is. Just as it was about to turn and lead the way, the elder caught sight of Han Han from the corner of its eye and could not help but inquire. Han Han felt an overwhelming tension under its gaze. As if locked onto by a natural predator, a suffocating sensation rising in its heart. He is my younger brother, Yilin replied calmly, an invisible aura suddenly emanating from him, dispelling the elder's oppressive presence. Phew. Han Han finally returned to normal, exhaling deeply, casting a wary glance at the Qing Huanxi elder and lowering its head in silence. A frog demon as a younger brother? The elder was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Very well, let us proceed together. However, seeing Yilin's formidable strength, it lost the inclination to dispute and stated plainly. Thereafter, under its guidance, Yilin and Han Han disappeared into the depths of the forest. Chapter 73. Qing Shi Clan. The snake and the frog closely followed the elder of the Qing Huanxi. They traversed through dense thickets until they arrived at the entrance of a secluded cave. Surrounding them were patrols of various colored snake-shaped half-demons. The clan leader awaits you inside. You may enter alone. The elder of the Qing Huanxi halted before the cave and turned to Yilin. You will stand guard outside. Yilin nodded. then instructed Han Han before stepping into the dark cave. As soon as he entered, the surroundings plunged into darkness. However, this did not affect Yilin in the slightest. The cave was not deep. After just a few steps, he heard the melodious sound of flowing spring water. The deeper he ventured, the more concentrated the aura of heaven and earth became. After delving several dozen zhang and rounding a bend, Yilin's vision transformed dramatically. Before him lay an oval-shaped valley. In the center of the valley was a crystal-clear pond, rich in the essence of heaven and earth emanating from it. Coiled at the edge of the pond lay a massive snake, approximately 17 to 18 meters long and half a meter thick, its eyes tightly closed. A formidable aura, comparable to the great king of Heishui, subtly lingered in the air. Yet, compared to the great king of Heishui, its presence, though potent, seemed to lack vitality. It has aged. Observing the snake's coarse azure-white scales, Yilin silently shook his head. Qing Huan Shi, Yao Jiang level 9, strength 11, speed 11, demon power 9. Stamina 0. 65. This was the status bar he perceived before him. The creature bore no visible injuries, yet its stamina was alarmingly low, inhibiting its full potential. This was solely due to its advanced age and deteriorating physique. You have arrived, young clansman. As Yilin gazed at it, the creature opened its eyes. Two murky vertical pupils fixing upon him with scrutiny. Esteemed clan leader. Yilin gently nodded. Excellent. Our Qing Huanxi clan will gain another young official member. I, Bai Zhe, on behalf of the Qing Huanxi clan, welcome you. After carefully examining Yilin, Bai Zhe offered a slight smile. A mix of joy and envy evident on its countenance. From the vitality emanating from Yilin, it could discern his youth. Yilin responded with a smile, refraining from uttering any words. I am pleased that you have managed to break the shackles of bloodline and return to the clan. It is unfortunate that your return comes at such a tumultuous time. Upon confirming Yilin's identity, Bai Zhe's initial joy was overshadowed by regret as it shook its head. Is it due to the third prince? Yilin's gaze shifted momentarily, prompting him to inquire. Indeed. Bai Zhe nodded slowly, its voice heavy with gravity. Recently, a decree was issued by the great demon king of Qin Jiao Palace, announcing his impending abdication. The one with the greatest power shall inherit the position of palace lord. Consequently, both princes and the eldest princess have mobilized their forces, engaging in fierce conflict to seize the spirit land. At this point, it let out a long sigh. Alas, our Qing Huanxi clan is already weak in this southern tributary. Being drawn into this conflict has resulted in severe losses. Recently, many young members of our clan were dispatched, yet they have not returned. The situation is dire. Alas, our ancestors swore a bloodline oath, vowing that our descendants shall never betray the Qing Jiao clan. Otherwise, I would have long since led our people to migrate. Is it possible that the Qing Huanxi clan is to wither away under my watch? Upon finishing, Bai Zhe's face was etched with sorrow, appearing even older. It seems the frontline battles are quite intense. Furthermore, the plight of the Qing Huanxi clan is indeed tragic, as the entire clan is bound to servitude for generations. Yilin's gaze flickered, yet he felt a surge of elation. However, I relish this. He maintained a serious exterior, speaking earnestly. If that is the case, then I must return all the more. Do you not comprehend? The front line is fraught with peril. Those who have gone may face dire consequences. Bai Zhe frowned at this. Precisely because of this, I feel compelled to come. Yilin interjected resolutely. Our clan is currently in grave danger. As a member of the clan, how can I remain outside, living in comfort? In his final words, he spoke with conviction, his face radiating a sense of righteousness. Of course, these words were merely empty rhetoric. His bloodline as a Qing Huanxi had been cultivated with the aid of the system, bearing no connection to this clan. What bloodline oath? It held no power over him. Joining the Qing Shi clan was solely to gain a legitimate foothold in the conflict and to accumulate evolution points. Moreover, he had another objective, to gather the power of the second-tier bloodlines of the Great Wilderness. In the upper reaches of this southern Qing region, there were undoubtedly numerous offspring of second-tier Yao Wang bloodlines. In due time, hunting down an enemy's Yao Wang offspring would fulfill his requirements for advancement. And as a member of the Qing Huanxi clan, aligned with the third prince of Qing Jiao, he had no fear of retaliation from the opposing forces. Yu. Alas, good child. Bai Zhe was profoundly moved by Yilin's display of loyalty to the clan, nearly brought to tears. Yilin could only observe in silence. Chapter 74. Preparation. After engaging in idle chatter with Bai Zhe and inquiring about the battle situation, Yilin expressed his intent to take his leave. Upon exiting the dim cave, the guiding elder had already vanished from sight. Beside Han Han, a small Qing, she had also appeared. Esteemed sir, Upon seeing Elin, the small Qing she quickly bowed its head and said, "Allow me to lead you to your designated cave dwelling." "Oh, that would be most appreciated." Elin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. No need for such formality. The small Qing she hastily shook its head, then took the lead. Subsequently, under its guidance, the trio entered a nearby thicket. Before long, Elin and Han Han arrived at the entrance of a small cave. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Elin felt a rich essence of heaven and earth emanating from within. Though it did not compare to the place where Baize resided, it was still quite admirable. "Esteemed sir, this is the place." Upon arrival, the small Qing she respectfully announced. "Quack, quack. This place is truly splendid, my lord," Han Han exclaimed, its eyes lighting up. "Enough. You may leave now." Elin gently nodded, signaling that it could leave. However, the small green snake did not move. "What? Is there something else?" Seeing this, Elin furrowed his brow. "To be honest, my lord, I am here to serve you." Upon hearing this, the small green snake twisted its body and lowered its head, speaking softly with an expression of hope. If it could unite with Elin and successfully conceive, its offspring might even break through to the first tier of demon generals, elevating its status dramatically. This was one of the reproduction methods of the Qinghuan snake clan. After all, even the most powerful bloodlines can become diluted over generations. Elin's lips twitched at this. "No need. You should leave." He forcibly suppressed the restlessness within him and spoke in a deep voice. Although this body had not existed for long, it had matured with the assistance of the system. Occasionally, a hint of desire would surge within him. However, upon gazing at the amorous little green snake before him, he could not muster the will. "All right, my lord." The little female snake, filled with disappointment yet helpless, could only bow respectfully and take her leave. "Come with me." Elin glanced at Han Han and directly entered a cave that was about 10 feet in diameter. This was the stronghold of the Qinghuan snake clan, and he feared that if he emerged the next day, he would only find Han Han's remains. "Understood, my king." Han Han hurriedly followed behind him. The arrangement within the cave resembled that of Baize's lair, albeit on a smaller scale. "Find a place to cultivate," Elin casually instructed before curling up by the water's edge. With over 2,000 evolution points remaining, he aimed to enhance his skills in preparation for the upcoming battles. Naturally, defense was his priority. He had always been afraid of death. Beep. Initiating evolution of host skill, Qinglin armor. Beep. Evolution successful. Skill Qinglin armor upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Consumed 800 evolution points. Remaining, 1722. Continue. Beep. Initiating evolution of host skill, Qinglin armor. Beep. Evolution successful. Skill Qinglin armor upgraded from level 4 to level 5. Consumed 1,600 evolution points. Remaining, 122. Qinglin armor level 5. Significantly enhances the host's surface scales. Passive ability. Host scales become Qinglin hard armor, immune to all attacks under 65 strength. Excellent. Very good. But it consumes too many evolution points. Looking at the remaining points, Elin felt somewhat speechless. Currently, I am at the 5th tier of demon generals. Based on previous experience, the points needed for another breakthrough are doubled. The Demon King has a total of 10 tiers. This means that moving from the 5th to the 6th tier requires 8,000 points. From 6 to 7, 16,000. Then 32,000. 64,000. 128,000. Finally, breaking through to the 2nd tier Demon King requires 256,000. Altogether, a total of 504,000 evolution points. Thinking of this, Elin could not help but swallow hard. He would need to devour over 100 demon generals. Elin felt speechless. He wondered if the eldest princess's side could provide such points. If not, he would have to kill his own kind, a daring thought that crossed his mind. Chapter 75. Bloodwave Beach. The upper reaches of Chongqing River in the southern region are roughly divided into 3 parts. The territory of the eldest princess of the Qingjiao Palace occupies a significant central area, while the 2nd and 3rd princes control the flanks. Currently, the eldest princess has survived the longest, with the most prosperous forces under her command, positioned right in the middle. The 2nd and 3rd princes tacitly allied to counter her. The Qinghuan Snake clan falls under the command of the 3rd prince, governed by the 2nd-tier Demon King, King Jinyu. This was information Elin acquired from the old snake Baize. The Qinghuan Snake clan was unfortunate, as their habitat was nearly on the edge of the 2 major forces, only 100 miles from the front lines of Bloodwave Beach. As soon as the conflict arose, clan members were dispatched to the front lines, resulting in heavy losses. Early the next morning, Elin instructed Han Han to stay put in the cave and set out alone toward Bloodwave Beach. As time passed, A strong scent of blood wafted through the air. Covering a distance of over 100 miles, Elin arrived in less than 15 minutes. Bloodwave Beach. Elin gazed ahead, startled. What lay before him was a vast expanse of beach stretching alongside the Chongqing River, measuring several miles long and 5 miles wide. The once crystal-clear river was now tainted with the blood of countless demons, shimmering under the sunlight with an eerie beauty. This place was originally known as Rainbow Beach, where beautiful rainbows would arch across the sky after rain. However, due to the ongoing battles between the two factions over the past few years, it had been renamed Bloodwave Beach by the various demon beasts, a testament to the bloody and fierce nature of the war, reflecting their fear. Elin observed a large collection of structures along the beach, forming a rudimentary yet expansive camp. At the center stood a simple wooden hall, surrounded by tents and wooden houses, with various demon beasts bustling about. Upon arriving, the scent of blood grew even stronger and more pungent. Elin headed directly to the Qinghuan Snake Clan's encampment to meet their leader. To his surprise, the leader of the Qinghuan Snake Clan was only a 4th-tier demon general. Although he had been prepared for this, he was still somewhat astonished. According to Baizhe, there were supposed to be 2 7th-tier demon generals and 1 8th-tier expert among the clan members who had come. It seemed that they had likely perished. Elin thought to himself quietly, "Who are you?" The leader, seeing Elin's youthful and unfamiliar face, was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing that the other party was stronger than her, she was taken aback. The younger generation of the clan had arrived early, and he was even more powerful than I am. Bai Ling's mind was swirling with thoughts. The nearby Qinghuan Snake clan members, some resting, others nursing wounds, looked on with curiosity. "You must be Bai Ling, as I have heard from the clan leader about you." "I am Elin, just returned from outside." Elin casually glanced at her, losing interest, and began to survey his surroundings. He did not expect the leader of the Qinghuan Snake clan to be so weak. Returned from outside. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's eyes widened. Isn't it just a bunch of mixed blood out there? Their bloodline power is weak, and their talents are mediocre. Those who can cultivate to the level of Demon General are considered the peak of that group. Yet here stood a young man who not only cultivated to the 5th tier of Demon General, but looked so youthful. Bai Ling was immediately shocked. Had it not been for the fact that Elin's face was truly unfamiliar, she would have found it hard to believe. "Is this all that's left of your clan?" Looking around at the scattered few Qinghuan snakes, Elin expressed disbelief. According to Baizhe, there should have been at least 80 to 100 clan members. Yet now, upon a casual glance, there were only 5, including Bai Ling. Had the others all perished? Elin could not help but look at Bai Ling father, uncle, and elder brother. They are all. What should we do now? Seeing his gaze, Bai Ling's eyes suddenly turned red as she was about to pour out her sorrows. Enough. I understand. Elin interrupted her with an eye roll. Bai Ling was the little princess of the Qinghuan Snake clan, raised under the care of many elders and brothers. Now, although she had reached the 4th tier of Demon General, her disposition was still that of a little girl. Previously, with many elders to support her, she did not need to consider much. But now that those snakes had all perished, the pillars of support had collapsed. The current battle situation of the Qinghuan Snake clan rested upon her, the highest-ranked member. A heavy pressure descended upon her, and she was now on the brink of collapse. At this moment, a stronger clan member arrived, and Elin could hardly contain his exasperation. He did not come to listen to their grievances or engage in idle chatter. Moreover, the demise of those Qinghuan snakes was of no concern to him. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ling was momentarily taken aback. From this day forth, I shall be your leader. Is there any dissent? She received no response. Casting a glance at the remaining 5 Qinghuan snakes in the room, Elin's aura surged, and he spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words and sensing his formidable presence, the snakes exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. Their eyes reflected skepticism and wariness. Yet under Elin's imposing aura, they dared not voice their opposition. No dissent, my lord. Eventually, it was Bai Ling who stepped forward, bowing her head and speaking softly. Excellent. Elin nodded slightly and continued. In that case, tell me, who are our adversaries? What is their strength? He could immediately perceive the distrust emanating from the snakes. Yet this was of little significance to him. He was here to accumulate evolution points, not to earn military merit, nor to protect the Qinghuan Snake clan. If not for the fear of appearing too conspicuous, he might have chosen to act independently. These Qinghuan snakes were, in his eyes, nothing more than a burden. My lord, our enemies are the Yu Shuai clan. Bai Ling had no choice but to respond honestly. They are a 1st-tier demon clan, with strength comparable to our Qinghuan snakes. In prior skirmishes, the high-ranking members of both clans have perished. Now, they are left with a young clan leader of the 6th tier. Along with 2 at the 5th tier, and over a dozen below that. After listening, Yilin cast a glance at the Qinghuan snakes and remarked, according to your account, our two clans were originally of similar strength. Yet after the ensuing battles, how have we fallen behind by such a margin? Is it possible they have reinforcements? Apart from Bai Ling, who was a 4th-tier demon general. The other 4 Qinghuan snakes included 3 at the 1st tier and 1 at the 2nd tier, significantly weaker than the Yu Xuanyo clan. Because my father, being an 8th-tier demon general, was severely injured due to the aftermath of the Demon King's battlefield. As a result, our clan has suffered consecutive defeats in subsequent battles, leading us to our current predicament. Bai Ling's eyes glistened with sorrow as she spoke. Soon, the Lord of the Golden Fish Demon King will launch a second wave of assault. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Yilin felt a chill. The battlefield of the Demon King? Such a scale primarily involved 2nd-tier demon kings, where even 1st-tier demon generals were considered cannon fodder. It was common for even peak demon generals to suffer severe injuries or perish if caught in the crossfire of a demon king's power. It seems I must exercise greater caution, Yilin mused inwardly. How can you accuse me of being short-sighted? If that is the case, shall I extend my affection a little longer? Brothers? Let love manifest in 5-star ratings in the comments. Just then, a vulgar and grating laughter echoed from outside the room. Upon hearing this sound, Yilin noticed Bai Ling shrink back, her eyes revealing a hint of fear and despair. The other Qinghuan snakes also displayed evident disgust. Oh, Yilin was intrigued and turned to look. A massive black-spotted snake, over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel, slithered in. Its cold, brown-yellow vertical pupils disregarded the other Qinghuan snakes, fixating directly on Bai Ling with a gluttonous and ravenous gaze. Banmu, this is the territory of the Qinghuan snake clan. How dare you trespass? Bai Ling, feeling a chill from its gaze, could not help but shout in indignation, though her voice lacked conviction. The other 4 Qinghuan snakes also glared at it with hostility. Ha ha. Banmu laughed heartily, looking at Bai Ling with mockery in his eyes. I dare to trespass. What will you do about it? My lovely little princess? Being a 5th-tier demon general, he had long coveted Bai Ling, but had refrained from being too brazen while under the protection of elders. Just a few days ago, he would have been cautious. However, the remaining Qinghuan snakes were no match for him now. You. Bai Ling was infuriated, unable to articulate her anger. The other 4 Qinghuan snakes wore expressions of indignation, yet fear held them back from advancing. Yilin cast a glance at him and closed his eyes, choosing to meditate. Such trivial matters were beneath his concern. You are exceedingly audacious. After a lengthy pause, Bai Ling finally managed to utter a sentence. Indeed, I am audacious. Banmu retorted with a sneer. Why don't you have your dead old man come and deal with me? Bai Ling's anger surged, her breath quickening. So, have you given it some thought? If you choose to unite with me, I shall bear the brunt of the forthcoming battles. These worthless ones behind you will survive too. You know the current state of the Qinghuan snake clan better than I do. If they all perish here, haha, you must consider that the fate of the Qinghuan snake clan will rest entirely in your hands. Sensing he had struck a nerve, Banmu grinned, appearing completely unperturbed. Witnessing his smug demeanor, Bai Ling felt an urge to eliminate him in frustration. Unfortunately, not only was he the young clan leader of the Haiban snake clan, his status was equal to hers, and he was considerably stronger. With the elders of her clan having perished one after another, she found herself utterly powerless. Furthermore, Banmu was correct. If these last few young clan members were to perish here, the Qinghuan snake clan would truly be left without successors, and their decline would be inevitable. Contemplating this, she glanced at her remaining clan members, seeing their cowering expressions filled with fear. A wave of sorrow surged within her heart. Meanwhile, Yilin overheard their exchange and inwardly rolled his eyes. Why did he have to encounter such a cliché scenario upon arrival? Is this what it means to be the protagonist? He muttered to himself. What protagonist? At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in, laced with curiosity. Nothing. Yilin casually replied. Hurry and tell me. Tell me. The system's playful tone immediately followed, imbued with an alluring temptation. Since he had ascended to Demon General and become a Qinghuan snake, the system's demeanor had transformed drastically, shifting from pure innocence to that of a seductive vixen. Inside the room, am I truly to unite with this hideous brute? Bai Ling thought, repulsed by Banmu's openly lecherous gaze. This scoundrel. How can he remain so relaxed at a time like this? Is he even a member of the Qinghuan snake clan? Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yilin, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Noticing his seemingly oblivious demeanor, she shot him an angry glare, cursing him inwardly. 5th-tier demon general? Who are you? I don't recall ever seeing you before. Her act did not escape Banmu's notice. His gaze shifted to Yilin as he spoke with a cold tone. I am Ban Mu, the young clan leader of the Haiban Snake clan. Seeing that Yilin truly did not recognize him, Ban Mu raised his voice, nostrils flaring with arrogance. Is the young chieftain of the Haiban Snake tribe called Ban Mu? This king remembers. Yilin nodded slightly upon hearing this. Nevertheless, his nonchalant demeanor caused Ban Mu to choke momentarily, feeling a sharp pang of irritation. Humph. Ban Mu snorted coldly, casting a fierce glare at Yilin. Were it not for their presence in the encampment, he might have already called for assistance to deal with Yilin. He then turned to Bai Ling and coldly stated, This young master grants you one final day to contemplate. Act wisely. With that, he swiftly departed. What is this Haiban tribe? After his departure, Yilin remarked casually. As soon as he spoke, Bai Ling and several Qinghuan snakes fell silent. Not even aware of the Haiban tribe, it seemed he had indeed just returned to the clan. Yet, having cultivated alone outside to reach the 5th stage of a demon general, could it be that he encountered some fortuitous event? Bai Ling's mind was awash with thoughts as she stepped forward and spoke. My lord, the Haiban tribe, like our Qing snake tribe, belongs to the subordinates of the Jin Yu Demon King. Previously, the strength of both tribes was comparable. Upon learning that the Haiban tribe's power was not dissimilar to that of the Qinghuan tribe, Yilin swiftly lost interest. If that Ban Mu were a descendant of the Demon King, he might have considered forging a connection. Jinjian, just as Yilin was deep in thought, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed from afar. This voice surged like thunder from the heavens, unmatched in its might. In an instant, the beasts within the encampment felt their ears reverberate, their vitality surging chaotically. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort resonated from the center of the camp. A formidable aura emanated, dispelling everything in its vicinity, allowing all creatures to regain their composure. Jinjian, isn't that the name of the Jin Yu King? Yilin inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. This voice, the Wu Bang King, is attacking. Bai Ling was initially taken aback, but her expression quickly changed drastically. As her words fell, the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone scrambled out of their dwellings. Yilin followed suit, raising his gaze to the sky. In the distance, a dark spot suddenly materialized on the horizon, swiftly enlarging. It was unmistakably a mass of dark clouds. Within it, flashes of lightning danced, rumbling thunderously, creating a terrifying spectacle. Following this, a figure cloaked in a pitch-black robe slowly emerged from the storm. His body was adorned with flowing blue lightning, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. This figure was none other than the Wu Bang Demon King, Lei Kong. Within the encampment, numerous demon generals gazed at the figure in the sky, their eyes filled with profound dread. The Wu Bang King, at the early stage of demon kingship, possessed strength of 22, speed of 21, demon power of 20, and stamina of 99. At that moment, Yilin clearly discerned Lei Kang's attributes. Indeed, the attributes of 9 and 10 mark a watershed, representing the boundary between semi-demons and demon generals. Similarly, 19 and 20 delineate the line between demon generals and demon kings. Yilin murmured to himself, Jinjian, if you pledge allegiance to the first prince now, it is not too late. Lei Kang's azure eyes, crackling with lightning, fixed upon the golden figure before the grand hall in the center of the encampment, and he spoke in a deep tone. The Jin Yu King appeared as a middle-aged man, his face covered in golden scales, draped in a golden robe, with long hair of gold and red cascading casually over his shoulders. The third prince has always treated my Jin Yu fish clan generously. There is no need for further discourse. Jinjian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and unwavering. Are you truly resolute in opposing me? Lei Kang's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice turning icy. As he spoke, the surrounding lightning surged violently, crackling with energy and exploding outwards, creating a massive shockwave. Jinjian remained unfazed, his aura suddenly becoming obscure and stagnant, as an inexplicable wind whipped through the encampment. Humph, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. The Wu Bang King, Lei Kong, saw this and his expression turned frigid. As his words fell, the dark clouds behind him began to tremble violently, the lightning intensifying and becoming more concentrated. A tempestuous aura swept through the surroundings. Crack! With a deafening sound, a bolt of blue lightning, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from the clouds, targeting the Jin Yu King below. The Jin Yu King simply waved his hand, conjuring a faint golden energy shield before him. With a crackle, the blue lightning collided with the golden shield, causing it to tremble, unable to break through in one strike. The lightning fragmented into countless strands, resembling a blue electric net that incessantly eroded the golden shield. Yet, that was all it accomplished. Before long, Both the lightning and the golden shield vanished. What was meant to be a devastating blow for a demon general appeared feeble before Jin Zhan. Long live the king. The demon generals erupted in cheers. Even the Qinghuan snakes joined in. Yilin silently observed, impressed. Truly, Jin Zhan, one of the 4 great demon kings under the third prince, was not undeserving of his reputation. However, today, your defeat is inevitable. Seeing this, Lei Kang's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with conviction. Oh, upon hearing this, Jin Zhan's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Ha! Jin Zhan, how have you been? Just then, waves appeared on the eastern horizon. A massive black fish, over 100 meters long, surged through the clouds, swiftly approaching the encampment. In the blink of an eye, it hovered above the encampment, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Wu Bang King. It possessed a long, sharp snout and narrow, dark eyes, giving it a menacing appearance. The creatures within the encampment were momentarily stunned. Little snake, run. As Yilin was lost in thought, the system's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Go. He quickly regained his senses, relaying a message to Bai Ling, and immediately turned to flee. Many, quick to react, also turned pale, scrambling to escape. In an instant, the encampment, which had been orderly just moments ago, erupted into chaos. The Heichong King, it is you. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jin Zhan's expression shifted. Ignoring the ensuing turmoil below, he immediately turned to Lei Kang and coldly stated, Do you dare to ally with the East Sea forces? Are you not afraid of His Majesty Qing Jiao's retribution? The Chongqing River region and the East Sea aquatic forces had always viewed each other with disdain, engaging in frequent conflicts. To put it simply, the river dwellers looked down upon the sea dwellers, and vice versa. Hee. This matter will naturally be resolved by Her Highness the Princess. We are merely following orders. Lei Kang chuckled dismissively, showing no concern. You. Jin Zhan's expression darkened completely, and his fists clenched tightly. Why waste words with him? Since he refuses to submit, then he must die. The Heichong King licked his lips, his narrow eyes glinting with malice as he addressed Jin Zhan coldly. Humph, you speak so arrogantly. Jin Zhan scoffed, leaping into the air to confront the 2 demon kings. His expression solemn. If it were a one-on-one battle, he would not fear either of them. However, facing 2 opponents at once posed a considerable challenge. A rich golden light enveloped him, pulsating continuously. As Jin Zhan channeled his energy, the surrounding environment grew dark and oppressive. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through, and the next moment, the winds intensified exponentially. Torrential rain began to pour down. Instantly, the area was engulfed in howling winds and torrential rain, contrasting sharply with the bright sunshine just a few miles away. Summoning the winds and rains, Jin Zhan bellowed, pointing fiercely at the 2 demon kings, Lei Kang and the Heichong King. In an instant, the howling winds and pouring rain seemed to congeal, and the falling raindrops halted midair. The next moment, they surged with even greater ferocity, encircling Lei Kang and the Heichong King from all directions. With a single movement, Jin Zhan unleashed his most powerful technique, Xian Lei Hutu. In response to his maneuver, Lei Kang's expression turned serious, not daring to underestimate it in the slightest. He let out a fierce roar, and thunder erupted behind him, with lightning dancing wildly. Dozens of blue electric arcs slithered around him like serpents, forming a protective barrier. Beside him, Heichong Wang also wore a solemn expression. His massive form trembled, and in the blink of an eye, a dense black mist enveloped him entirely. In the next moment, torrents of rain from all directions, accompanied by a howling, bone-chilling gale, suddenly surged forth. Chapter 78. The forceful aftermath pitter-patter. The heavy raindrops, driven by the fierce hurricane, shot towards the 2 demon kings like a shower of pear blossoms. Thud! The walnut-sized raindrops, radiating a faint golden light, struck the electric shield one after another. Hiss! Upon contact with the blue barrier, the golden raindrops instantaneously evaporated, vanishing without a trace. However, the electric shield experienced slight tremors, its surface pockmarked, yet it was quickly restored. From within the enveloping black mist surrounding Heichong Wang, crisp sounds echoed, reminiscent of bullets striking steel plates, reverberating loudly. It appeared that both demon kings had successfully thwarted Jin Zhan's tempestuous technique. Yet, how numerous were the golden raindrops? They descended like a golden meteor shower, spectacular and vibrant, yet fraught with lethal intent. As countless golden raindrops relentlessly bombarded them, after several breaths, the electric shield surrounding Wu Bang Wang could no longer endure. Crack! A faint sound of rupture echoed, and the blue electric shield violently shook before a small fissure appeared. Wu Bang Wang Lei Kang's gaze sharpened, and he quickly channeled his demonic energy to mend it. Yet, The golden raindrops continued their relentless assault, offering him no respite. Crack! Just as one fissure was repaired, another opened on the opposite side. He hastily unleashed a powerful surge of demonic energy. However, as soon as he managed to address that breach, two more gaps tore open. It was as if a chain reaction had begun, and cracks proliferated, densely packed. The blue electric shield was on the verge of collapse. Crack, 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 crack. No. Ultimately, amidst Lei Kang's furious and unwilling roar, the barrier shattered, leaving him completely exposed to the open air. In the next moment, the sky was filled with golden raindrops that struck him with ferocity. Splash! Each golden raindrop that hit Lei Kang caused blood to spurt forth, like bullets sweeping across. His body erupted in bloody blossoms, rendering him a gruesome sight. In a short while, the area where he hovered was enveloped in a mist of blood. Aya! Instantly, Wu Bangwang's wails echoed, his cries resonating for miles, instilling terror in the hearts of the fleeing demon generals. However, after a few breaths, the golden raindrops in the heavens gradually grew sparse and diminutive until they vanished completely. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, allowing sunlight to shine through once more. Jin Zhan's technique of summoning wind and rain had reached its conclusion. Using such a formidable technique was not without its toll for Jin Zhan. He hovered in midair, breathing heavily. His golden visage had paled slightly, clearly drained. Roar! In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Jin Zhan, I shall have your life. The bloodied Lei Kang bellowed in rage. Hearing this, Jin Zhan turned to face Lei Kang, his expression unchanging, entirely unsurprised. He did not harbor the illusion of defeating a demon king in a single blow. However, inflicting severe injury upon Lei Kang was quite telling of his strength. Roar! Whoosh! As Lei Kang's words fell, the dark clouds behind him surged violently. They swelled like a balloon, expanding dozens of times in an instant. Within mere breaths, the ominous clouds completely shrouded the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, a flurry of lightning bolts danced wildly within the dark clouds, an oppressive and furious aura rippling within, seemingly ready to erupt. The momentum was rivaled only by Jin Zhan's earlier technique of summoning wind and rain. With a thunderous roar, Lei Kang spread his arms wide. Boom! In the next instant, bolts of blue lightning, as thick as water barrels, burst forth from the dark clouds. At least 1,000 bolts, densely packed, rained down like the apocalypse. The vast majority of targets were aimed at Jin Zhan, while only a few dozen bolts were directed towards the demon generals below. Clearly, Lei Kang was incensed by Jin Zhan's assault. In the face of the demon king's wrath, the demon generals had no power to resist. Even the peak generals barely managed to hold on for a few breaths. In an instant, the camp erupted in cries of despair. Those struck by the lightning immediately emitted wisps of smoke, quickly transforming into charred corpses, their features unrecognizable. Only those peak generals with levels 9 and 10 managed to retain some semblance of their forms. All the demon generals were gripped by fear, scattering in every direction. The already chaotic camp descended into further disorder, with some demon generals resorting to violence to escape. Just as Lei Kang unleashed his fury, the surrounding thick black mist dissipated entirely, revealing He Chong Wang hovering in the air. At this moment, He Chong Wang appeared unscathed. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a decrease in his aura. It was evident that although he had withstood Jin Zhan's overwhelming assault, the expenditure had been immense. Truly, the king of goldfish. To stand against two foes and still exude such might. He Chong Wang reflected. In a one-on-one confrontation, he and Wu Bangwang would hardly stand a chance against Jin Zhan, and their demise would be a distinct possibility. Brother Lei, I shall assist you. With that, He Chong Wang's aura suddenly coalesced. Black Death stab. His sharp beak shimmered with a deep, inky black glow, and then he lunged at Jin Zhan with a fierce thrust. Whoosh! A long, dark energy spike, several dozen meters in length, shot forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on Jin Zhan. Boom! Jin Zhan, intending to evade, found his movement obstructed by the incessantly descending lightning. Water, come! Seeing this, he wore a grave expression and raised his hand in a beckoning motion. Below, a vast expanse of blood suddenly vanished, materializing before him in the form of a golden shield. As soon as it appeared, the black spike collided directly with it. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening explosion resounded, followed by a powerful shockwave that surged forth. Due to the hasty response, Jin Zhan could not fully withstand the impact. The golden shield shattered, and he was propelled backward by the force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably. If he was affected thus, one could only imagine the plight of the demon generals below. The residual shockwaves swept through the camp like a tornado, swiftly reducing everything in its path to dust. In merely 3 breaths, the expansive camp, spanning several miles, was reduced to ruins. Those who had yet to escape were obliterated, turning into mere puddles of flesh. Unable to even utter a cry, cursed. Hearing the thunderous explosion from behind, Elin, who had escaped over 20 miles away, turned back in shock. Upon witnessing the devastation, he let out a startled exclamation, instinctively exclaiming his trademark phrase. From his vantage point, the camp lay flattened, barren, with a deep crater at its center. It resembled a site that had just been subjected to a nuclear strike, an utterly horrifying spectacle. Thank goodness I fled quickly. Elin sighed with lingering trepidation, releasing a long breath. If he had hands, he would truly wish to pat his chest to alleviate the tension within. After this encounter, the numerous demon subordinates under the King of Goldfish suffered heavy casualties, rendering this defense line utterly untenable. However, this was of no concern to me. Gazing at the gruesome pit ahead, Elin's eyes flickered with excitement. These are all free points for evolution. Chapter 79, Old Acquaintances in the High Skies Above the Encampment. A cold snort escaped. Today's events shall not be forgotten. There will surely be generous recompense in the future. The King of Goldfish struggled to maintain his stance. His eyes locked on the pit below, where corpses lay scattered and blood soaked the ground, resembling a scene from hell. His expression was as dark as water, casting a fierce glare at Lei Kong and the Black Gun King. With a disdainful huff, golden light enveloped his feet, lifting him into the air. Transformed into a beam of golden light, he soared into the distance. His subordinates lay dead or fled, and he himself bore grave injuries. This place could no longer be held. There was no need to remain and face certain death. Lei Kong and the Black Gun King did not attempt to stop him, simply watching as he departed, ultimately vanishing into the horizon. Are you truly allowing him to leave unimpeded? Observing the sky, the now human-formed Black Gun King stood with arms crossed, suddenly breaking the silence. Heh, did you not also refrain from intervening? The King of Oysters, Lei Kong, cast a casual glance at him and chuckled lightly. Cough, cough. The Black Gun King, upon hearing this, covered his mouth and coughed lightly, choosing not to continue the conversation. After their recent skirmish, they had gained a rough understanding of the King of Goldfish's strength. In truth, both were well aware. If they truly wished to forcibly detain Jinzhan, it was not beyond their capability. Yet, such an action would likely lead to one of them being dragged down to accompany him in death. They were neither willing nor daring enough to gamble with their lives. After all, they were merely performing tasks for those above them, with the primary objective of securing this front line. There was no need for such desperate measures. After Jinzhan's departure, Lei Kong surveyed the grim scene below, then turned to the Black Gun King with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Black Gun Brother, for your assistance this time." "Not at all. Lei Kong Brother is too courteous. I am merely acting upon orders." The Black Gun King responded with a gentle wave of his hand, a cheerful smile adorning his face. "Since the task has been accomplished, I shall not intrude further." With that, dark mist enveloped him, transforming into a streak of black light that shot towards the sky. No need to see him off. After watching him leave, the King of Oysters gazed once more at the pit below, murmuring to himself, "We must promptly send someone to occupy this location and establish a front line. I wonder what the Grand Princess aims for by allying with the Eastern Sea tribes." Sighing, he shook his head and then merged into the dark clouds behind him, drifting towards the blood-soaked beach across the shore. Have they all departed? Approximately a moment after Lei Kong left, 3 miles away from the encampment's pit, a green serpent's head cautiously emerged, peering towards the sky above the camp. Excellent. It seems they have all vacated. Seeing the absence of figures in that direction, Elin's face lit up with joy. He quickly crawled out of his body, heading directly toward the ruins of the camp. Ding. Consumed a level 4 demon general, Dark Erosion Worm, and gained 551 evolution points. Ding. Consumed a level 2 demon general, Green Jade Crab, and gained 223 evolution points. Ding. Consumed a level 3 demon general, Fire Poison Turtle, and gained 332 evolution points. Along the way, every corpse he encountered was devoured. However, as he drew nearer, Elin's heart began to race. Initially, he could still see some intact demon general corpses. After delving 2 miles in, he could only glimpse dismembered limbs and severed arms. "Help! Help me!" As Elin feasted, a faint cry for help emerged from a nearby pool of blood. Still clinging to life? He paused, surprised by the sound. The previous overwhelming residual force had been palpable even from 20 miles away, its terrifying power unmistakable. However, reflecting on it, This area was indeed on the fringes of the residual impact. He lifted his gaze. Just 20 meters away, two large serpents with black spots lay in a pool of blood. One had been severed in two, blood streaming forth and motionless, clearly dead. The other, similarly mangled, still clung to life, but was not far from its end. Elin squinted, finding the sight familiar. After careful observation, he suddenly gasped in surprise. The black-spotted serpent was none other than Ban Mu, the young clan leader of the black-spotted serpent tribe. An old acquaintance indeed. Hey, my esteemed young master of the black-spotted tribe, your situation seems rather dire. After swallowing a hefty chunk of flesh, Elin slowly crawled closer, grinning at the feeble Ban Mu. You recognize me? Quickly, save me. Ban Mu, gravely injured, could barely form coherent words. Upon recognizing the visitor, what had initially been joy turned into shock. It appears you still remember me. How delightful. Elin's eyes sparkled with mischief. Cough. Please save me. The companions of the Green Ring Serpent tribe. Ban Mu coughed up a mouthful of filthy blood, seemingly oblivious to Elin's taunts, his gaze filled with urgency. It felt as though he could not hold on much longer. Oh, why should I save you? Elin's lips curled into a smirk. This Ban Mu was no kin of his, and given his previous demeanor, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. You see, we are both tribes under the command of the King of Goldfish. We ought to support one another. How can you stand by and watch me perish? After regaining his wits, Ban Mu, incensed, exclaimed loudly. Support one another? I distinctly recall you previously threatening our princess, stating that if she did not comply with your desires, you would watch our Green Ring Serpent kin perish. Upon hearing this, Elin chuckled derisively. Ban Mu was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Please, save me. I was wrong in that matter. After a considerable pause, he finally responded, his eyes pleading. If Elin did not intervene, he could not guarantee he would last until his kin arrived to rescue him. As long as you save me, I, Ban Mu, swear that I will never again set my sights on Miss Bai Ling. Furthermore, you will earn the friendship of our black-spotted serpent tribe. Terrified that Elin might refuse to help him, Ban Mu hastily added several more statements. The friendship of the black-spotted serpent tribe? What value does that hold? After hearing his words, Elin's expression remained impassive as he cast a glance at the corpses beside him, speaking indifferently. I believe it would be better for you to join your ancestors. With that, Elin opened his gaping maw, preparing to deliver a fatal bite. Saving him held no benefit for Elin. It would be far more advantageous to convert him into evolution points. Wait. Just save me. I can offer you yuan crystals, spiritual land, beautiful serpents. I can provide them all. Ban Mu's fear escalated to the point of desperation, his voice rising. In the face of this life or death crisis, he spoke rapidly, not pausing for breath. Yet Elin remained unmoved, his gaze cold and merciless, showing no sign of compassion. A hint of murderous intent surfaced. Do not kill me. I often have secret rendezvous with the daughter of a demon snake king. If you spare me, I can introduce you to her. As long as you save me, I am willing to serve as your servant for 10 years. No, 100 years. Elin, staring at the menacing fangs close at hand, rendered Ban Mu utterly terrified. He frantically offered conditions and temptations, desperate for Elin to spare him. The murderous Elin paused upon hearing this. What did you just say? He slowly closed his mouth, two icy vertical pupils fixated on Ban Mu as he spoke coldly. Huff. Seeing Elin halt his attack, Ban Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, under Elin's intense gaze, he trembled uncontrollably, swallowing hard as he hastily proclaimed. As long as you save me, I am willing to serve as your servant for 100 years. Having spoken, his face flushed crimson, wishing to find a hole in the ground to hide. As the young leader of a tribe, such words, if leaked, would undoubtedly be a source of disgrace. In the future, within the clan, it seems I shall forever be unable to hold my head high. However, at this moment, in order to preserve my life, I must endure a little humiliation. Not that sentence. You mentioned that you are acquainted with a descendant of a demon king? Elin, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows and spoke again. Ban Mu's expression stiffened upon hearing those words. He originally thought that his willingness to serve would be the greatest sacrifice. Yet it appeared that the other party looked down upon him entirely. In an instant, a wave of intense humiliation surged within him. Indeed, I do know a descendant of a demon king. Ban Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to curse, and spoke honestly. But is he a direct descendant? Elin inquired once more. Yes. Ban Mu looked at Elin with a puzzled expression and nodded slowly. Upon hearing this, Elin's eyes brightened, and he smiled, saying, Excellent. I can save you. Chapter 80, Subjugation. Devour. Splendid. Thank you, my lord. for saving my life." Upon hearing that he could survive, Ban Mu's face instantly lit up with joy. Yet, deep within his heart, he seethed with anger, vowing that once he fully recovered, he would make the other party pay dearly. Ideally, he would become a lifelong servant. Thus, before that, let us first sever the connection to the source of your spiritual consciousness. Elin nodded slightly and said calmly, Upon hearing this, Ban Mu's smile immediately froze, and he became hesitant. What? Are you unwilling? Just a moment ago, you offered to serve, and now you wish to retract your words? Seeing his demeanor, Elin revealed a hint of interest and spoke nonchalantly. It is not that I wish to retract. It is simply that the source of spiritual consciousness. Ban Mu's expression revealed his difficulty, yet inwardly, he cursed vehemently. This rascal! How cunning! If I were to surrender the source of my spiritual consciousness, it would not merely be servitude, but outright slavery. How could I possibly retract my words afterward? If it were not this way, how could I trust you? Elin cast a disdainful glance at him and smiled faintly. Without tangible proof, how could he feel secure? He could see through this snake's ulterior motives. This snake, with its powerful physique yet simple mind, dared to engage in such childish tricks? It was utterly laughable. Ban Mu felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. His expression immediately fell, and he fell into silence. The source of spiritual consciousness was the very essence of a being. It was of utmost importance and should not be given lightly. Fear not. I swear by the bloodline of the Qing Huan snake. As long as you surrender a fragment of your spiritual consciousness to me, within 10 years, I shall certainly return it to you. Elin cast a casual glance at him, fully aware of his concerns. Thus, he spoke. The bloodline oath is regarded as one of the oldest and most practical forms of binding power among demon beasts. Should Elin break his vow, he would suffer a backlash from his bloodline. The consequences could range from severe injury to permanent damage, or even death. Upon hearing this, Ban Mu was tempted by the notion of being bound for merely 10 years. He had no doubt regarding the bloodline oath. However, he soon reconsidered, realizing that once he surrendered the source of his spiritual consciousness, both his life and freedom would lie at the mercy of the other. He hesitated, struggling to find his voice. In that case, I shall escort you on your way. Elin, feeling impatient, suddenly turned cold, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him. Perhaps at this very moment, the subordinates of the Wielding King were en route. He had to quickly devour flesh and accumulate evolution points. There was no time for a protracted standoff. I agree to your terms. In the midst of his turmoil, Ban Mu felt an icy chill wash over him, as if he had fallen into an ice house, startling him. He hastily raised his head to meet Elin's fierce gaze, speaking urgently. Afterward, his face contorted in pain as he struggled to extract a wisp of dark spiritual consciousness, which he then spat out. Elin immediately absorbed it. Ban Mu, already extremely weak, now appeared on the brink of collapse, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. Seeing this, Elin quickly expelled a large amount of pale blue demon essence to aid him in recovering his vitality and wounds. As a first-tier demon general, Ban Mu's physique was inherently robust. He had only been severely injured, which hindered his recovery. Upon receiving assistance, Ban Mu's wounds began to mend rapidly, and he let out a comfortable exclamation. Before long, he regained the ability to move. My lord, please do not speak of this matter to anyone. Ban Mu looked at Elin with a pitiful expression, speaking softly. As a demon general and still a young clan leader, he wished to retain some dignity. What? Do you feel aggrieved to serve under me? Elin observed him with a teasing glint in his eyes. Ban Mu, upon hearing this, was immediately struck speechless, standing frozen in place. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, while inwardly he cursed furiously. Fear not, I shall not spread word of this matter. Casting a glance at him, Elin spoke lightly. He was not foolish. If the news of Ban Mu becoming his servant spread, how would the higher-ups of the Haiban Snake clan perceive it? They would likely hunt him down across the world. Very well. You should leave this place at once and find somewhere to recover your strength. Noting that Ban Mu could now move independently, Elin instructed him and paid him no further mind. Upon hearing this, Ban Mu felt puzzled about Elin's purpose for remaining, yet he dared not inquire further. Our side has suffered tremendous losses. We must hurry back. I wonder how many clan members have managed to survive. Sighing, he glanced around at the scattered corpses and bloodied earth. Remembering the apocalyptic scene from before, Ban Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. He departed in a dejected manner. As for dealing with the corpses of his elders, lower-tier demon beasts do not concern themselves with such matters. Beep. Devoured a 4-tier demon general, Hong Lingyu, earning 421 evolution points. Beep. Devoured a 3-tier demon general, He Shui Gui, earning 298 evolution points. Beep. Devoured a 6-tier demon general, Hei Banshee, earning 1003 evolution points. Shortly after Banmu left, the corpses of his elders were consumed by Yilin. Beep. Devoured before long. Yilin had consumed all the nearby demon general corpses. With his strength significantly increased, he was now able to swallow them whole, without the previous cumbersome process. Tearing flesh to convert into points was inefficient. After scanning the area and finding no more demon beast corpses in sight, he felt a surge of excitement as his gaze shifted toward the large pit. Beep. Devoured a 7-tier demon general, Hei Banshee, earning 1231 evolution points. Beep. Devoured an 8-tier demon general, Xianbing Yi, earning 1528 evolution points. The closer he drew to the large pit, the more corpses he encountered. Yet the number of intact bodies dwindled. Simultaneously, the intact demon generals were of increasingly higher realms. To preserve the integrity of the corpses amidst the aftermath of the Demon King's residual power required a certain level of strength. This, however, greatly facilitated Yilin. He only needed to seek out relatively complete corpses, which were of significant value. Beep. Devoured a 9-tier demon general, Dian Guangjin, earning 1906 evolution points. Beep. Devoured an 8-tier demon general, Han Dongxia, earning 1559 evolution points. With a targeted search, Yilin swiftly cleared the nearby objectives. Before long, he reached the edge of the large pit. Here, the corpses retained a semblance of integrity, achievable solely by peak demon generals. Yilin licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Beep. Devoured a 10-tier demon general, Jin Yuli, earning 2,133 evolution points. Beep. Devoured a 10-tier demon general, Zihong Gui, earning 2,158 evolution points. Chapter 81, Comprehensive Breakthrough, Reflective Armor. As each demon beast was consumed, Yilin's evolution points surged dramatically. 9,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In less than half an hour, he had amassed a staggering 100,000 points. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yilin's face was flushed with excitement. He licked his lips and began searching for his next target. Beep. Devoured a tier 10 demon general, Heavenly Cloud Shrimp. Gained 222 evolution points. Beep. Devoured a tier 10 demon general, Ethereal Carp. Gained 199 evolution points. Alright, time to leave. An hour later, looking at the long string of numbers representing his evolution points, Yilin nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the distant beach, where the faint silhouettes of demon beasts had begun to appear, then swiftly slithered away with a winding motion. Soon, Yilin saw the forest where the Green Ring Snake tribe resided. Even before getting close, he sensed something was wrong. Under his spiritual perception, the forest ahead felt almost devoid of life force. It seems they've evacuated. Entering the forest, he found the ground covered with numerous, chaotic snake-like trails. It was clear they had left in a hurry. Yilin immediately understood. With the Golden Fish King's forward positions breached, this place probably isn't safe anymore. I wonder how Bai Ling and the others are. Did they manage to escape? Looking at the empty caves and nests around him, Yilin murmured to himself. Still, out of kinship as fellow Green Ring snakes, he had warned them before fleeing himself. If they still couldn't manage to escape, they had only themselves to blame. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Yilin slithered straight toward his own cave. Ribbit, Ribbit, Your Majesty, you're back. As soon as he entered the cave, Yilin heard Henin's croaking voice. Upon seeing Yilin, Henin immediately let out a long sigh of relief and hopped over joyfully. Why didn't you leave with the others? This place isn't safe anymore. Looking at Henin, a flicker of surprise appeared in Yilin's eyes. Ribbit, Ribbit, Your Majesty, how could this humble one dare to leave without you returning first? Hearing this, Henin immediately put on the appearance of a loyal underling, saying with great seriousness, to tell the truth, Your Majesty, you had me terribly worried. Those demon general lords all returned. But you were delayed and did not return. If they hadn't said you were the first to withdraw and certainly not in any danger, I would probably have gone looking for you myself. Hearing this, Yilin couldn't help but roll his eyes. How dangerous was that Bloodwave Beach? It was a battlefield for demon kings, where even low-tier demon generals were cannon fodder. With Henin's cowardly and survival-seeking nature, even if you lent him 10 extra doses of courage, he would absolutely never dare to go investigate. But Yilin couldn't be bothered to expose him. Enough. You go guard outside for now. We'll leave together shortly. Carrying a huge amount of evolution points, Yilin was growing impatient and directly shooed the frog away. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Henin's body shuddered, and he immediately turned and crawled out of the cave. TSK, TSK. So many evolution points. This can directly push me to the peak of the demon general stage. After he left, Elin coiled up in a ball before the spirit pool. Looking at the evolution points displayed by the system, his heart surged with excitement that was hard to suppress. Current remaining evolution points, 584, 452. According to his previous calculations, evolving from his current stage to a Tier 2 Demon King required a total of 504,000 evolution points. Now, he had far exceeded that amount. What a pity I haven't collected the Tier 2 Primordial Bloodline power yet. Otherwise, breaking through to the Demon King stage in one go wouldn't be a problem. Elin sighed inwardly. But that Banmu knows a direct descendant of a Demon King. Perhaps I can start from that angle. At this thought, a faint, eerie glint flickered in Elin's eyes, and he couldn't help but lick his lips again. But before that, I still need to boost my strength. He immediately snapped back to attention, focusing on the system. System. Begin breaking through cultivation levels. Beep. Host progressing from Demon General Tier 5 to Tier 6. As the system's prompt sounded, Elin felt his whole body tremble as a mysterious force surged into him. It flowed toward every corner of his body, and following it, his demonic power also churned, transforming into more condensed and substantial demonic essence. Beep. Breakthrough successful. 8,000 evolution points consumed. Ah, so comfortable. Continue. Feeling the growth in his strength, Elin couldn't help but let out a groan. Beep. Host progressing from Demon General Tier 6 to Tier 7. Beep. Breakthrough successful. 16,000 evolution points consumed. Continue. Beep. Host progressing from Demon General Tier 7 to Tier 8. Beep. Breakthrough successful. 32,000 evolution points consumed. Beep. Host progressing from Demon General Tier 9 to Tier 10. Beep. Breakthrough successful. 128,000 evolution points consumed. In just a few breaths, Elin had broken through from Demon General Tier 5 to Demon General Tier 10. In an instant, he had traversed a path of hardship that would take other demon beasts hundreds or even thousands of years. If this were to spread, it would likely stir up a frenzy of envy and jealousy. Excellent. Just as I expected, he set aside 256,000 evolution points to prepare for the breakthrough to the Demon King stage. That leaves 80,452 points. After calculating, a grin split Elin's face. With over 80,000 points, evolving all of his skills to their maximum level wouldn't be a problem at all. Currently, I can still enhance 3 skills. They are Cyan Scale Armor, Sharp Teeth, and Corrosive Mist. First, evolve Cyan Scale Armor. Beep. Evolving Host Cyan Scale Armor. Beep. Host Cyan Scale Armor evolve from level 5 to level 6. 1,000 evolution points consumed. Continue. Beep. Evolving Host Cyan Scale Armor. Beep. Host Cyan Scale Armor evolved from level 6 to level 7. 2,000 evolution points consumed. Beep. Host Cyan Scale Armor evolved from level 8 to level 9. 8,000 evolution points consumed. Beep. Host Cyan Scale Armor has reached maximum level. Can be strengthened mutated further. Requires 10,000 evolution points. Proceed. Finally, the system prompted unexpectedly. Oh, it can still be strengthened after reaching max level? Proceed. Hearing this, Elin was momentarily stunned, then nodded without hesitation. With over 80,000 points, it's more than enough anyway. Beep. Host Cyan Scale Armor beginning mutation. Progress 10. 20. Beep. Mutation complete. Host Cyan Scale Armor has evolved into Cyan Scale Thorn Armor. Soon, the system delivered a series of prompts. Cyan Scale Thorn Armor? Hearing the name, Elin hurriedly looked at himself. At this moment, the cyan white scales covering his body, at first glance, didn't seem to have changed much. But upon closer inspection, one could discover that countless minute. Sharp spikes had grown upon them. These spikes were densely packed, exceptionally sharp, yet as fine as hairs, making them difficult to detect. If not for Elin having wide pupils level 9 and astonishing eyesight, he might not have noticed them in a short time. This, startled, he quickly looked at the skill explanation. Cyan Scale Thorn Armor extremely greatly enhances the defensive power of the host's body surface. Passive, can ignore all attacks below the Demon King level. When engaged in close quarters combat with an enemy, reflects 50 of the damage received. Holy, it's actually a thorn mail. Upon seeing this skill explanation, Elin was truly shocked. Chapter 82. Greatly increased strength, ignore all attacks below the Demon King level, and possesses a 50 damage reflection ability. Strong. Truly strong. This 10,000 evolution points were well spent. Ha ha ha. Coming back to his senses, Lin threw his head back and laughed heartily. He could already imagine the expressions of future enemies when they engaged him in close combat. Next, strengthen sharp teeth. After his excitement subsided, Lin looked at his other skills. Beep. Sharp teeth level 9 beginning evolution. Beep. Evolution successful. Sharp teeth level 9 has evolved into soul-devouring fangs level 1. 100 evolution points consumed. As soon as the system prompt finished, a mysterious energy enveloped his two fangs. His originally pristine white fangs instantly turned a dark crimson, adding a more bloody aura. Soul-devouring fangs level 1 greatly enhances the host's two fangs. Passive, when biting an enemy. Can steal a small amount of the opponent's primal energy, Yuanqi. Steal the opponent's primal energy? Equivalent to siphoning their mana? Not bad. Reading the skill explanation, Lin's eyes lit up, and he nodded in satisfaction. Strengthen soul-devouring fangs. Beep. Beginning to strengthen host's soul-devouring fangs. The host Xuanjia has evolved from level 1 to level 2, consuming 100 evolution points. Continuing. Beep. Initiating the enhancement of the host Xuanjia. The host Xuanjia has evolved from level 2 to level 3, consuming 200 evolution points. Continuing. Beep. Enhancing the host Xuanjia. The host Xuanjia has evolved from level 8 to level 9, consuming 800 evolution points. Xuanjia level 9 significantly strengthens the host's two fangs. Passive ability. When biting an enemy, a substantial amount of their essence can be siphoned. Hehe. With this skill, won't I become increasingly formidable in battle? Coupled with the Qinglin Jingtai armor, am I not invincible in close combat? Lin thought with delight. Following this, having consumed over 20,000 evolution points, he enhanced the corrosive mist to level 9. His current status panel reads, Name, Lin, Cultivation, Peak Level 1 Demon General. Race, Dahuang Level 1 Bloodline Demon Beast, Qinghuan Snake. Physical Strength, 1, Peak State. Strength, 19, Speed, 24, Demon Power, 19, Demon Transformation Completion, 100, All Attack Power increased tenfold. Spiritual Awareness, 19, Size, Length 1, 74 meters, Width 0, 7 meters, Evolution Points, 273,050. Based on the condition of his body, the host can currently learn skills. None. Mastered Common Skills, Xinxing Level 9, Max Level, Guangtong Level 9, Max Level. Mastered Extraordinary Skills, Corrosive Mist Level 9, Qinglin Jingtai Armor Level 9, Xiwan Jia Level 9. Special Ability, Spiritual Transmission, Bloodline Ability, Venomous Gallbladder, Expansion Ability, Exclusive Immunity to Venom, Toxic Water Lizard. Strength Evaluation, Weak. With his power surging, Lin felt elated, humming a tune as he slowly crawled out of the cave. Great King. Upon seeing his figure, Henin stood up, about to speak when he suddenly trembled. Staring blankly at Lin, unable to utter a word. The Great King seemed to possess even more authority than before, Henin mused. Let us go. Lin cast a casual glance at him and continued crawling towards the distance. Great King, where are we going now? Back to the Qinghuan Snake clan? Henin hastily followed, cautiously inquiring. He had no desire to return to the Qinghuan Snake clan, primarily because it was filled with snakes, most of whom were of higher cultivation, which frightened him greatly. Had it not been for Lin's presence, he would have likely been terrified upon entering this forest. Hearing this, Lin paused momentarily. His original intention in going to Shualong was to swiftly gather evolution points. However, the Grand Princess's side deviated from the norm and directly sent 2 Demon Kings. The Goldfish King was forced to flee, resulting in heavy losses for many demon clans. This inadvertently allowed him to reap great benefits. We shall head directly to the vicinity of the Haiban Snake clan's territory. After pondering for a moment, Lin spoke softly. At present, he had amassed sufficient evolution points. He merely lacked the power of a level 2 Dahuang bloodline. There was hope for that only with Zhanmu. Therefore, Lin prepared to patiently await Zhanmu's news, strategizing for the level 2 bloodline power. As for other matters, the current state of the Qinghuan Snake clan and the struggle for the position of the Qingjiao Palace Master had nothing to do with him. He was indifferent to them. Breaking through to Demon King was his primary concern. Chapter 83, Lurking. Leaving the Qinghuan forest, a snake and a frog slowly made their way northeast. Within half a day, they arrived at a vast rocky ravine. The Chongqing River branched into countless tributaries, weaving through the area. At the deepest part of the ravine lay the dwelling of the Haiban Snake clan. I've set my sights on this place. You may leave. Lin entered, casually selecting a cave. He approached the entrance and exuded the formidable presence of a peak demon general. The original inhabitant, a dark poison crab of level 4 cultivation, dared not utter a sound in the face of Elin and scurried away in defeat. Find a place to cultivate at your leisure. Elin instructed Henin and chose a cool spot to curl up and meditate. Yes, yes. Great, great king. Henin finally reacted to Elin's overwhelming aura and stammered. Alas, the great king is growing stronger. Lying atop a moss-covered rock, Henin secretly gazed at the motionless Elin, filled with emotion. What kind of monster is the great king? At this moment, Henin vaguely recalled that when he first met Elin, the latter's cultivation was even lower than his own. Yet, in less than a month, a mere cold shout from Elin could send a demon general fleeing. What use is it for me to stay by the great king's side? Will he drive me away? Amidst his reflections, Henin suddenly realized he seemed too weak to be of any assistance to Elin. No, I must seize the time to cultivate. Recognizing the seriousness of this issue, Henin felt a jolt of determination and hurriedly began refining the essence crystal, diligently training. It was just that his strength had surged too rapidly, and he needed to adapt to it. Meanwhile, Elin sat in a meditative position, quietly familiarizing himself with the power of his body. Outside, news spread that the Wubong King and the Heiqiang King had united to drive away the Goldfish King. Within a day, this news had completely circulated in the southern region of the Chongqing River, causing quite a stir. The various tribes under the Goldfish King suffered heavy losses as well, retreating into their territories to recover their essence. Some tribes closer to Shualang and even migrated en masse. The third prince gathered his subordinate demon kings to deliberate on significant matters and chose to remain passive, refraining from immediate retaliation. Strangely, the Grand Princess's faction also remained silent and made no moves. The entire Shualang seemed to have suddenly returned to a semblance of tranquility. At first glance, it appeared to regain its former harmony. However, beneath the surface, the undercurrents were even more turbulent, as if calm before a storm. The next day, Great King, what are we doing here? Early in the morning, Henin noticed Elin still in a leisurely state and could not help but approach with curiosity. In the past, after resting, Elin would immediately rush out to stir up trouble. This was the first time Henin witnessed Elin so unhurried and relaxed. Just focus on your cultivation. Why ask so many questions? Elin raised his eyelids slowly and cast a glance at him. Great king, I was merely curious. Henin retracted his head, forcing a smile as he hurriedly replied, waiting for news. Upon hearing this, Elin casually stated. He then lowered his head, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and tightly closed his eyes, ignoring Henin further. Speaking of which, it had been nearly 2 months since he transformed into a snake, and this was the first time Elin felt such a sense of ease. Now, in this southern region of the Chongqing River, he was considered among the top tier. With no demon kings in sight, he felt no fear. Furthermore, all the current demon kings were preoccupied with the conflict between the third prince and the grand princess, making it all the less likely for them to encounter him. Waiting for news? Henin was filled with questions but dared not inquire further, settling down obediently to train beside him. Thus, days passed slowly. Elin gradually mastered his own strength, and with the aid of the essence crystal, Henin successfully broke through to level 9. Great King, I've broken through to level 9. As soon as he achieved his breakthrough, Henin could hardly contain himself, leaping excitedly before Elin and shouting joyfully, resembling a creature that had received a surge of energy. All right, I know. Seeing his exuberance, Elin raised his head, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Quack, quack. However, Henin was overjoyed, hopping around in the cave several times before finally managing to contain his excitement. It wasn't until the following day that Henin returned to his usual demeanor. The tranquil and unremarkable days have passed for several more. One day, within the cave, Elin suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the cave entrance. Before long, a shadow of a snake, marked with dark spots, appeared at the entrance. Great One. Zhan Mu crawled to the cave mouth, looking at the azure and white serpent inside. Upon meeting Elin's icy gaze, a heavy sense of suffocation suddenly surged in his heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. What is happening? Clearly, his cultivation level is not far behind mine. Why do I feel such an oppressive weight? Even if he has recently made some breakthroughs, it shouldn't be this significant. Zhan Mu quickly lowered his head, a storm of disbelief churning within. You have arrived, Elin replied with a slight nod, speaking softly. Chapter 84. The Scheme Great King, there is news. Zhan Mu exclaimed, taking a deep breath to suppress his inner shock. After a brief cough, he continued. Recently, the daughter of the Shadow Snake King contacted me again. What are your instructions, Great One? His expression turned somewhat peculiar. After Elin took control of him, he had only requested one thing. that if the daughter of the Shadow Snake King contacted him again, he must immediately report to Yilin. Is it that urgent? Does this serpent desire this sort of connection? Zhang Mu pondered cautiously, stealing a glance at Yilin. Oh, excellent. Yilin's eyes lit up at this. What level of cultivation does she possess? After a moment of thought, he inquired again, reporting to the Great One. That Yin Fu is at the 8th stage of Yaojiang. Zhang Mu paused, recalling briefly before responding. Why is this serpent asking about this? Is he perhaps afraid of being overpowered? He secretly chuckled to himself. What level is this azure ringed serpent at that it gives me such an immense sense of oppression? In the next moment, Zhang Mu murmured to himself. 8th stage of Yaojiang? Upon hearing this, Yilin slightly nodded, feeling relieved. He was certainly not afraid of being unable to fight back at his current level. He was invincible beneath the Yao Wang. The main concern was that Yin Fu, being a shadow serpent, possessed the bloodline skill of shadow concealment, with a strong ability to escape. If the opponent's strength was too overwhelming and they managed to flee, it would pose a significant problem. After all, Yin Fu's father was the Shadow Snake King. As a second-tier shadow serpent, he had no confidence in escaping alive from the pursuit of such a powerful adversary. What Yilin aimed for was not a simple confrontation, but to seize the power of the second-tier bloodline. If Zhang Mu were to discover this, he might well be terrified out of his wits. To dare kill the daughter of a Yao Wang, that is simply audacious. Where are you meeting in secret? When? Yilin inquired once more, deep in thought. That would be at the Water Moon Valley to the east, tomorrow night. If the Great One wishes, I can introduce you. As he spoke, Zhang Mu suddenly wore a smirk that even a male would understand. With your formidable strength, the Shadow Princess would surely not refuse. He flatteringly added. Huh. After hearing that, Yilin let out a light scoff, feeling somewhat speechless. Initially, he had assumed Zhang Mu was the little lover of Yin Fu. Yet it appeared he was merely one of her many male pets, occasionally engaging in intimate encounters. This did not surprise him. Serpents, belonging to the dragon lineage, were known for their heightened desires in such matters. Even the previous Azure Ring serpent tribe was notorious for their many serpents' activities. You may go on your own tomorrow. With thoughts racing like lightning, Yilin slowly replied. Of course. I can hardly wait. Zhang Mu chuckled in response. What further instructions does the Great One have? He licked his lips and asked again. None. That will be all. Yilin gently shook his head, speaking casually. Great One. Do you not need me to introduce you? Zhang Mu was taken aback and couldn't help but inquire. That's unnecessary. You may leave. Yilin rolled his eyes inwardly, glancing at him before dismissing the serpent. From start to finish, Zhang Mu had thought Yilin was merely interested in that matter. Seeing this, Zhang Mu, though puzzled, had no choice but to bow and take his leave. He simply could not fathom why Yilin had summoned him to report the time and place of the secret meeting. Could it be that he was simply concerned about Yin Fu's whereabouts? Shaking his head, Zhang Mu ceased his contemplation, casting one last glance at the cave before hastily departing. The Water Moon Valley to the east, tomorrow night? Watching Zhang Mu's retreating figure, Yilin murmured to himself, my opportunity to break through to the Yao Wang is tomorrow. An expectant glimmer flickered in his eyes. He had no concerns about Zhang Mu deceiving him, for both sides had made a bloodline oath. Yilin had promised to return Zhang Mu's source of spiritual consciousness within 10 years. During this time, Zhang Mu was obliged to obey his commands, and any information must be conveyed without deceit. Otherwise, without Yilin needing to act, the backlash from the bloodline power would be sufficient to deal with him. How? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yilin suddenly shouted. What does the Great One command? How, who was practicing at a distance, immediately awoke at the sound and swiftly approached, speaking loudly. You must leave immediately and return to your original location, where you shall quietly cultivate and wait. Yilin commanded directly, handing over all the yuan crystals he had obtained to Hao. What? Upon hearing this, Hao was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. What do you mean? Hurry and take action. This place will soon become unsafe. Yilin urged him. If I kill the daughter of the Yao Wang, won't this area erupt in chaos? If you remain here and something is detected, you might as well be dead. Although Hao was quite weak, he was still Yilin's first little brother, and Yilin would not simply abandon him. Okay. Great One. Take care. This was the first time Hao had seen Yilin express himself in such a manner, and he quickly regained his senses, not daring to ask further. After bidding farewell, Hao swallowed all the yuan crystals and hurriedly departed. In his eyes, even the fearless Great One believed this place was dangerous, which made him feel a wave of trepidation. Chapter 85, Serpent Fragment. Today, I will adjust my state to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Watching Hao disappear into the horizon, Yilin took a deep breath, coiling himself up and consolidating his Yao Yuan. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of the following day. It is time to act. Noticing the darkening sky outside, Elin immediately coiled his body and swiftly slithered out of the cave. The Watermoon Valley was just 20 miles to the east. Once out of the cave, Elin headed directly eastward, like an arrow of azure and white. He swiftly darted through the river and forest. 20 miles was a trivial distance for him now. At full speed, it would take only a moment. Before long, a small water valley surrounded by mountains appeared before him. In the center of the valley lay a clear pond, crystal clear and shimmering. From a high vantage point, one could see that the edges of this pond formed a gentle crescent shape. Calculating the time, he realized they would gather in about half an hour. Taking a look into the distance, Elin slowly slithered into the water valley. This water valley was filled with oddly shaped rocks, densely packed. This location is quite suitable. After some contemplation, Elin approached a large rock, curled up, and closed his eyes tightly. He then meticulously concealed his presence, remaining utterly still. This large rock was conveniently located beside the pond, perfect for his upcoming plans. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Splash. As time passed, the sound of splashing water broke the silence of the valley. The black-spotted snake-shaped figure was none other than Jean-Mu. At this moment, it wore an expression of exuberance, seemingly filled with anticipation and excitement for what was to come. Hearing a sound, Elin remained utterly still, not even fluttering his eyelids. Before long, a large serpent, as dark as ink, slowly emerged from the water's edge. Hee, little Banmu, you are always so early. It leaves me feeling quite guilty. This serpent entered the waters, and upon seeing the black-spotted serpent in the pool, its eyes sparkled with a hint of allure, accompanied by a cascade of giggles. This serpent was none other than Yin Fu, the daughter of the Shadow Serpent King. Ahem, it is merely because I miss you, Sister Fu, that I arrived early to await your enchanting form. Otherwise, I would be utterly restless. Upon seeing his companion's graceful approach, Banmu coughed awkwardly, his eyes alight with excitement. Unabashedly expressing his thoughts, hidden behind a large rock, Elin trembled at these words, nearly retching his previous meal. Silently, he raised a thumb in admiration for Banmu, as this moment utterly shattered his previous perceptions of him. Hee, your words are always so sweet, dear brother. I do adore this about you. Infu laughed, her charm causing a delightful tremor, and tossed Banmu a flirtatious glance. She then approached him, their scales brushing against each other, igniting a fervor within him, causing him to swallow hard. Haha, sister, you jest. I am hardly sweet-tongued. I merely speak the truth. Banmu suppressed his rising excitement, moistening his dry tongue, and spoke with feigned seriousness. Elin, still concealed behind the rock, rolled his eyes in utter disbelief at such depravity. Hee, Infu, filled with affection, flicked her pink tongue teasingly at Banmu. Unable to contain himself any longer, Banmu growled lowly and entwined himself around her. Thus, the two serpents became intertwined, and the sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the water's edge. Little did they know, other monstrous beasts were already hiding in this secluded spot. This location, with its sparse spiritual energy and thin essence, was overlooked by even the half-demons, making it an ideal rendezvous. Both serpents remained oblivious to Elin's presence behind the boulder, a testament to his elevated realm. Had a half-demon been hiding there, they would have sensed the two serpents long before. Is this a snake show? Elin, prepared yet speechless, could not help but observe the scene unfolding before him, his spirit scanning the images even without sight. As a Qinghuan snake, witnessing this spectacle ignited a smoldering heat within him. He fought against the rising tide of desire, tightly closing his consciousness, abruptly severing the connection. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes for a moment to regain his composure. After stabilizing his mind, Elin slowly reopened his perception, scanning the surroundings. The chaotic scene of the two serpents engaged in their dance of passion filled his mind. Yet, despite this, he felt no turmoil within. He remained focused, keenly observing their movements. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of wickedness began to creep upon him. At a certain moment, now was the time. Enveloped in a surge of dark energy, Elin leaped into action, propelling himself over the boulder, his body radiating a soft azure energy. The Shadow Serpent, a demon general of the 8th tier, wielding power of 15, speed of 17, demon energy of 16, and physical prowess of 98. A quick glance at its attributes confirmed his intentions. Prepare to meet your end. Elin's gaze turned icy as murderous intent surged within him, and his tail struck down fiercely toward Banmu and Infu, who were still entwined. The two serpents, lost in ecstasy, were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of death, their forms jolting in alarm. They raised their heads simultaneously, only to see a massive figure descending from the heavens with ferocious intent. Not good. Yin Fu's expression shifted dramatically, realization dawning upon her. She summoned her demon energy, hastily pushing Banmu aside, twisting her body to evade. Yet it was all in vain. Lin had waited patiently, enduring torment for this very moment. And he would not miss his chance. With a deft twist mid-air, he aimed directly at Yin Fu, baring his vicious fangs. As she landed and steadied herself, a gaping maw descended upon her. Splat! Lin's fangs sank deeply into the dark serpent, the sound of flesh piercing echoing alongside Yin Fu's anguished cry. Who are you? A Qinghuan snake? Why do you ambush me? Do you wish to see your entire clan extinguished? In her agony, Yin Fu recognized her assailant, her anger flaring as she shouted in rage. It was a sentiment shared by anyone who had their enjoyment interrupted by an unexpected attack. However, Lin paid her no heed. Having bitten down, he injected his venom while channeling all his demon energy to suppress her. With his current cultivation level, as long as he captured Yin Fu and prevented her from utilizing her shadowy concealment, escape would be impossible for her. What is this? You are poisoning me? What do you intend to do? Shortly thereafter, Yin Fu felt her body growing increasingly stiff and numb. Panic surged within her as she attempted to expel the toxin. Yet, as she gathered her demon energy, Lin's overpowering force shattered her efforts. In fact, under his tremendous pressure, even her struggle felt futile. You dare to attempt my life? Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of the Shadow Demon King. Feeling her body succumb to rigidity and her thoughts slow, Yin Fu cried out in disbelief. Daughter of the Demon King? Huh. Were it not for your lineage, I would not even bother to lift a finger. Lin replied coldly through thought, refusing to relent. What do you want from me? I hold no grudge against you. Why this hostility? Upon hearing this, Yin Fu was left dumbfounded. Did this sudden Qinghuan snake not understand the terror of the Demon King? To utter such treasonous words was tantamount to inviting calamity upon oneself. Fool, hurry and save me, she shouted desperately at Banmu, who still appeared dazed. Oh, who dares to attack the Princess of Shadows? Banmu finally snapped back to reality, his face paling as he bellowed, ready to advance. Just then, Lin's cold gaze swept over him. What? How could it be him? Banmu froze in place, his emotions spiraling into confusion. In the next instant, realization struck him. He recalled how Lin had previously inquired about the happenings of this night. Could it be? He was hiding here all along, plotting to murder the Princess of Shadows. How dare he? In that moment, the truth dawned upon Banmu, leaving him utterly shocked and incredulous, paralyzed by Lin's audacity. You incompetent fool! Why are you still standing there? Yin Fu screamed, nearly choking on her rage. Banmu snapped back to attention, realizing the gravity of the situation. My lord, why would you do this? She is the daughter of the Shadow Demon King. He crawled closer, staring at Lin in disbelief. Yet, Lin merely shot a cold glance in his direction, uninterested in his pleas, fully focused on suppressing Yin Fu. Banmu, come save me. I am running out of time. Ing, acutely aware of her increasingly rigid body, was gripped by an overwhelming fear, leading her to sob uncontrollably. My lord, you cannot. Banmu, witnessing this, was instantly alarmed, setting aside all other concerns. It was clear that Yin Fu had ventured out solely for a clandestine meeting, only to be met with the fatal wrath of other beastly creatures. Should the Shadow King's serpent learn of this, could she possibly evade the impending doom? The entire He Banshee clan would be engulfed in its fury, logically and emotionally. The Golden Fish King would certainly not intercede on their behalf. It would spell certain ruin. What? You intend to stop me? Lin cast a sidelong glance, interrupting her words, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Banmu's face stiffened, struggling to articulate a response, as his very life hung in Lin's grasp. How could he dare defy him? My lord, I am eager to understand the grudge you hold against my sister that compels you to seek her demise. After a moment, Banmu gritted his teeth, finally speaking. If he could discern the reasons behind this animosity, perhaps he could mitigate the situation. At the very least, he hoped Lin might relent, even if only temporarily. Yin Fu, feeling increasingly feeble, widened her eyes in curiosity. She too wished to know why Lin exhibited such ruthless intent. Moreover, she had no recollection of ever encountering him. In her current state of anger, fear, and confusion, she was utterly bewildered. Out of the blue, she found herself ambushed. Did I not mention it previously? It is because you are of the royal bloodline of the Demon King. Lin stated plainly, without pretense, to ensure Yin Fu comprehended the gravity of her situation. What? You seek to kill me solely because I am the daughter of the Demon King? You are a psychopath. You cannot bear to see my noble bloodline surpass your own. You are filled with envy and hatred. I am so wrong to suffer the venomous grasp of such a vile serpent. Upon hearing this, Yin Fu's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, she regarded Lin with scorn, but soon thereafter, she began to weep in despair, her countenance so pitiful that it stirred a flicker of sympathy within the serpent. She had encountered envious serpents before and understood that such twisted minds were the hardest to persuade. Today, she feared for her very survival, overwhelmed by sorrow. Ban Mu, overhearing this exchange, was equally stunned. Having lived for over a century, he had never encountered such a bizarre justification for murder. Jealousy over a superior bloodline leading to assassination? He found himself at a loss for words. As Yin Fu spoke, Lin's lips twitched in irritation. I merely require the power of the Demon King's bloodline. After a brief pause, he rolled his eyes and spoke with exasperation. What do you need the power of the Demon King's bloodline for? Our bloodlines are entirely unrelated. Even if you consumed me, it would offer you no advantage. Upon hearing this, Yin Fu gasped in astonishment. Ban Mu, too, regarded Lin with uncertainty. That is none of your concern. Lin replied nonchalantly. He would not divulge any details regarding the system. Wait. If you only require the power of the Demon King's bloodline, I know of a place where it is readily available. Spare my life, and I will take you there immediately. Yin Fu exclaimed, her eyes brightening with excitement. Oh, Lin's demeanor shifted, retracting some of his oppressive aura. If he could avoid killing Yin Fu, it would indeed be for the best. After all, her father was the Shadow Serpent King, the foremost demon lord under the Third Prince, an entity of unparalleled strength, even surpassing the Golden Fish King. Lin was keenly aware of the need for caution. Avoiding conflict was preferable, at least for the time being. Speak. If this holds true, I may spare you. But you must understand, should you dare deceive me. Lin's cold laugh echoed, his vertical pupils gleaming with menace as an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, causing Ban Mu to shiver involuntarily. It is the truth. There is no deception. Recently, my father repelled a Demon King. My subordinates captured the Demon King's direct descendant and are currently holding them in our clan's dungeon. If you seek the power of the Demon King's bloodline, it will surely meet your needs. Upon sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, Yin Fu became animated, speaking urgently. In your clan's dungeon? Lin's brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, just spare my life, and I can lead you there right away. Yin Fu insisted earnestly. Very well. Relinquish a fragment of your spiritual essence, Lin replied after a moment of thought. As long as he held this leverage, he had no fear of Yin Fu attempting any tricks. Even if they ventured into the Shadow Serpent clan, he could remain assured. However, upon hearing this, Yin Fu's expression darkened. What? You are unwilling? Lin observed her calmly, smiling as he unleashed a formidable aura that bore down upon her. Yin Fu found her breath quickening, caught in a whirlwind of conflict. In Chapter 88, shortly thereafter, Lin leisurely emerged from the Watermoon Valley, followed by a despondent Yin Fu and a visibly puzzled Ban Mu. Under Lin's coercion, Yin Fu ultimately capitulated and obediently surrendered her spiritual essence. Of course, Lin had made promises, considerably more lenient than those offered to Ban Mu. Within a year, he must return her spiritual essence and refrain from compelling her to undertake anything excessively burdensome. Lin was indifferent to this arrangement, as his primary objective in controlling Yin Fu was to obtain the second-tier bloodline power of the Great Wilderness. The rest was inconsequential. As for the one-year time frame, it was simply a precaution against any potential betrayal once he acquired the bloodline power. With a year's buffer, Lin was confident he could face the Shadow Serpent King unafraid. Should the king dare to seek him out, he would simply absorb him and convert him into evolutionary points. Proceed northward for approximately 400 miles, Yin Fu instructed, taking a deep breath to regain her composure as she gazed toward the northern horizon. Though it was the dead of night, it held no bearing for the three serpents. The Shadow Serpent clan was entirely distinct from the Qinghuan clan, boasting the presence of a second-tier Demon King. This vast lineage occupied a prominent intersection in the southern region of the Chongqing River, making it one of the finest locations for auspicious spirits, second only to the Qing Jiao Palace. Let us make haste, Lin declared, confirming their direction as he slithered forward with agility. Ban Mu and Yin Fu exchanged glances before promptly following suit. Now aware that Ban Mu was also under Lin's control, Yin Fu refrained from reproaching his cowardice. With a speed befitting mid-tier demon generals, the trio covered the 400 miles in less than half an hour. Before long, Lin found himself before a sprawling expanse of dark woods, the dwelling of the Shadow Serpent clan, known as the Dark Forest, renowned throughout the southern region of the Chongqing River. Home at last. Upon recognizing the blackened landscape, particularly the grand hall constructed from obsidian stones. Yin-Fu exhaled deeply, a profound sense of safety washing over her. Let us proceed. Yilin cast her a casual glance, though he offered no explicit warnings. An inexplicable chill crept into Yin-Fu's heart. Fear not, dear Qing Huan, for I am terrified beyond measure. She could not resist casting a flirtatious glance at Yilin before hastily ascending into the thicket. Yilin's expression stiffened. You shall remain outside. Do not venture anywhere. He then turned to Ban Mu, issuing a command before following after her. She was a liability. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he had no inclination to rescue her. Ban Mu, poised to depart, halted upon hearing his words, remaining frozen in place. He resigned himself to lying dormant beneath a nearby tree. Originally, it held a significant grudge against Yilin, believing that Yilin had taken advantage of a crisis to force it into surrendering its innate spiritual essence. This resentment lingered in its heart. However, just moments ago, it witnessed Yilin overpowering the 8-segment demon general, Yin-Fu, in a battle that was overwhelmingly one-sided. Even a surprise attack would have been remarkable. After all, even its father, the clan leader of the Haiban snake tribe, could not achieve such a feat. This green-ringed snake was likely at the pinnacle of demon generals. The coiled Ban Mu observed Yilin's retreating figure, feeling a profound shock and a lingering fear. It recalled the earlier incident on the Bloodwave Beach when it threatened Bailan in Yilin's presence, and a shiver ran down its spine. Who is it? As Yilin and Yin-Fu arrived at the edge of the dark forest, a warning voice rang out. Soon, a massive black snake, as thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long, emerged from behind a dense tree. Too cold, ink-like vertical pupils fixated on them. It turned out to be the princess. Upon recognizing Yin-Fu, it hastily lowered its head in a show of respect and submission. The shadow snake, a 1-segment demon general, possessed a strength of 10, speed of 11, demonic energy of 10, and physical prowess of 0. 99. What a remarkable sentinel. This must be the domain of the Demon King. After discerning its attributes, Yilin couldn't help but sigh lightly. Yin-Fu nodded gently in acknowledgement and proceeded into the dark forest, with Yilin closely following her. The shadow snake remained silent, merely observing Yilin with great curiosity. Since it was brought back by the princess, it dared not inquire further. So many points. As they moved deeper, Yilin sensed the powerful auras surrounding them. Within a matter of minutes, he detected 5 other presences as formidable as his own. Had the points not been fully gathered, he would have undoubtedly been tempted. Under Yin-Fu's guidance, they navigated through layers of stringent barriers, arriving at a shadowy water prison on a hilltop without obstruction. Upon reaching this location, a faint stench of decay assaulted Yilin's nostrils, causing him to frown. This was the dark water prison of the Shadow Snake tribe. Your Highness. At this moment, 2 5-segment demon generals stood guard at the entrance of the ravine. Upon seeing Yin-Fu, they promptly bowed their heads. Let me examine the prison with my friend. Step aside. Yin-Fu stated calmly as she advanced. Yes. The 2 guards exchanged glances, hesitated not, and respectfully stepped aside. Following Yin-Fu, Yilin slowly entered the dark water prison. Upon entering, the foul odor intensified. Yilin gazed around, noting the somber atmosphere. In the rows of water cells, aside from some remnants, everything was desolate. They directly approached the innermost water cell, which contained a 3-tailed catfish, its body of vivid crimson. However, it was covered in wounds, its aura weak, as if it might succumb at any moment. Hearing their approach, it slowly opened its blood-red eyes and regarded the 2. Yin-Fu. Upon seeing her, it immediately displayed an expression of deep hatred. As a descendant of the Demon King, its capture was a disgrace. Even if it were to return safely to its tribe, it would find it difficult to hold its head high again. The presence of Yilin beside her was disregarded. To it, he was merely Yin-Fu's lackey. System, does this demon meet the criteria? Yilin wondered silently as he observed it. To be cautious, he needed to confirm. Not bad. Although its bloodline power is not as pure as that of your little companion, it is sufficient to support your advancement. The system's voice came through, gritting its teeth. Chapter 89, Is it malfunctioning? Yilin's eyes sparkled as he stared at the 3-tailed catfish, licking his lips and uttering a clumsy phrase in English. The opportunity to advance to a Demon King was within reach. That green snake's father is a Demon King. Do you truly wish to proceed? Are you not afraid of retaliation? Yin-Fu mustered her courage and asked curiously. Even though the Shadow Snake tribe had captured the 3-tailed catfish, they did not intend to kill it outright. Instead, it was to be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the opposing Demon King to avoid conflict. After all, a Demon King in a fit of rage was truly terrifying. It is well known that the higher the tier of demon beasts, the more troublesome their bloodline reproduction becomes. Naturally, they place greater importance on their offspring. Huh, he wants to kill me? The three-tailed catfish, now alert, gazed incredulously at Yilin. Who said I was the one who killed it? Before it could finish, Yilin abruptly interrupted, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Huh, did you not claim to desire the power of a demon king's bloodline? Upon hearing this, Yinfu was momentarily taken aback. However, Yilin's subsequent words caused her anger to flare. Isn't it the Shadow Snake tribe that killed it? What does it have to do with my Qinghuan snake tribe? Yilin stated matter-of-factly. Regardless of his fear of that demon king, since there was a snake to bear the blame, why not take advantage of it? You. Yilin's shamelessness left Yinfu trembling with rage, her gaze fixed upon him, speechless for a time. All right, you can wait at the door for now. Yilin cast her a dismissive glance. Humph. She took a deep breath, slightly calming her emotions. Though extremely displeased, she found herself unable to do anything about it. With a cold huff, Yinfu turned and left. As she departed, Yilin's attention returned to the prison. You actually want to kill me? At that moment, the three-tailed catfish regained its senses, looking at Yilin with disbelief. Yilin paid it no mind, his eyes fixed upon it as he opened his mouth, revealing his crimson serpent tongue. A glimmer of greedy desire shone clearly in his gaze. Slowly, he opened the prison door. What do you want? Seeing Yilin open the prison door, the catfish tensed up and exclaimed loudly. With a swift movement, Yilin entered the cell, his gaze locked onto the creature. His tongue flicking out, a drop of saliva falling. What do you intend to do? My father is a demon king. You must think this through. The way Yilin looked at it was akin to a predator eyeing its prey, causing the three-tailed catfish to lose its composure. Currently, it was in a poor state, possessing barely 1/10 of its full strength. It instinctively began to retreat, panic evident in its eyes, its bravado failing. Yet Yilin paid it no heed, his expression cold and greedy as he lunged forward. Don't come any closer. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted from the water prison, abruptly cutting off. Had the attack already commenced? At that moment, Yinfu, waiting at the entrance of the water prison, shuddered at the sound of the scream. What is happening? The scream also startled the two demon generals guarding the prison. One of them climbed into the water prison to investigate the situation. Your Highness? Upon entering, he found Yinfu fuming in a corner, a peculiar expression crossing his face. My friend is interrogating the prisoner. What are you doing here? Yinfu coldly remarked upon seeing him. My apologies. Your Highness, I shall take my leave. The guard trembled at the sight of his clearly irate princess and immediately bowed his head, speaking hastily. He then promptly retreated. Was there only Prince Hong in this prison? Could it be that the princess's friend had a vendetta against Prince Hong? The guard pondered, recalling the earlier scream. Deep within the water prison, Yilin wasted no time and swallowed the creature whole. Ding! The host has consumed the flesh and blood of a three-tailed demon general, gaining 1656 evolution points. Ding! Detecting that the flesh and blood contain the second-tier bloodline of the Great Wilderness, extraction commencing. 1%, 2%, 3%. The bloodline extraction is complete. The host has obtained a portion of the Da Huang second-order bloodline power. Shortly thereafter, the system's notification resounded clearly. Excellent. Lin was overjoyed, his face beaming with a smile. However, the last time he broke through to the first-order Yao General, he fell into a slumber for an entire day. This time, advancing to Yao King, he estimated that he would sleep even longer. Amidst his delight, he murmured to himself, System, how long do you think I will be asleep this time? Lin couldn't help but inquire. Yet after a lengthy wait, the system's voice remained conspicuously absent. System? Lin raised an eyebrow and called out again. Still, there was only silence. What the heck? System, what is wrong with you? You can't be malfunctioning, can you? No, please don't. If you break down, how will I make my next breakthrough? Lin was momentarily dumbfounded. All right. Why are you lamenting? Even if your little serpent were to perish and turn to dust, this palace would not meet its end. The system's impatient voice suddenly emerged. Upon hearing this, Lin's face twitched, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 90. Preparation. After exchanging a few words with the system, Lin left the water prison, feeling quite satisfied. You have killed Prince Hong? Upon seeing Lin's figure, Yinfu still expressed disbelief. Indeed, you have already killed Prince Hong. What? Do you wish to collect his remains? Lin blinked and feigned surprise at her reaction. Yinfu's heart, having just settled, surged with tumult once more. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. Otherwise, it would be a case of mutual destruction. You should leave quickly, Yinfu said coldly, speaking her mind. This time, the Shadow Serpent clan would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, regardless of who had slain Prince Hong. He had died within the confines of the Shadow Serpent clan's water prison. Even if they jumped into the river of the dead, they could not cleanse their guilt. That is precisely my intention. Elin smiled faintly at her, feeling no anger whatsoever. His objective had been accomplished, and there was no need to linger here. Moreover, if the Shadow Serpent clan reacted now, it might lead to some complications. Yin-Fu was also quite straightforward, not resorting to any tricks, which pleased him greatly. Then farewell. Your Highness. As they reached the edge of the dark forest, Elin flashed a grin at Yin-Fu. I hope we never meet again. Yin-Fu's face fell, resembling a grim expression of ill omen. Let us go. Elin paid her demeanor no mind and turned to the drowsy Ban Mu beside him. Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. Ban Mu opened his eyes and cautiously raised his upper body, casting a wary glance at Yin-Fu. To be honest, Ban Mu had a hand in Yin-Fu's predicament. Although it was unintentional, the fact remained. Thus, seeing Yin-Fu like this made Ban Mu feel a twinge of guilt. Especially with Yin-Fu's icy demeanor at this moment, his heart raced. Get lost. Yin-Fu shot him a cold glare, causing Ban Mu to instinctively shrink his neck. After exchanging pleasantries, Ban Mu hurriedly followed Elin out. My lord, where are we going now? The two serpents had crawled several miles when Ban Mu gazed at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky and couldn't help but ask. He felt immensely displeased. He had been in high spirits until he was abruptly interrupted and forced to travel hundreds of miles. Had it not been for Elin controlling his vital lifeline, he would have already summoned a group of clan members to thrash him. Where to? Elin paused upon hearing this. You are the young clan leader of the Hei Banshee clan, are you not? After a moment of contemplation, Elin suddenly inquired. Indeed. I am the valiant young clan leader of the illustrious Hei Banshee clan. Ban Mu was momentarily taken aback, but soon puffed out his chest with pride. Speaking of this, he seemed to embody the essence of Da Huang, radiating unmatched authority. The previous gloom faded significantly. Elin's face twitched. Then let us head to your Hei Banshee clan, he stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Ban Mu looked as if he had lost his parents, instantly deflating. Although he was unaware of the nefarious deeds Elin had committed in the Shadow Serpent clan, the fact that it had so thoroughly displeased the typically docile Yin-Fu was telling. Now, hearing Elin's words, Ban Mu's heart began to race. What kind of expression is that? Seeing his face change like the weather, Elin felt a wave of discomfort. What? Do you not welcome me? He spoke coldly. I welcome you, sure. Ban Mu trembled at this, unable to stifle his inner curses. How could I, a mere junior, not warmly greet such a wise and mighty lord? Externally, he forced a smile that was more painful than tears. A serpent under the eaves must bow its head. Then what are you dilly-dallying for? Hurry and lead the way. Elin cast him a disinterested glance, internally musing. Am I truly that intimidating? I pride myself on being cultured and amiable. Yes. Ban Mu could only drag his weary body ahead, guiding Elin. In no time, they arrived before a vast expanse of speckled rocky ravines. If I may be so bold, my lord, what brings you to our humble abode? As they approached the tribal territory, Ban Mu could no longer suppress his curiosity. He truly could not rest easy without probing Elin's intentions. To Ban Mu, Elin had the audacity to slay the progeny of a Yao king. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do, resembling a desperate outlaw, fearless of heaven or earth. He felt like a ticking time bomb, unwilling to bring this harbinger of doom into the clan for fear of calamity befalling his kin. Rest assured, I merely seek a tranquil location to cultivate for a while. Elin rolled his eyes, speaking with exasperation. According to the system, his evolution would likely take 3 days. During this time, he would fall into a deep slumber, losing all perception of the outside world. Thus, it was imperative to find a safe place for his evolution. The Shadow Serpent clan, where Yin-Fu resided, boasted a Yao King level presence. Elin was understandably uneasy about breaking through in such proximity. The Hei Banshee clan, where Ban Mu belonged, seemed suitable. As for the previously existing Qing Huanshi clan, he was too lazy to seek out their new location. Oh, I see. Ban Mu halted at this revelation, though he found it hard to believe and could only nod in agreement. If it was merely a quest for a quiet place to cultivate, then surely the Shadow Serpent clan would be more suitable? Of course, Elin could see through his skepticism but chose not to elaborate. The two serpents soon arrived within the confines of the Hei Banshee clan. With Ban Mu leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. All right, you may leave now. Remember, do not allow any beast to disturb me. Otherwise, before a dark, damp, and deep water cave, Elin's vertical pupils fixated on Ban Mu. As he spoke the final words, his gaze turned frigid. Yes. Rest assured, my lord. This location is secluded and serene, and it belongs solely to me. Without my permission, no other members of the clan would dare approach. Ban Mu, chilled by Elin's icy stare, hastily replied with a tremor in his voice. It would be best if that were the case. Elin nodded expressionlessly before turning to crawl into the dim cave. This harbinger of doom truly seeks a quiet place to cultivate. Ban Mu watched as Elin's figure disappeared into the shadows, taking a long while to regain his senses. Muttering in disbelief. Chapter 91, Yao King. Within the dark and deep cavern, Elin coiled himself into a ball. System, commence evolution. He took a deep breath, steadying his mind for a moment before speaking slowly. Beep. Host evolving into a Da Huang second-order Yao beast. Condition 1, 256,000 evolution points. Condition 2, a portion of Da Huang second-order bloodline power. Beep. Conditions met. Bloodline power injected. Host begins evolution. As the system's alert echoed, a surge of ancient and mysterious power emerged, swiftly coursing through Elin's entire being. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he succumbed to slumber. Outside, after Elin entered the cave, Ban Mu, filled with unease, stealthily observed the cave where Elin resided. A day passed without any incident, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The following day came and went, yet Elin's cave remained eerily silent. Could it be that he truly intended to cultivate here indefinitely? Ban Mu murmured to himself, feeling utterly perplexed. In all honesty, he yearned to distance himself from Elin and wished for his prompt departure. Otherwise, should a demon king come knocking one day, would he not be caught in the crossfire by remaining nearby? Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. He dared not voice them aloud. Very well. As long as this calamity does not stir trouble and continues to cultivate quietly, it may not be so bad after all. Ban Mu gazed towards Elin's cave, muttering to himself. He did not wish to harbor too many expectations of Elin. Little Hua is still waiting for me. I must hurry. With that thought, Ban Mu licked his lips, feeling an itch of impatience, and scampered away. Within the cave, 2 days elapsed, and at this moment, Elin's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. He was now a stark contrast to his former self, having grown several times larger, with his body becoming significantly more robust. Yet that was not all. As time ticked by, his form continued to expand gradually. By the end of the day, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Great Wilderness second tier. Evolved from Qinghuan, Yao Shi to Bai Ling Xiameng. Acquired bloodline talent ability, Fearful Roar. Elin, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes, and the system's voice resonated in his mind. Had he completed his evolution? He shook his head, instinctively trying to lift his head to examine his form. What? However, as he raised his head, he was taken aback. This slight movement caused him to collide directly with the cave wall. What was happening? Alarmed, Elin attempted to move, only to discover that the surroundings were constricted. In that moment, he found himself unable to extend his body. Had Ban Mu deceived him? With that thought, he tensed up and quickly expanded his consciousness to assess his surroundings. This is still the same cave. In the next instant, Elin was stunned and then relaxed. Just how much have I grown? Coming back to his senses, Elin perceived the narrowness around him, and his heart surged with astonishment. He distinctly remembered that when he entered, there was ample space to move freely. Yet now, he felt completely confined, as if imprisoned, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. He couldn't help but glance at his status panel. Name: Elin, cultivation, early second tier Yao Wang, physical condition, 1, peak state. Race: Great Wilderness second tier bloodline Yao beast, by Ling Xiameng, strength, 20, speed, 25, Yao power, 20, spiritual awareness power, 21. Yao Yuan transformation, 100, all attack power increased by 10-fold. Spiritual awareness materialization, all attack power increased by 10-fold. Body size, length 115 meters, width 23 meters, evolution points, 1245. Based on his current condition, the host can learn skills. None. Mastered ordinary skills, divine movement level 9, full, broad eye level 9, full. Mastered extraordinary skills, corrosive mist level 9, Qing Lin thorn armor level 9, devouring fong level 9. Special abilities, spiritual awareness transmission, transformation. Bloodline abilities, venomous sac, fearful roar. Expansion abilities, immunity to venom, poison water lizard, three-tailed red catfish. Power evaluation, average. This physique. No wonder. Upon seeing this, Elin suddenly realized. From evolving from the first tier to the second tier, his length had surged 10-fold. His girth had also increased by more than 3 times. Of course, this was merely an exterior transformation. At this moment, Elin's strength, in comparison to before, was incomparably greater. Spiritual awareness materialization, all attack power increased by 10-fold. Upon reading this description, Elin couldn't help but take a deep breath. This meant that his current combat prowess was at least 10 times greater than it was 3 days prior. Such is the might of the Yao Wang. The essence of spiritual awareness materialization. Once a breakthrough occurs, the disparity is magnified tenfold. The explosive increase in destructive power is not merely a simple augmentation, but a qualitative transformation. This explains why the aftermath of battles among Yao Wang can effortlessly annihilate a horde of Yao Jiang. They are simply not on the same level. Indeed, has another bloodline talent ability emerged? In astonishment, Yilin turned his gaze elsewhere. Fearful Roar, a specialized talent skill of the Bai Ling Xiamang. A broad area skill that unleashes the power of the bloodline, sending forth a soul-shaking roar. It can temporarily disorient enemies. This seems promising. However, I wonder how potent it truly is. What impact will it have on Yao Wang of the same tier? After scanning the descriptions, Yilin's eyes brightened with anticipation. If it can disorient enemies briefly, it could indeed turn the tide of battle if used at a critical moment. He understood this well. Thus, Yilin held great expectations for this new talent skill. After reviewing Fearful Roar, he merely glanced at the other descriptions without further interest. As for the venomous immunity talent acquired after consuming Hong Taizi, he did not pay it much mind. Finally, his gaze fell upon the special ability of transformation. A second tier, Yao Wang can already transform. This certainly makes things much more convenient for me. Seeing the ability to transform, Yilin smiled. His current form was excessively massive. Every movement he made caused the earth to tremble, creating a considerable commotion. This was not in line with his inclination for subtlety. In the next moment, Yilin shifted his thoughts. Suddenly, his gigantic form radiated a dark green light. Following that, his body swiftly shrank. Within a few breaths, he transformed into a robust man, standing a meter tall, with well-defined muscles and prominent contours. He possessed 2 piercing, cold eyes devoid of whites. Apart from the inky black pupils, the rest of his eyes were filled with an eerie green hue. His nose was sharp and high, and his chin was so pointed it could pierce flesh. His cheeks were elongated, adorned with scales of dark green and black. He appeared exceedingly otherworldly. I wonder how I look in this transformed state. Yilin pondered, stroking his chin, before raising his sharp left hand and lightly slicing through the air. Instantly, a mirror composed of water materialized before him. Is this my current appearance? Gazing into the mirror, he saw a visage exuding a rich air of malevolence, with cold and unyielding eyes. If it weren't for the scales, he could easily be mistaken for a wicked entity from a past life. Haha, who would have thought? I look quite handsome. Yilin chuckled with satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with himself. How narcissistic. The system's mocking voice abruptly rang out. Yilin's smile immediately froze. Haha, system. Do you still dare to call me short or slight? Soon, the now vastly expanded Yilin regained his composure, bursting with confidence and grinning smugly. Haha, now, you are barely thicker than a toothpick. What? Are you feeling proud? Surely not. Could there really be such a self-absorbed serpent? In the next moment, the system's unrelenting, sarcastic voice resounded. Chapter 92. The situation. Yilin stepped into the outer area, where the sun stood high in the noon sky. Observing the desolate surroundings devoid of any figures, Yilin extended his spiritual awareness, akin to a tide, radiating outwards in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the entire He Banshee tribe. At that moment, all members of the He Banshee tribe felt an overwhelming sense of authority descending upon them. A shadow flickered in their hearts, and their bodies stiffened. In the central area of the tribe, they wondered which Yao Wang had arrived. A large black-spotted serpent, measuring over 20 meters in length, was quietly exhaling its vital energy when its expression suddenly shifted. The same unease permeated the resting places of several elders. In Yilin's mind, every movement of the members of the black-spotted serpent tribe was vividly presented. Naturally, the actions of Ban Mu, who was engaged in a multi-serpent endeavor, did not escape his keen perception. Come to me at once, Yilin commanded with a sharp tone. Realizing that the young clan leader of the black-spotted serpent tribe was preoccupied with frivolous thoughts. A considerable distance away, within a spacious water cave, Ban Mu paused. His face flushed with excitement. Suddenly, a chilling, thunderous command echoed, akin to a clap of thunder, which jolted Ban Mu's mind and instantly quelled his fervor. Yes, my lord, he replied, recovering from the shock, a mix of anger and confusion coursing through him. Merely receiving a telepathic message had instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure. Strange. Why do I feel that this calamity has grown even stronger? Leaving behind several bewildered female serpents, Ban Mu, feeling unsatisfied and disgruntled, slowly crawled out of the cave. Muttering to himself, couldn't he have chosen a better time to summon me? Truly vexing. as he grumbled along the way. It wasn't long before he spotted the water cave where Lin resided. Transformation. Upon seeing the figure standing with arms crossed before the cave, Ban Mu was momentarily taken aback, his expression changing drastically. What brings you, great demon king, to my humble abode? He quickly bowed his head and spoke respectfully. Though internally he pondered, why has this esteemed being come here? Is it to confront that calamity? It dawned on him that the last time the calamity visited the Shadow Serpent tribe, it was in pursuit of the demon king's bloodline. Now, the progenitor had personally arrived. His thoughts raced, and he inwardly lamented, his expression fluctuating between anxiety and dread. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. If the demon king were to vent his frustrations on the black-spotted serpent tribe, it would spell disaster. Didn't I mention that I would be borrowing your space for cultivation? Lin, observing Ban Mu's changing demeanor, surmised his thoughts and smiled lightly, unfazed. Ban Mu, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss. I am so very confused. I hope you clarify, my lord. He stammered, his eyes filled with uncertainty and disbelief. Though a suspicion had already taken root in his mind. Have you been indulging too much, rendering your mind befuddled? Lin cast a cold glance at him, speaking with an icy tone. At that moment, Ban Mu felt as though the world had spun around him, overwhelmed by dizziness. This calamity has actually broken through to become a demon king. He murmured in disbelief, fear gripping his heart. The first time he encountered Lin, he was merely a demon general of the 5th rank. The second time, he could no longer gauge Lin's strength. Yet now, on this third encounter, the calamity had directly ascended to the rank of demon king. How little time had passed since then. Ban Mu felt as though he were caught in a dream. Congratulations, my lord, on successfully breaking through. Your might shall echo through eternity. Under your leadership, the Qinghuan serpent tribe shall undoubtedly flourish. Amidst his shock, Ban Mu quickly adopted a fawning demeanor, showering Lin with flattery. Enough of this nonsense. Spare me your sycophancy. Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Among demon beasts, relationships were quite simple. As long as one possessed strength, one could be regarded as a father figure, regardless of decorum. The lack of integrity among them left Lin speechless. Cough. Pray tell, what brings you to summon me? Ban Mu cleared his throat, raising his gaze with a look of unwavering loyalty. I would face any peril for you. He coughed again, the earlier irritation long since vanished. Are you aware of the situation outside? Has any significant event recently transpired? Lin, disinterested in exposing Ban Mu's pretense, gazed at the distant horizon and spoke softly. Significant event? My lord, indeed, there has been a major development. It is said that the Grand Princess and the Third Prince are currently gathering the demon kings from various tribes, preparing for a decisive battle at the Bloodwave Sands. Ban Mu, after a moment of contemplation, nodded and reported respectfully. Oh, is this news reliable? Lin inquired, his interest piqued as he turned to face Ban Mu. Of course. How could I dare deceive you? Ban Mu straightened his posture, speaking earnestly. In that case, is your black-spotted serpent tribe not anxious? Lin asked, regarding him with curiosity. My lord, you may not be aware, but the stakes of this battle are exceedingly high. Only demon kings may participate. It has nothing to do with our black-spotted serpent tribe. Ban Mu explained, relief and trepidation evident in his tone. Clearly, the previous battle involving the Golden Fish King and the Black Clam King had left him with considerable apprehension. Only demon kings? Lin's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, perhaps the Grand Princess and the princes wish to resolve the conflict swiftly. It may also be that they have witnessed significant losses among the tribes and no longer wish to continue the attrition. Ban Mu sighed, nodding in agreement. And as he concluded, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Is that so? After listening to his account, Lin nodded slightly, his gaze flickering with contemplation as he stroked his chin, lost in thought. Sensing his introspection, Ban Mu dared not interrupt and waited in silence. Very well. You have performed admirably of late. I shall return this source of spiritual consciousness to you. After a brief moment, Lin raised his hand, a dark luminescence appearing and hovering before Ban Mu. With a whoosh, as the source of spiritual consciousness was restored, Lin was enveloped in a radiant azure glow, lifting him into the air. He then transformed into a streak of azure light, gradually vanishing into the horizon. My lord, Ban Mu, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy but was simultaneously left wanting to say something more. However, Lin had already soared away into the distance. Alas! Gazing in the direction of Lin's departure, Ban Mu's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. The distinction between a demon king and a demon general was monumental. Upon learning of Lin's ascension to demon king, He had intended to continue following him, but Elin had not afforded him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Banmu, who was that esteemed being? At this moment, the leader of the black-spotted serpent tribe arrived, staring at the distant figure with a dazed expression. Father, that esteemed being is my master. Banmu, contemplating the arrival, finally spoke. What? That esteemed being wishes to take you under his wing? The tribe leader was astonished, followed by a glimmer of joy. Regardless of whether as a servant or subordinate, having a demon king backing him provided substantial confidence in his endeavors. Indeed, Banmu nodded, though feeling slightly uneasy. Haha, excellent. Banmu, you have done well. Initially, I thought you were merely indulging in leisure, lacking ambition. Yet, I did not expect you to forge a connection with a demon king. Splendid. Truly splendid. Banmu's father laughed heartily, visibly pleased. But he no longer wants me. Banmu murmured quietly, feeling a pang of insecurity. Hearing this, the tribe leader's expression stiffened, darkening instantly. You little rascal, are you itching for a reprimand? He scolded vehemently. Chapter 93. The disheartened fool. After departing from the black-spotted serpent tribe, Elin transformed into a streak of black light, speeding southward. From the information gleaned from Banmu, it would be several days before the impending clash of demon kings. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to check on Han Han's situation. As his first subordinate, who was notably obedient, Elin felt a twinge of genuine concern for Han Han. Through his spiritual sense, Elin flew directly towards Han Han's location. Now that he had ascended to the rank of Demon King, traversing the skies was as effortless as breathing, allowing him to cover vast distances in mere moments. In less than half an hour, Elin traversed over 1,000 miles, arriving at the edge of the southern branch of Chongqing. To his astonishment, he witnessed a fierce battle unfolding ahead. Given the timid and cowardly nature of Han Han, it was truly unbelievable that he would engage in such a conflict. At that moment, on the open ground before him, two groups of demonic beasts were locked in a brutal confrontation. Elin quickly spotted a pale blue figure amidst the chaos, fighting valiantly. Indeed, it was Han Han. Now, Han Han had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, seemingly just a step away from breaking through to the rank of Demon General, yet in reality, the gap was as wide as a chasm. The constraints of his bloodline were not so easily shattered. Before Han Han stood a massive red crocodile, its menacing fangs bared, also at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. You dare to slay my brother, you wretched frog? I shall tear your body apart and ensure your demise. The red crocodile roared in fury upon seeing the corpse before Han Han. The corpse, although slightly smaller, was evidently of the same kind, indicating a shared lineage. Heh, come and try to kill me. Despite one of Han Han's legs being bloodied and severely injured, he did not yield in spirit. However, his bulging eyes were darting nervously. This foul crocodile was nearly at its peak. He needed to flee quickly, he thought to himself. In the center of the battlefield, there was only one demon general leader, a dark serpent-like shadow, the infamous He Shui De Wang. Opposite him stood 3 figures, united in their confrontation against him, one of which was Shui Zhan, the patriarch of the Shui Gui clan. The 3 demon generals bore solemn expressions, their combined aura pressing down upon He Shui De Wang. Yet, despite being outnumbered, He Shui De Wang remained unfazed, his formidable presence even seeming to overshadow the trio's collective strength. He had already advanced to the 8th tier of Demon General, while the opposing trio were all at the 6th tier, a clear disparity. Who would have thought you 3 would join forces? He Shui De Wang remarked casually with a faint smile. Humph, you treacherous fiend, your greed knows no bounds. Not only did you annihilate the Qing Gui clan and occupy their sacred ground, but you also wish to attack me. Such arrogance. Shui Zhan retorted coldly. You old turtle. It was you who allied with Qing Hen to assault this king. I am merely avenging past grievances. He Shui De Wang dismissed his words before turning his gaze to the other 2 demon generals, stating plainly, I bear no grudge against either of you. If you retreat now, I shall overlook today's events. What do you say? While he was confident in his strength, he was also reluctant to provoke other demon generals. The 2 demon generals, being neighbors of He Shui De Wang, were well aware of his might. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of hesitation. Clearly, they held a considerable apprehension towards He Shui De Wang. Do not be swayed by his words. This fiend is brazen. If we do not suppress him early on, we risk being picked off one by one in the future, our lives hanging in the balance. Are you not aware of the fate that befell the Qing Hen brothers? Shui Zhan exclaimed urgently. At this, the 2 demon generals were visibly shaken, locking eyes with one another, determination flickering in their gazes. Today, He Shui De Wang, you had best withdraw, for the sake of peace among us. One of the demon generals declared, while the other chimed in, "Humph. You speak of overlooking past grievances? Such bravado." With that, He Shui Da Wang's expression turned cold, and his aura surged forth. The three demon generals, sensing the shift, felt the weight of the moment and quietly gathered their energy. Suddenly, a tremendous and overwhelming force surged from the distant horizon, cascading down like an unstoppable torrent. He Shui Da Wang and the three demon generals trembled, akin to a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, barely managing to maintain their footing. The countless half-demons engaged in battle were even less able to withstand it, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The previously chaotic battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The four demon generals' expressions shifted dramatically as they turned towards the source of the disturbance. A figure wreathed in azure light hurtled towards them, drawing near with an immense, boundless aura emanating from it. Transformation? A demon king. He Shui Da Wang's eyes widened in alarm. The other three demon generals were struck with awe as they gazed upon the newcomer. Lin paid them no heed as he descended from the sky, landing directly in the midst of the half-demon battlefield. This esteemed demon king, Han stammered, his four limbs trembling in fear as he beheld Lin. Having lived for over a century, this was his first encounter with a demon king. The red crocodile before him lay sprawled on the ground, equally terrified as it gazed at Lin's imposing figure. "What is this? Have I been gone for just a few days, and you no longer recognize me?" Lin remarked, retracting his imposing aura as he addressed Han. As he did so, the surrounding demons exhaled in relief, their gazes filled with reverence, no longer daring to act recklessly. With Lin present, the fighting ceased instantly. Han, astonished, cautiously lifted his head and scrutinized Lin in disbelief. "Why, you are the king." In a matter of moments, Han's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend the transformation. With their proximity, Han could sense the essence of Lin's being, realizing that just a short time had passed, and the king had ascended to the rank of demon king. Han was utterly flabbergasted. "Enough. Stand up and speak," Lin commanded impatiently, waving his hand. "Why, yes. Han quickly came to his senses, scrambling to his feet, gazing at Lin with wonder. "Why aren't you hiding safely in your cave? What brings you here?" Lin inquired, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. The beasts he glanced at bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. "Were you compelled to come here?" At this, Lin's expression hardened as he cast a sharp look at the demon generals in the center of the battlefield. The faces of He Shui Da Wang and the other four demon generals changed instantly, a profound sense of danger washing over them, chilling them to the bone. "No, my lord. I came here of my own volition." Han quickly shook his head. "Oh, and what is your reason?" Lin asked, intrigued. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Han. Given Han's typically timid nature, Lin was astonished that he had willingly ventured into battle. The demon generals, witnessing this exchange, felt a wave of relief wash over them, yet they regarded Han with confusion, unable to comprehend how a mere half-demon could have such an association with a demon king. A twinge of envy crept into their minds. "It is like this, my lord. My talents are lacking, and my cultivation is progressing too slowly, so I responded to the summons of He Shui Da Wang. I came to accumulate merits and exchange them for essence crystals to advance in my cultivation. I hope to break through to the rank of demon general soon." Han explained earnestly, his expression growing somber as he concluded. The reality of Lin having reached the rank of demon king was a realm he could scarcely envision. Despite always knowing of Lin's exceptional talent, Han felt increasingly disheartened by the widening chasm between them. Lin, upon hearing this, fell silent. Yet an inexplicable sense of comfort filled his heart. "Enough. I have no intention of driving you away." Lin rolled his eyes at Han's woeful demeanor. He was fully aware of Han's concerns. My lord. Han's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. "All right, what happened to your injury?" Upon witnessing this, Lin's lips curled slightly, and he then glanced at Han's bloodied leg, speaking in a calm voice. "Ah, king, it was this foolish little crocodile that did it. But I have already dispatched it." Unperturbed by this revelation, Han responded nonchalantly, "In that case, let us depart." Lin nodded slightly. With that, he waved his hand gently, a layer of azure light enveloping him and Han, lifting them into the air. Transforming into two streaks of azure light, they soared eastward, leaving behind a group of astonished beasts. "This toad seems rather familiar," murmured He Shui Da Wang after a prolonged silence. "Ah, isn't it the one beside Lin? Could it be?" Suddenly, He Shui Da Wang's expression changed drastically. Gazing at their departing figures, he was filled with astonishment, exclaiming, I never expected he has advanced to the rank of Demon King. Chapter 94. Demon Chi soars to the sky not long after leaving He Shui Deze. Han Han, filled with curiosity, inquired, King, are we heading towards the Shuangzi Palace domain? The Shuangzi Palace is the stronghold of the great demon kings in the eastern region of Chongqing Dehe. Yilin shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, Must you speak so much? Han Han, taken aback, could only obediently follow in silence. After a while, at the junction of the southern and eastern regions of Chongqing, Yilin commanded, All right, you may now proceed to the edge of the East Sea and conceal yourself for cultivation. He tossed Han Han a large bundle of yuan crystals. During this time, he had plundered at least 10 demon generals, seizing over 1,000 yuan crystals. This bounty was sufficient for Han Han's cultivation for several months. King, is something significant about to occur? Seeing Yilin's demeanor, Han Han was left speechless. Why ask so many questions? Just do as I say. Yilin replied expressionlessly. Farewell, great king. With that, Han Han swallowed the yuan crystals, bid farewell, and leaped into the distance. Watching him disappear from sight, Yilin randomly found a spot to quietly lie in wait. Days later, within a dark and damp cave, Yilin slowly opened his eyes, his vertical pupils glinting with a spark of brilliance. In an instant, it seemed to illuminate the entire cave. With a leap, he emerged from the cave, transforming into a streak of azure light, soaring into the distance. At this very moment, at the intersection of the third prince and the grand princess's domains, a blood-red sandy beach spanning hundreds of miles had gathered two opposing forces. As he approached, Yilin landed on the ground, beginning to walk at a leisurely pace to avoid drawing attention. Lei Kong, you caused great losses to my forces last time. Today, I shall reclaim my blood debt. Above the blood-red sandy beach floated two figures. Each side had a similar number, 15 demon kings each. A golden figure on the third prince's side fixed his gaze on the black figure opposite him and coldly declared, This demon is none other than the Golden Fish King, whose injuries have healed after a period of recuperation. Haha. The opposing Wu Bang Wang merely smiled without a word. Now that our 4 great demon kings are gathered, your mid-tier demon kings cannot possibly extricate themselves. If you have any allies, call them forth quickly. Otherwise, you will have no opportunity later. A blue figure beside the Golden Fish King glanced at the opposite side and spoke indifferently. He was the Blue Lizard King, alongside the Golden Fish King, the Shadow Snake King, and the Blood Python King, the 4 great demon kings under the third prince, all at the mid-tier of the Demon King realm. Even if your 4 great demon kings are gathered, what of it? Without engaging in battle, victory or defeat remains uncertain. A blurred figure beside Lei Kong, whose form appeared faintly transparent, spoke with a detached tone. This brazen proclamation immediately drew the attention of the Golden Fish King and others. You are the Heavy Water King? The Golden Fish King scrutinized the seemingly transparent figure, his expression suddenly shifting. Weren't you in seclusion all this time? I never expected you to show up today. The Shadow Snake King's cold voice resonated, tinged with a hint of apprehension. The Heavy Water King was a seasoned demon king, and his cultivation level was somewhat elusive to them. Why waste words with him? What of the Heavy Water King? Can he withstand our might? The Blood Python King, a rugged-faced middle-aged man with an evident temper, suddenly roared, transforming into a massive blood-red python over 100 meters long. His body radiated a dense blood light as he charged forward, opening his massive mouth to initiate the assault. Kill. As he moved, the other demon kings naturally did not remain idle, revealing their true forms and joining the fray. Powerful auras surged forth, the presence of the demon kings soaring into the heavens. Creatures within 100 miles trembled in fear, fleeing in panic. Hidden within a thicket several dozen miles away, Yilin observed the unfolding chaos. Let them battle. It would be best if they both suffer losses. I can hardly contain my anticipation. His icy vertical pupils gazed toward the battleground, his tongue licking in anticipation. At this moment, from his vantage point, a colossal blood-red python over 100 meters long was entwined with a glossy black four-eyed scorpion, fiercely tearing and stabbing at each other. The ground trembled as they rolled about, uprooting trees and shattering rocks in their wake. Within the blood-red sandy beach, an enraged green shrimp bellowed, releasing a beam of pale green light several meters wide, akin to a laser, sweeping forward. Every expanse of water it touched transformed into toxic green waters. Its adversary was a massive ice-blue crab, its body spanning over 150 meters in length. In response to the incoming attack, its 16 sharp crab legs moved swiftly to evade, while its fearsome pincers opened wide, gathering demonic energy into an ice-blue sphere that emanated a chilling aura. Explosive ice. Raising its pincers, it roared as it hurled the sphere toward the green shrimp king. Upon contact, the ice-blue sphere detonated instantaneously, unleashing a frigid blast that froze vast stretches of water into solid ice. Thunder boomed overhead as arcs of lightning danced through the sky. With Lei Kong transforming into his true form, a colossal bivalve shell of dark blue, concealed within the rolling dark clouds, unleashing torrents of blue lightning. 10,000 waves. Bloodlight devours the body. The sky and earth seemed to erupt in chaos. In an instant, various forms of dense demonic energy poured forth. Each wave of energy that struck nearby left deep craters in the ground, an imposing spectacle. Shadows touch. Call forth the winds and rain. Black sky, water, thunder. The Golden Fish King, Shadow King, and Blue Lizard King launched their attacks simultaneously, targeting the Heavy Water King. Renowned for his prowess, they dared not underestimate him. They aimed to eliminate him swiftly before addressing the rest of the battlefield. Everyone, stand back. Witness my infinite true water force. The Heavy Water King, unfazed by the incoming trio of attacks, dismissed the assisting demon kings. A towering water mist enveloped him, rapidly forming transparent shields. As the fierce assaults from the Golden Fish King and others crashed down, they shattered the first layer of shields. Then the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. However, the transparent barriers before the Heavy Water King seemed limitless. Together, their combined efforts broke through over 100 layers of shields. Yet they still failed to breach the Heavy Water King's defenses. How is this possible? You have already advanced to the late stage? The Golden Fish King gasped in astonishment as his expression darkened. The Shadow Snake King and Blue Lizard King also bore grim visages. In the realm of the Yao Wang, there exist 3 distinct phases, categorized into early, mid, and late stages. Each of these minor phases exhibits a staggering disparity in combat prowess, exceeding 5-fold. The Grand Princess, presiding over the Qingjiao Palace, embodies the inevitable tide of destiny. Your endeavors in this venture are merely a futile struggle. Observing this, the Wang of Heavy Water, with hands clasped behind his back, chuckled disdainfully, his demeanor radiating arrogance. The Jin Yu Wang and other Yao heard these words, their expressions darkening into silence. Should the Wang of Heavy Water truly ascend to the late stage, the assembled Yao Kings would be no match for him collectively. Unexpectedly, a cold voice resonated from the distant horizon. Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the Jin Yu Wang and the other Yao Kings were jolted, turning their gazes toward the source. The other Yao Kings engaged in battle also broke free from their opponents and gathered near the 3. A young man, riding upon a cloud, swiftly approached. He possessed striking features, with sharp eyebrows and a handsome visage, though 2 long beards dangled from his chin, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. This individual was none other than the 3rd prince of the Qingjiao Palace. Has he arrived? As soon as his figure emerged, the Yao Kings on the Wang of Heavy Water's side changed countenance, contemplating retreat. Only the Wang of Heavy Water displayed a glimmer of joy in his eyes. As long as they could momentarily stall this side, victory would belong to the Grand Princess. Chapter 95. Conclusion. Heavy Water. I never anticipated you would ultimately choose to assist your elder sister. The 3rd prince approached the Jin Yu Wang and others at the forefront, gazing at the Wang of Heavy Water with a complex expression. The Wang of Heavy Water had risen to prominence as a Yao King centuries prior and now, having broken through to the late stage, stood as a formidable figure in the Qingjiao Palace. The Wang of Heavy Water, acknowledging the 3rd prince's stature, slightly cupped his hands in respect. The 3rd prince's prowess and position were formidable, prompting the Wang to refrain from any impertinence. I had thought you would continue to remain in seclusion and cultivate, the 3rd prince remarked, shaking his head with a hint of regret. In response, the Wang of Heavy Water remained silent. His current involvement in assisting the Grand Princess stemmed from unavoidable circumstances. However, at this juncture, their stances were firmly established. Further discussion would be superfluous. Observing the Wang's demeanor, the 3rd prince ceased his words, his expression suddenly turning cold. Cloud grasp. He raised his right hand, 5 sharp fingers emanating a fierce azure glow. Instantly, a colossal azure claw, over 100 meters in size, manifested in the sky, shrouding the sun as it descended ominously upon the Wang of Heavy Water. The Yao Kings allied with the Grand Princess, witnessing this, changed their expressions dramatically, hastily retreating to the sides. Endless true water force. The Wang of Heavy Water's countenance shifted from nonchalance to grave seriousness. He swung his arms repeatedly, conjuring transparent seals before him to form a defense. However, the might of the azure claw was unmatched, effortlessly shattering dozens of protective seals. Despite the Wong's continuous efforts to summon new defenses, the transparent seals before him persistently dwindled in number. With a resounding impact, the Azure Claw broke through the final layer of defense, crashing violently against the Wong of Heavy Water's chest. Yet, at this moment, the claw had expended most of its energy, reduced to a mere fraction of its original force, merely causing the Wong to stagger back a few steps. Indeed, the third prince is formidable, the Wong of Heavy Water mused, feeling a burning sensation in his chest where several shallow wounds had emerged. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate the force of this strike. It was the result of his full defensive capacity. A momentary lapse could have resulted in grievous injury. As for the other Yao Kings present, they would have likely perished or been severely wounded had they faced such an onslaught. Your Highness is impressive. The Yao Kings behind the third prince gazed at the azure figure with reverence, expressing their admiration. Conversely, the Wong of Heavy Water's allies displayed signs of fear. Had it not been for the Wong of Heavy Water standing at the forefront, they would have fled long ago. In that case, Your Highness, I shall respond with my next move. Once steady, the Wong of Heavy Water inhaled deeply, raising his arms high as his garments billowed fiercely. Instantly, an abundance of water vapor converged from the surroundings. From the blood-soaked sands below, torrents of water surged into the sky. Within moments, a transparent water sphere, 3 zhang in diameter, materialized above his hands, pulsating with a heavy, terrifying energy. The third prince's expression grew serious. He promptly raised his right hand, summoning the Azure Claw once more. Go. Just then, the Wong of Heavy Water bellowed, thrusting his arms forward with great force. The transparent energy water sphere sliced through the air. In an instant, it collided thunderously with the third prince's Azure Claw. A deafening roar echoed, reaching the heavens. Following the collision, a circular shockwave erupted, engulfing the surroundings. The Yao Kings on both sides found their footing disrupted, retreating several hundred meters. Some of the weaker ones felt their blood surge, a crimson hue appearing at their lips, their faces turning as pale as snow. The atmosphere became unstable. The clouds above, once billowing, were scattered by the fierce shockwave, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Below, the waves of water surged to heights of several dozen zhang, creating a massive crater several hundred meters wide at its core. Countless torrents evaporated, leaving a vast expanse of barren land that took some time to refill. Within a radius of several dozen li, all stones and vegetation were leveled to the ground, leaving behind a desolate landscape, as if it had undergone an apocalyptic cleansing. The third prince, possessing profound cultivation and formidable strength, was only pushed back a few paces, maintaining his stance with unwavering composure, evidently unaffected. Following the dissipating waves, the third prince's gaze turned sharp as he surveyed the area. Withdraw. Engage separately. The Wong of Heavy Water, sensing this, felt a jolt in his eyelids and shouted, enveloped in a glimmering white light, hastily fleeing into the distance. Time must be of the essence. The Grand Princess should be concluding her affairs. In the sky, the Wong of Heavy Water murmured to himself. His primary mission was to temporarily restrain the third prince, preventing him from aiding the western battlefield. With this objective accomplished, there was no further need to remain. Regardless of the third prince's strength, even if he were weaker, the Wong dared not confront him directly. As he made his escape, the other dozen Yao Kings followed suit without hesitation, transforming into a spectrum of colors as they soared into the sky. Some even burrowed underground, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the third prince and his companions. Separate and pursue. Witnessing the Wong of Heavy Water's immediate retreat without a fight, the third prince furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition surfacing within him. He spoke coldly indeed. Exercise caution in your actions. He added a final reminder. Regardless of the circumstances, the Yao Kings were ostensibly subjects of the Qingjiao Palace. Should they be slain indiscriminately, it would be difficult to explain to the king. After all, Yao Kings were not commonplace. With that, the third prince set off in pursuit of the Wong of Heavy Water. Understood. The Jin Yu Wong and the other Yao Kings nodded in agreement before dispersing to pursue the Yao Kings aligned with the Grand Princess. Soon, the vicinity of the blood-soaked sands fell into an eerie silence. Yet, upon inspection, the area lay in disarray, bearing the scars of the fierce battle that had transpired. Have they gone to chase? At that moment, Elin's figure appeared nearby. He gazed into the distant horizon, murmuring to himself. Standing still, Elin pondered for a moment before transforming into a streak of azure light, heading towards the Shadow Serpent clan. Henceforth, he would patiently await news. Chapter 96. A swift hunt. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Shadow Serpent clan, Elin casually selected a spot to lie in wait. After approximately half a day, as dusk began to settle, A dark figure emerged from the distant horizon, landing within the blackened woods. Has he returned? As Lin keenly observed the situation of the Enshi tribe, he suddenly opened his eyes and transmitted a message. Before long, Fu's figure appeared several miles away, her face etched with displeasure. That scoundrel! How dare he treat this princess as a mere servant? After a year, when my spiritual essence is restored, I will ensure that my father makes him a slave, serving this princess for a lifetime. Humph. Fu seethed internally. She had been comfortably resting in the grand hall when Lin sent her a message, demanding that she immediately investigate the specific outcomes of the battle among the demon kings. Her father, the Anin Yao Wang, was the foremost expert under the third prince, and was well aware of the situation. Gaining this information was not difficult. The key issue was Lin's condescending attitude, which greatly displeased her. Speak. What is the situation? To prevent revealing any vulnerabilities that might attract the attention of the Enshi Wang, Lin did not reveal himself, but directly inquired via transmission. The reason for demanding her personal report was, of course, to avoid detection by her father. After all, the Enshi Wang was a mid-stage demon king, possessing far superior spiritual perception than Lin. Humph. Fu grumbled internally, and then replied through the transmission. In this battle, the outcome saw the princess's side and the demon king's retreat in defeat. After saying this, she fell silent, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to leave at any moment. Is that all? Be more specific. Which demon kings were severely injured? Which ones fell? Where are they now? Tell me everything. After waiting for a moment and seeing her remain silent, Lin's brow furrowed, and he spoke with undeniable authority. Fu inhaled deeply, forcing herself to quell her agitation, and slowly began to speak. 11 demon kings suffered severe injuries and should be recuperating in their respective habitats. They are all renowned demon kings, each with their own established residences. No demon kings have fallen. Following this, Fu relayed all the information she possessed to Lin. This insufferable Qing Huanxi. What was she trying to uncover? After speaking, a wave of confusion washed over her. Excellent. Lin's gaze brightened, and he nodded slightly. Since you are aware of these matters, why did your father not simply eradicate the threat entirely? Upon learning that no demon kings had perished, Lin felt a tinge of disappointment and curiously inquired further. We simply followed different masters. We are all members of the Qing Jiao Palace. How could we possibly engage in life and death battles over the position of Palace Lord? The fact that we were able to inflict such injuries is already the limit. Otherwise, it would provoke the displeasure of the great Yao Wang of Qing Jiao, which would benefit no one. Fu stated with a stoic expression. I see. After hearing her explanation, Lin nodded in understanding. Very well. You may leave now. After a moment's contemplation, Lin spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Fu's lips twitched, and with a cold snort, she turned to depart. By the way, do not speak of what happened today. It must remain a secret. No one is to know. Furthermore, do not discuss anything about me with other demon beasts, including your father. Do you understand? As he watched her retreating figure, Lin's voice turned icy as he transmitted his warning. What he was about to undertake would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar throughout the southern region of Chongqingde. Not a whisper of this could be allowed to escape. Otherwise, the situation would become exceedingly unfavorable for him. All right. I know. Fu, who had just turned away, responded impatiently upon hearing his words. Suddenly, a chilling wave of intense cold enveloped her, making her feel as though she were standing in an icy wasteland, struggling to move against the howling winds. Her blood felt as if it had solidified, her entire body stiffened, and even her thoughts slowed. It was as if she would plummet into an endless abyss at any moment, succumbing to eternal slumber. I understand. Fu's eyes widened in terror, her throat dry as she replied slowly, her voice hoarse and trembling. That is good to hear. Once his words fell, the chilling presence receded like a tide. Fu could also hear Lin's cold, indifferent voice echoing in her ears. After regaining her composure, Fu exhaled deeply, her face betraying her lingering fear. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though she had ventured a step into the gates of the underworld. If she had pores, she would surely have been drenched in cold sweat from fright. This monster, what realm of power does he possess? Why does he feel akin to my father? Oh no, in some respects, he may even be more terrifying than my father. Now fully aware of her surroundings, Fu hastily departed without looking back. Along the way, still in a state of disbelief, she murmured to herself, this Fu is a clever serpent. She should not expose my affairs. As he watched her leave, Lin muttered to himself, very well. 11 demon kings have suffered severe injuries, have they? With this thought, Lin gazed at the starry sky, his eyes glinting with a ferocious and greedy light. Tonight, I shall hunt with abandon. Chapter 97. Xian Shui de Ao. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yilin swiftly departed from the Anxi tribe, racing directly toward the Bloodwave Beach. Beyond the Bloodwave Beach lies the domain of the Grand Princess. To avoid drawing too much attention, once he arrived, Yilin chose to crawl stealthily along the ground. An hour later, deep within a lush, verdant swamp, he murmured to himself, according to the information, the closest demon king to me is the Xian Shui de Ao. Surveying the surroundings, Yilin continued. The Xian Shui de Ao is one of the 11 demon kings who have sustained injuries. However, the primary reason for his pursuit lay in the fact that it was a solitary creature. Even upon learning that these demon kings had been wounded, Yilin dared not act recklessly or presumptuously. His plan was to first hunt down some solitary demon kings before setting his sights on the tribal demon kings. This way, the news of the mysterious disappearances of these demon kings could be concealed for a longer duration, granting him ample time to hunt the others. The Xian Shui de Ao resides in the Baibo Swamp approximately 50 miles to the east. With a target in mind, Yilin shifted directions and quietly swam eastward. To avoid alerting the Xian Shui de Ao too soon, he transformed into human form, moving at a slow pace while fully suppressing his aura. Like a phantom, he glided through the swamp, silent as a whisper. Nearly 10 minutes later, Yilin's gaze fell upon a circular lake, its surface shimmering with emerald waves. This lake was neither too large nor too small, roughly 5 to 6 miles in diameter. Within Yilin's spiritual perception, there were no signs of fish or shrimp, not even a single water strider. The entire lake was silent, shrouded in a lifeless stillness, as if some great demon lurked within, deterring all living beings from approaching. It appeared that the Xian Shui de Ao was still recuperating at the bottom of the lake. Upon realizing this, Yilin licked his lips, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. In an instant, he surged forth, no longer concealing his aura. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive serpent over 100 meters long, adorned in shades of dark green and black. Splash! He plunged into the depths of the lake, shattering its tranquil surface. Who dares intrude upon my domain? At the lake's bottom, a similarly sized azure crocodile, over 100 meters long, awoke. The moment Yilin unleashed his aura, its eyes snapped open, revealing icy vertical pupils filled with a hint of cruel bloodlust. In an instant, it beheld a gaping maw descending from above. You! The Xian Shui de Ao's eyes widened in shock as it prepared to react. Boom! However, the very next moment, a deep, resonant roar reverberated through the water, carrying an inexplicable power that struck at the very core of the Xian Shui de Ao's soul. It was as if a hammer had been brought down upon its head. In an instant, the Xian Shui de Ao's eyes glazed over, its body rendered immobile. As the fierce maw approached rapidly, it did not flinch or evade. With a sickening sound, flesh was pierced. Bursts of crimson erupted, staining the emerald waters near the lake's bottom in a vivid scarlet. Roar! I have never seen you before. Who exactly are you? A sharp pain surged through, instantly awakening the Xian Shui de Ao, its eyes blood-red and filled with fury as it roared violently. Who I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is that your days are numbered. Witnessing the terror induced by its roar, Yilin's eyes glimmered with a trace of delight. Without hesitation, he bit down fiercely, injecting venom with reckless abandon, seeking death. Upon hearing this, the Xian Shui de Ao bellowed in wrath. It swiftly turned, revealing 2 rows of ferocious fangs, at least 1 meter deep, and lunged at Yilin with a savage bite. Hiss! The impact of the bite caused Yilin to sharply inhale, feeling a jolt of pain. Fortunately, perhaps due to his thick skin or the Xian Shui de Ao's weakened state, he was not bitten through, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Wah wah! Not only Yilin, but the Xian Shui de Ao also cried out in pain, hastily releasing its grip with a look of horror. At that moment, blood began to seep from the roots of its sharp teeth, indicating it had sustained injuries. Was this the effect of the Qing Lin Jing Ji Jia's counterattack? Yilin chuckled at this sight. The Xian Shui de Ao, unwilling to concede, bit down fiercely once more, only to recoil in pain again. How dare you attack this king? It roared, its eyes filled with blood, seething with rage. However, Yilin paid no heed, continuing to inject venom relentlessly. Gradually, the Xian Shui de Ao felt its body stiffening and slowing down. Alarmed, it hurriedly attempted to suppress the spread of the toxin with its demon essence. Yet, Yilin unleashed an even greater surge of demon essence, fiercely counteracting its power. Damn it! Were it not for my severe injuries, this mere toxin would not stand a chance against me. The Xian Shui de Ao's demon essence was pressed down severely, helplessly watching as the toxin invaded its body. Before long, a dark green hue emerged at the site of the wound where Lin had bitten, rapidly spreading outward. You dare to kill me? You must understand that we are both demon kings. If I were to perish, I would take you down with me. The Xian Shui de Ao's heart sank, and it hastily exclaimed, Take me down with you? Huh? What power do you possess now to threaten me? Lin replied with a cold laugh, unperturbed. You seek death. The Xian Shui de Ao's fury ignited, its aura suddenly becoming frenzied, as if preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. Enough. Do not feign strength. Do you think this king is unaware that you are gravely injured, with barely a fraction of your demon essence remaining? Lin scoffed disdainfully. You. The Xian Shui de Ao's furious energy faltered instantly, its heart sinking. How do you know this king is wounded? It took a deep breath, confusion evident in its eyes, and slowly spoke. Only those demon kings should know of its severe injuries. Wait, are you from the Third Prince's faction? How dare you? Do you not fear the consequences from His Majesty? Realizing this, the Xian Shui de Ao's expression turned grave, disbelief etched across its face. Though we may belong to different factions, we are all demon kings under the banner of the Qing Jiao Palace. We do not act excessively. Yet it has been unfortunate to be heavily injured this time due to the Third Prince's wrath. However, at this moment, Lin actually intends to kill it? Unquestionably. The Xian Shui de Ao had already regarded Lin as a demon king from the Third Prince's side. Lin merely smiled in silence. Since it has drawn its own conclusions, he found no need to clarify. You are ruthless. This king hates you. I hate you. His Majesty will not let you off lightly. The Third Prince, realizing its body growing increasingly rigid and knowing it had no escape, the Xian Shui de Ao roared in resentment before succumbing to eternal slumber. A demon king, how many evolution points might you provide me? Confirming its departure from this world. Lin slowly released his grip, his gaze fixed on the corpse of the Xian Shui de Ao, filled with fervor. Then, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Ding. Host has consumed a demon king of the early stage, Xian Shui de Ao, and gained 170,589 evolution points. The system's notification echoed promptly. 170,589 points? Not bad. Lin beamed with joy upon hearing this. He had previously inquired about the system and learned that breaking through to the mid-stage of a demon king required 500,000 evolution points. It now appeared that he only needed 3 demon kings to elevate his cultivation further. Lin licked his lips, filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 98. Retirement isn't so bad after all. The next target. Having tasted immense rewards from the Xian Shui de Ao, Lin appeared exuberant and was eager to proceed. The closest location was the Poison Marsh, 300 miles to the north, home to the Indu Xiaowang. This shrimp king was also a solitary creature. With that thought, Lin wasted no time and transformed into a green shadow, swiftly heading north. In less than half an hour, a vast expanse of dark green marsh appeared before Lin. At first glance, it seemed to stretch for over 10 miles. However, unlike the Baibo Lake where the Xian Shui de Ao resided, this place was evidently teeming with life. Lin noticed numerous poisonous insects and mosquitoes flitting above the marsh. After a brief glance, he lost interest. As before, Lin soared above the marsh, reverted to his original form, and plunged into the toxic waters. This toxic marsh was merely the result of the Indu Xiaowang's lingering aura. While it might be deadly to ordinary demon generals, it posed no threat to him. Who goes there? Upon revealing his true form, the overwhelming presence of a demon king spread like a tidal wave. Deep within the toxic marsh, a gigantic, dark green shrimp immediately sensed it and bellowed. What do you want? Seeing a massive, dark-scaled python charging toward it, the Indu Xiaowang was momentarily taken aback, then coldly retorted. What do I want? Frankly speaking, I crave your flesh. Lin's icy vertical pupils fixed intently on it as he grinned and dove down. Insolent. The Indu Xiaowang, initially stunned, quickly regained its composure and roared in anger. Corrosive light wave. It opened its mouth, unleashing a thick, dark green beam that swept outward. To this, Lin neither dodged nor flinched. A torrent of demon essence surged forth from within him, rapidly coalescing into a blue shield before him. The next moment, the green beam struck. Sizzle. The blue shield trembled slightly, yet the green beam could not penetrate, gradually thinning until it vanished without a trace. Humph, you possess some strength. The Indu Xiaowang thought to itself, yet outwardly responded with a cold snort. Use whatever reserves you have left, otherwise, you will have no chance soon. Lin calmed his aura, allowing his demon essence to settle, and spoke unhurriedly. Damn it, Seeing Lin's demeanor, the Indu Xia Wang was infuriated but found itself at a loss. Who are you? What brings you to my domain? It glared at Lin, simmering with anger. Its voice icy. It had never encountered Lin before, yet he had suddenly attacked. It felt as though it had been unjustly accused, leaving it deeply aggrieved. Lin, however, remained indifferent, uninterested in a lengthy dialogue, and sought a swift resolution. The longer this dragged on, the less favorable it would be for him. Roar. In response, he unleashed a fearsome roar. The Indu Xia Wang shuddered, falling into a stupor. As it regained its senses, Lin's gaping maw was vividly before it. Crack. Lin bit down, severing its neck, and it instantly perished. Ding. Host has consumed a demon king of the early stage, Indu Xia, and gained 168,702 evolution points. In a few bites, he devoured it, and Lin licked his lips, still craving more. Next, in a rushing mountain stream. You dare to ambush this king? Here, the lord is a dark red serpent. At this moment, it is covered in wounds, flicking its tongue and fixating its cold, bloodthirsty gaze on Lin. You wish to ambush me? Not only will I ambush you, but I also intend to kill you. Lin's expression remains calm as he lunges forward. Upon witnessing this, the serpent, in a fit of rage, can only coil around him and fight with all its might. Lin's speed surpasses that of the serpent, which cannot escape. He has already witnessed this. In the next moment, the two massive serpentine forms become entangled, fiercely biting one another. Their colossal bodies and overwhelming strength reduce the surrounding mountains and rocks to rubble. Following a resounding tremor that shakes the earth, the dark red serpent gradually weakens, ultimately becoming motionless, its breath extinguished. Beep. Host has consumed the early stage demon king, the crimson serpent, acquiring 176,707 evolution points. Upon finishing the meal, the system prompts once more. Excellent. Commence evolution. Lin issued the command without hesitation. Beep. Host has broken through from early stage to mid stage of the second tier. Spiritual power increased by 5 points. Spiritual power materialization. All attack power increased by 15 times. Consumed evolution points. 500,000. The second tier demon king signifies the refinement of spiritual power. The enhancement of spiritual power will lead to improvements in various other aspects, significantly boosting overall strength. Particularly, the augmentation from spiritual power materialization will increase with the enhancement of spiritual power. This terrifying enhancement. Lin sighed. Glancing at his status panel, name, Lin, cultivation, mid-stage second-tier demon king, physical strength, 095, peak condition, race, second-tier bloodline demon beast, by Ling Xiamang, strength, 23, speed, 27, passive godly movement 5, demon power, 26, spiritual power, 26. Demon transformation completion. All attack power increased by 10 times. Spiritual power materialization. All attack power increased by 15 times. Size. Length 135 meters, width 25 meters. Evolution points 15638. Based on physical condition. The host can currently learn skills. None. Mastered ordinary skills. Godly movement level 9, max level. Wide-eye level 9, max level. Mastered extraordinary skills. Corrosive Mist level 9. Green Scale Thorn Armor level 9. Devouring Fong level 9. Special abilities. Spiritual Transmission, Transformation, Bloodline abilities. Venomous Gland, Fearsome Roar. Expansion abilities. Exclusive immunity to Venom, Venomous Water Lizard. Three-tailed Red Catfish. Strength Evaluation, Average. Now, I have also reached the level of the Goldfish King. In this southern region of Chongqing-Dahou, there are no more than 10 individuals who can defeat me in single combat. Lin murmured, although he has just stepped into the mid-stage of the Demon King realm. With the system's various enhancements, he ranks among the top, comparable to the Shadow Serpent King. System, how many evolution points do I need to break through next? After pondering for a moment, Lin inquired. 150,000. The system promptly responded. Why has it doubled? According to past patterns, shouldn't it be 1 million? Upon hearing this, Lin's expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Huh. This is a rule established by this palace. You can choose not to evolve. The system replied with a light laugh, brimming with pride. The voice was melodious, yet slightly irritating. Oh, is that so? Then I might as well retire here. After all, daily battles can be quite exhausting, Lin remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. He then lay upon the cold, rocky ground. Huh. He let out a long yawn, settling into a comfortable position and remaining still. You? The system was momentarily taken aback. Humph. Such a miser. I truly misjudged you. After a while, seeing Lin still lying on the ground, exuding an air of tranquility, the system huffed and called out. Hey, why aren't you moving? What are you doing? After some time, the system could no longer contain itself and shouted. Nothing much. Honestly, I suddenly think that retirement is quite appealing. Don't you find it tiring to be fighting all the time? I could find a cozy place, procure a few female serpents, lay some eggs, and then quietly enjoy a peaceful life. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Lin spoke languidly, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. This beautiful system, he felt, was somewhat peculiar. Although he himself yearned to continuously break through and grow stronger, the system seemed even more eager than he. Today, he intended to probe its true intentions. You. How did I end up with such a foolish master? You infuriate this palace. Upon hearing this, the system became furious, shouting sharply. Lin could already envision her expression. If the system had a face. Speak. What do you truly desire? After a prolonged pause, the system, still fuming, replied. Why has the requirement for evolution points suddenly increased? Are you deliberately messing with me? Lin's gaze flickered as he directly spoke. Because your realm has risen, naturally, the requirements will increase. Moreover, why would I bother with you? This palace would prefer you to transform into a true dragon tomorrow. This palace expects you to avenge me. Upon hearing this, the system was nearly driven to malfunction, gritting its teeth. Yet in the end, it realized it had misspoken and fell silent. Avenge what? Lin's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pressed. Nothing at all. You didn't hear anything, understood? The system's muttering voice faded, ultimately succumbing to silence. No matter how Lin inquired, the system remained tight-lipped. He was left speechless. Regardless, I assure you, I will not bring you harm. You must understand, in this world, you are unique. My master. Suddenly, the system's sweet voice returned, laced with a hint of temptation. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lin felt as though his ears might burst, rolling his eyes helplessly. No matter what, this system has indeed never harmed him. Chapter 99, The Grand Princess. Among the 11 severely injured demon kings, only 5 are lone wolves. 2 remain. Departing from the mountain gorge, Lin gazed in a certain direction, murmuring to himself. As these 2 demon kings are quite distant, Lin naturally decided to deal with them last. It is time to accelerate my actions. Taking advantage of the fact that the other demon kings have yet to react. With this thought, Lin's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he dashed over 100 zhong. Half a day later, as dawn broke, a green figure abruptly appeared before the blood-wave sandy beach. 5 demon kings. This trip has yielded satisfactory results. Looking at the status panel displaying over 300,000 evolution points, Lin smiled in satisfaction. In these past few hours, he had devoured the other 2 demon kings as well. However, this was where it would end. It would not be long before they became aware. At that time, chaos would surely ensue. If I do not leave now, when shall I? Reflecting on the other 7 injured demon kings, Lin felt a pang of regret. Yet he did not lament. The other 7 demon kings are all rulers of their clans, recuperating in their heavily guarded lairs. Attempting to carry out a stealthy assassination would be nearly impossible. If discovered, it would spell disaster. At that point, he would likely be hunted down by the Grand Princess and besieged by a horde of demon kings, placing him in a precarious situation. Lin's mind was clear, and he was not blinded by greed. Next, he would simply wait for news. Contemplating, Lin crossed the blood-wave sandy beach and returned to the domain of the 3rd prince. He concealed himself near the Shadow Serpent tribe. 3 days later, within a magnificent hall at the bottom of the river, belonging to the 3-tailed red catfish clan, a strikingly beautiful woman with delicate features and fair complexion sat regally upon the main seat, dressed in a blue patterned gown and adorned with a jade hairpin. Her noble and elegant demeanor commanded respect. Vibrant and full of life, her bright and dazzling eyes captivated the hearts of those present, rendering them unable to meet her gaze. What about you all? How many are still missing? She glanced at the various demon kings standing on either side of the grand hall, her delicate brows furrowing as she spoke. Her voice, icy and clear, involuntarily caused the assembled demon kings to straighten in their seats. Who else has not arrived? Upon hearing her words, the demon kings exchanged glances, bewildered. The Grand Princess had previously sent word regarding this meeting, and yet there were still latecomers? This was rather awkward. They had worked together for so long, and this was the first time such a situation had arisen. What had Bai Yi and Shui, Du Hong, Kai Qing, and the others been doing? These demon kings operated under the Grand Princess, and while they may not have been overly familiar, they at least recognized one another's faces. Before long, the group identified the 5 absentees. The Grand Princess regarded the demon kings below with a stoic expression, remaining silent. Her slender jade fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest. Those familiar with her understood that she was displeased. Your Highness, perhaps Shui and the others were severely injured previously and are having difficulty traveling, leading to their tardiness. They should be en route now. The Wang of Shui suggested, stepping forward respectfully. I believe that to be the case. The other demon kings murmured in agreement. Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess's expression softened slightly, and she nodded gently. If that were indeed the case, it would certainly be understandable. My third brother has gone a bit too far this time. He has already defeated you all, yet insists on pursuing you. I will stand up for you shortly. She glanced at the several demon kings who appeared dejected, her brow furrowing as she spoke. We dare not. The demon kings below quickly bowed their heads. Though they felt discontent regarding the third prince's recent pursuit, they did not dare to express it openly, especially not in front of the Grand Princess. All of these demon kings were seasoned beings, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, and they were well aware of certain taboos. They decided to wait a little longer for the absent ones. The Grand Princess, seeing this, chose not to elaborate further, and a silence fell over the Grand Hall. However, as time passed, half an hour slipped by without a sign of their arrival at the hall's entrance. The expression of the assembled demon kings grew increasingly grim. Your Highness, may I go investigate? The Wang of Shui proposed again, his voice grave. Even the slowest among them sensed something amiss. Very well, the Grand Princess replied, her expression inscrutable as she uttered a single word. With her permission, the Wang of Shui transformed into a stream of transparent water and vanished within the palace in the blink of an eye. The hall returned to silence. But the atmosphere felt heavy and oppressive. After 2 hours, the Wang of Shui returned to the hall, his face darkened. The gazes of the demon kings converged upon him, filled with curiosity. The Grand Princess's luminous eyes met his directly. Report to me, Your Highness. I ventured to the lairs of Bai Yi and the others, but I found no trace of them. Most importantly, there were signs of struggle and blood at their lair. However, upon closer examination, it appeared that only one demon king was involved. The Wang of Shui inhaled deeply, his tone somber as he continued. I dare to speculate that Bai Yi and the others may have met with misfortune. What? Who would be so audacious? The moment he spoke, the hall erupted in a flurry of reactions. The expressions of the demon kings shifted dramatically. Some were incredulous, others seething with rage, while some remained uncertain. So you did not see their bodies, the Grand Princess said softly, raising her hand to restore silence to the hall. She regarded the Wang of Shui. Her voice gentle yet firm. Indeed, he nodded in response. This implies they may have been captured, or perhaps. The Grand Princess, her thoughts coalescing, continued. If that is the case, it is certainly concerning. Her voice turned icy, sending a chill through the hearts of the demon kings present. Clap, clap, clap. The Grand Princess rested her flawless chin upon her hand, her eyes closed as she fell into contemplation. Her delicate fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest, and the demon kings, sensing her mood, refrained from interrupting, maintaining a respectful silence. The hall once again fell into quietude, save for the rhythmic sound of her tapping. I recall that Bai Yi and his companions all come from humble origins, correct? At one moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, scanning the assembled demon kings as she spoke softly. Humble origins imply a lack of backing from clans. Essentially, they are lone wolves. Indeed, the Wang of Shui affirmed. Are you implying that? Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted as he pieced together the implications. My third brother has just grievously injured one among you. Bai Yi and the others must have been attacked. Meanwhile, those with clan support have remained unscathed. The Grand Princess, seated regally upon her throne, recounted her observations at a measured pace. Hiss! Her words struck a chord, igniting realization among the demon kings, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. Those who had previously sustained serious injuries felt a chill run down their spines, yet they also felt a sense of relief. There are treacherous individuals lurking in the shadows, clearly plotting, they realized, but their strength is lacking. Otherwise, they would not have dared to act so stealthily, targeting only Bai Yi and his companions. Who could it be? The Grand Princess's demeanor remained as tranquil as water, yet the coldness in her gaze deepened. The armrest creaked under her grip. Is it a master beside my third brother? Or is there another? Your Highness, now that we... After the initial surge of anger, the Wang of Shui stepped forward, his expression hesitant. Since Bai Yi and the others have indeed encountered misfortune and we currently lack leads, we should temporarily set this matter aside. Once I have resolved the issues concerning my third brother, we can gradually address this situation. The Grand Princess pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "As you wish, Your Highness." The other demon kings, hearing this, felt a sense of resignation and voiced their agreement, though they yearned to apprehend the vile perpetrator and exact their vengeance. The absence of any evidence made it impossible to act swiftly. At present, there were more pressing matters at hand. To avoid prolonged delays that might complicate the situation, they had no choice but to defer this issue. Naturally, the primary suspect in this incident remained the third prince, though they dared not vocalize their suspicions openly. "Send word to my third brother, demanding an explanation regarding this matter," the Grand Princess commanded coolly. 4 or 5 missing demon kings. This is a serious incident. Even if the third prince was not the instigator, he could not escape culpability. Understood. Several days had passed. Surely they had realized something was amiss by now. It remained uncertain how the Grand Princess would proceed next. However, those subsequent events were beyond my control, and I could only await their unfolding. A few miles outside the Ingshi clan, within a shadowy water cave, Yi Lin sat curled up, murmuring to himself, reflecting on the words of the Xian Shui Da Yi before its demise, calling for the third prince. A smile flickered in Yi Lin's eyes. If they could engage in direct conflict, that would be ideal. At the heart of the opulent water palace, near the banks of the Chongqing River, the third prince sat upon the throne, his brow furrowed. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" he inquired, as a letter floated down to a demon king before him. "What?" The demon king opened it, his expression shifting suddenly to one of disbelief. "What is it? Let me see." The other demon kings gathered around, their faces filled with curiosity. Before long, within the grand hall, all the demon kings finished reading the letter, their expressions a peculiar blend of confusion and suspicion. It was revealed that on the side of the eldest princess, 5 severely injured demon kings had gone missing without anyone's notice. A wave of speculation washed over the assembly of demon kings. Could it be that the third prince had secretly sent someone to do this? After all, the coincidence was too striking to ignore. Observing the crowd below, the third prince's brow furrowed even deeper. Who could it be? Or perhaps, the eldest sister orchestrated this herself. But the second prince had already succumbed to her, leaving me powerless to intervene. There was no need for her to act this way, he murmured to himself, his eyes gradually growing colder. After a moment, at the blood-waved sandy beach, the third prince stood expressionless, hovering in midair, accompanied by Jin Zhan, and Ying, and a host of other demon kings. Moments later, points of light appeared on the horizon. After a few breaths, the figures of many demon kings, led by the eldest princess, emerged before them. "Third brother." The eldest princess greeted the young man opposite her with a gentle smile. "Eldest sister." The third prince responded with a warm smile and a nod, creating an atmosphere of harmony. An outsider, unaware of the underlying tension, might have assumed the siblings shared a close bond. "Speak. Where are Bai Yi and the others now?" However, in the next moment, the eldest princess's demeanor turned as calm as a still lake, her voice direct. An invisible aura of authority radiated from her, causing the assembled demon kings to shudder. "I do not know." The third prince furrowed his brow, speaking softly. "You do not know? How can you claim such ignorance?" The eldest princess's expression suddenly turned icy upon hearing his words. Her aura surged, revealing a tremendous power that hinted at her readiness to engage. "What do you intend to do? You have already won this contest. What purpose would it serve to kill them? It would benefit me little. Do I have any reason to deceive you?" The third prince, sensing the tension, felt his eyelids twitch as he retreated, speaking urgently. "Regardless, Bai Yi and the others were injured because of you. They were my subordinates. Naturally, I must defend them." The eldest princess remained unfazed, her gaze still cold. "You." The third prince, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of anger. He initially intended to say more, but the unyielding chill in the eldest princess's eyes, coupled with her increasingly volatile aura, compelled her to reveal her true form and strike. Realization dawned on him. Her true intent was not to seek justice for her subordinates, but rather to take advantage of the situation to settle scores with him. Seeing this, he had no choice but to transform back into his true form and prepare to confront her. The demon kings behind him, including those aligned with the eldest princess, exchanged bewildered looks and promptly stepped aside, clearing the battleground, unwilling to intervene. Thud, thud, thud. In the sky, 2 massive blue serpents, each over 100 meters long, collided with ferocity, their azure light flashing. With each impact, a dull thud echoed through the air. The gusts of wind and waves of energy surged forth, pushing clouds far away. At a certain moment, the eldest princess delivered a powerful tail swipe that struck the third prince. Boom. His entire body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against a rocky peak. The mountainside shattered under the force, heavy stones tumbling down and stirring up a cloud of dust. The demon kings present watched in shock, their eyelids twitching. Are you convinced now? The eldest princess, having transformed back into her human form, swiftly appeared above the third prince, looking down with authority. Damn it! I never imagined she would be on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. No wonder the second prince was defeated so quickly. The third prince seethed with resentment while feeling utterly astonished. He was a late-stage second-tier demon king, yet the eldest princess was half a step into the third tier. The disparity in their strength was immense. After just a few exchanges, he found himself in a dire predicament. Bah, you have won. From now on, the Qingjiao Palace will honor you. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. Although he was filled with unwillingness, he found himself powerless. Very well. The eldest princess acknowledged with a slight nod. Let us depart. With that, she transformed into a streak of azure light and departed. Those present were all prominent demon kings from the southern region. Since the third prince had made his statement in front of them, he naturally could not retract it. The likes of Wang Chongshui and others gazed on in astonishment, following closely behind. Your Highness, are you all right? Once they had left, the Jin Yu Wang and others hurried to the third prince's side, their faces etched with concern. It is nothing. The third prince shook his head and transformed back into his human form. At this moment, he bore the marks of battle. His nose was crooked and his face swollen beyond recognition, starkly contrasting the dashing third prince he had been before. Seeing his current state, the Jin Yu Wang and others froze momentarily, torn between laughter and restraint, their expressions oddly comical. First back, ugh. The third prince, expressionless, was about to speak when a sharp pain struck his chest. He coughed up a large mouthful of foul blood, his breath faltering significantly, leaving him looking exceedingly weak and dispirited. Your Highness, Your Highness, the Jin Yu Wang and others gasped in alarm. That wretched woman, how could she be so ruthless? The third prince steadied himself, cursing inwardly. It is nothing. Cough, cough. He waved his hand, coughed again, and spoke gravely. Let us return. The demon kings gathered around him, escorting him back to the palace. What a pity they did not engage in full combat. Once both parties had departed, Yilin peeked out from a thicket, shaking his head in mild regret. However, the third prince, watching the direction in which he left, Yilin's eyes sparkled with a daring thought. He is already severely injured. I have a chance. After all, I have already offended the Qingjiao Palace. Adding another enemy in the form of the third prince would make no difference. With this thought, Yilin licked his lips, his eyes glimmering, and stealthily followed.